coffee on his lap, cigarettes curling, smoking his political trap. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. He's a Republican dragon with his truthful slight, fights the battles unseen in the shadows of the night. From policy to passion, he breaks it all down, giving a voice to the voiceless, wearing his crown. Caffeine-fueled mornings, the smoke curls dance, Fluffy at his feet, giving life one more chance. Through algorithms and bias, he cuts straight and clear. Michael's roar echoes in the hemisphere. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. No sound bites allowed is his ultimate creed. A dragon's perspective where facts are the seed. Standing tall on his battlefield of thoughts, guarding the truth that others forgot. Through the screen he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough.
Hello everyone, and thank you for joining us. This is No Sound Bites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss, here in the Bronx, New York, the Political Dragon, coming to you live on July 18th. It's 2:32 in the afternoon. And I'm so happy that you can join us and not waste your money on the Progressive Odyssey or the Drunken Supergirl. It's a good win for you guys all the way around, and a win for me for having my audience with me. So we have a lot to talk about today. And we're going to be talking about, obviously, the news about Iran, the death of a couple of U.S. service members, to talk about how that's going to affect our future, not so much politically, but economically, how that's going to affect you and me and everyone else around the world. We'll also talk about what's happening here in New York, both in New York City and in New York State. There is some additional news I think that's worth discussing in both of those regions, which of course affects all of New York State. And in one case, will be affecting international geopolitics, and I think that's going to be something of interest. There's a big issue I have that's happening right now in education. It is once again coming out of California, of course, and this will affect minorities, especially those who are Black. It will have a massive impact on them if California and the progressive movement are successful in pushing this through once again. This is something they've tried a couple times. This is yet the latest version of it. So there's a few things we're going to be talking about. Plus, obviously, I look forward to all of the comments from you. This is a conversation. This isn't a lecture. It's a conversation with individuals across the entire world. Whether the internet overlords like it or not, I believe, and this channel believes in the First Amendment. Your right to free speech, to talk about the issues that affect each and every one of us. And that means that you get to comment on the live stream and the live chat that's on YouTube, that's on Facebook. It should be on X right now. I'm not quite sure if we're going there, but it's also on Instagram and, of course, on Rumble. I look forward to all of your comments, especially the Super Chats, the Rumble Rants. Maybe you want to get a membership. That's up to you. But you can reach out, and it is a conversation whether you agree or you disagree. I look forward to hearing your voice, no matter what your opinion might be. As long as it's respectful, it's all open, and I'm happy to hear you. So let me jump into the program, and the very first thing that we're going to talk about here, we got a comment. In fact, let me move myself over a little bit. So we have a comment that has come from Bronner. He says, "Good afternoon. Hopefully, I can make it through the show today. Coming off a very bad headache last night and feeling out of sorts. I know how you feel. Yesterday, I was up for 36 hours. Had to take care of my puppy. He seems to be having stomach issues, and he was up all night long. I got no sleep whatsoever. I was walking him about once every hour and a half, 2 hours. Was in the vet yesterday with my puppy. By the way, for those who don't know, when I refer to my puppy, my dog, his name is Khan. He's 15 years old, weighs 20 pounds. He's lost some weight. 20 pounds. He's a half Bichon, half Scotty. I love my dog a lot, and sometimes you see him on the program. He'll jump up and you'll see his image, but he's just not been feeling well. It's partially because he's an older dog, and I think he caught a virus, but don't know. He might have ate something on the street that I didn't catch, but it's been messing with him. And so I know how you feel. 36 hours in a row up. It's so bad. But he is kind of feeling better. It's not quite through his system yet. He's on medication now. Oh my God. Do you know how much it costs to get a dog? Just two x-rays is insane. It's almost like $400. $400 for 2 x-rays of a 20-pound dog. $400. Ridiculous. God, it's so expensive. And I can't even imagine how much they charge human beings, because I just haven't been to a doctor in forever because I don't need it. But oh my God, it's so expensive. It's just ridiculous. So, but that's me. And I know you're not here to hear about my life and my problems. So that's perfectly fine. We won't stay on that. But I can feel how I'm with you, Bronner. I'm very much with you. So let me get into the meat and potatoes of the show. And that is to talk about, first of all, the breaking news. Let's get right into it. There is the conflict with Iran, United States and Iran, is basically back on. Now, I know I had predicted that by the end of August, we would see this conflict end. And we did, even though that was because of the 14-point Memorandum of Understanding, the MOU, where the United States made an agreement with what appears to be the internationally recognized leadership, the mullahs and the Ayatollah. We made an agreement with them, which was very heavy-handed for Iran. And again, I faulted Vice President J.D. Vance for the memorandum. It gave way too much to Iran. It was unfair, it was biased, and it was not in the best interest of the United States. And I said right up front, we should throw that out and we would make a new deal, because the deal that we were going with was not in the best interest of the United States or international global peace. It would actually fund terrorism at a level higher than when Obama made his Iran nuclear deal. And that was unacceptable then. And the 14-point memorandum was unacceptable now. So I have no problem critiquing the Trump administration when I think it's done something wrong. That being said, that was a decision by the executive branch. They were moving forward with that deal. And we said, as long as they stick to the deal, we will not continue the bombing. We will not continue the conflict. But the IRGC, which seems to be the ones in charge of Iran at this time, or vying for control of Iran, I am very sure, and I'll show you some evidence. I believe there is evidence that there is a coup that is being fought internally, politically right now in Iran for who is in charge and what is the guiding vision of Iran. And that guiding vision seems to be in conflict. And so the IRGC has continuously tried to embarrass Donald Trump, embarrass the United States. They have attempted to continue to attack and goad the United States into reigniting the conflict. And then they gave up on that once the 14-point deal was essentially accepted. And they just outright decided to attack America, to attack the Strait of Hormuz, to try and close it again against the wishes of the leadership of Iran, the internationally recognized leadership. And the United States responded by defending the ships, mostly oil, cargo ships, and we defended them going through the Strait of Hormuz as we had promised that we would do. And effectively, that led the IRGC to increase the amount of attacks, not only against the United States, and really, they haven't attacked the United States. I think this is important for people to understand. They're not attacking the United States because they know they can't win. They know that they cannot succeed. Instead, they have been attacking the Middle Eastern nations around them: Oman, the United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Kuwait, Bahrain. They've been attacking everyone around, not primarily the United States, everyone else. I don't know what they think they're getting out of this. And I've come to the point where I believe part of the reasoning is that the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps are absolute super hardline fanatics, religious fanatics. And they believe that if they die for their country and their religion, well, they get 72 virgins. And they are more than willing to die fighting against the United States rather than making a deal with what they have been saying for 47 years is the great devil. That would be the United States. And yes, that includes the progressives and the leftists, the socialists. It includes every one of them. Why? Because you're in America. Because you don't burn gays. Because we don't stone women to death because they can drive a car or they learned how to read and write. And since we don't do that, but the IRGC and the Iranian government do indeed do all of that and far more, well, the IRGC wants to fight to the death with America, not to make a deal with what they consider the devil, and therefore they're willing to fight to the death. And of course, this is holy for them. This is part of their jihad, and they will then go to heaven. That is their reasoning, and that, I believe, is the reason why they have been breaking with the recognized government, the Ayatollah and the mullahs, and they have been trying to stoke this fight. It is religious for them, and it is impermissible. It is unacceptable for the IRGC, in their mind, to make a deal with the United States that they consider the great devil because we don't believe in their religion the way they do. It is that simple to understand why this conflict continues. We understand why it started, which was because of this same ideology. And why is it continuing now? Because that same ideology has not gone away. And unlike many others who are more isolationist, those who are more non-interventionist, they have a different view of the United States. And I've heard people say that, oh, well, we just need to stop fighting and we just need to have open trade. And if they want a nuclear weapon, let them get a nuclear weapon. And as long as we just do trade with them, well, everything will work out in the end. That's not correct. And I've said this many times. That belief is naive. It truly is. And I don't mean that as an insult, but it is a misunderstanding of geopolitics, because the motivation of the IRGC, the motivation of the mullahs and the Ayatollah isn't to get along. It isn't to survive. Their goal isn't even survival. It's either they abject total domination of the world based on their religious ideology. Everyone will believe what they believe, or they will die. There is no middle ground. So all the non-interventionists that love to say, and the non-interventionists, the isolationists, when they say, oh, but we can just trade with them. You can't, because in their mind, that's making a deal with the devil, and you can't do that. You can't make a literal deal with the literal devil. You can't do that. And because they can't do that, their only answer is fight and die or win. That's their conditions. That's their mission. That is their mindset. And we are seeing the fruition of that, which means that the United States has been forced back into this conflict. And our answer must be to win. And if I could give any advice to the members of Congress, as well as to the president, the executive branch, and I know some of them do listen to this program from time to time, then let me say, this will never end. It has not ended for 47 years. It isn't a problem of trade. It isn't a problem of sanctions. It is a problem of ideology, of religious fervor. And because of that, we must obliterate the government of Iran as it exists right now. Not because I'm a warmonger. It's not because I want to see the United States involved in another war. It's not because I want to see the Middle East in flames. None of those things are true. It's because the only way to defeat this enemy, based on their ideology, based on the conditions, the victory conditions that they see, there is no middle ground. It is all or nothing for them. And for us to react in any less of an understanding means that we will suffer, both economically and in terms of our soldiers, our military, in terms of world safety, in terms of continuing to see terrorism around the world. It only will be worse and protracted unless we do what we should have done in the first place, which we initially started to do, which is take out the government of Iran, allow the Iranian people to rise up, not to make Iran the Commonwealth of the United States. I don't want that. I don't want them to be a puppet government of the United States. I want Iran to be an independent nation ruled by whatever the people of Iran agree with, which apparently is not the Ayatollah. We have been seeing over and over again that there is a growing movement, and has been for some time, that they want to break away. They want to become a more moderate Islamic nation. They don't want to be under the Ayatollah. We saw this with the Green Movement under Barack Obama during the summer of what was it? The Arab Spring. That's what they called it. They called it the Arab Spring, and it was the Green Movement in Iran, which was begging President Obama to support them so that they could overthrow the Ayatollah. And Barack Obama ignored them and allowed that Green Movement to literally die, to have them killed. They were considered insurgents. They were not, of course, obeying the Ayatollah. And so Iran's government found them and killed them all. That was under President Obama, and that was a major failure of Obama's international policy. Could have resolved this a decade ago. But Obama didn't care. He didn't care. And he wanted the insurgency to rise up. He wanted the IRGC and the extremism of Islam to rise up and have a more powerful stance. That was the Obama administration's international policy. And I covered it at the time in detail. We've been doing this for 20 years. So you can go back and see the videos and see the live streams where we were talking about this real time. So now we have a situation which I think the media is finally willing to tell to the American people. I've been talking about this for months, and they are finally willing to tell the American people, what are we really facing? What is the real challenge that we're dealing with? For months, it has been obvious for anyone who pays attention to the international details, not the American news media, NBC, CBS, MS Now, CNN. They have been avoiding reporting any of this news. And I'll show you evidence that they're continuing to downplay this schism in Iran so that they can mislead the American people, so that they can make Americans distrust Donald Trump and the Trump administration, so that Democrats can win the 2026 midterm election. This is something that the IRGC, that the Iranian government are counting on, that the news media will help them to win the war against America so that Democrats can get power, which is a horrible trade-off, if you ask my opinion. That I think it's unacceptable. But I will give you more details about that. So let me start off with the first thing first, and that is, let's take a look at the news here. There it is. So what we see here, this is some of the latest news. This is from NBC, because we try to present at least 90%, if not 95%, of all sources that you will find on this channel will be internationally credible news media, and if at all possible, left-leaning news. Whenever possible, we always go to the leftists, because otherwise someone's going to watch and you'll hear someone on the left go, they'll say, you're just being a right-winger. This is left-wing news. This isn't coming from Fox News. It's not coming from News Nation. It's not coming from OAN. It is from the left. So if I'm able to show you the truth from the left itself, then people who are more democratic, socialist, progressive, you should be paying attention to this, because it's there if you're paying attention to the details. So in this article, we got 2 U.S. service members were killed in Jordan this weekend. And there is one more that is missing, which at this time, last I checked the news, they are still missing. So there are potentially 3 more American members of our military were killed by Iran. Now, the individuals were in Jordan. They weren't in the fleet of the United States, just off of the coast of Bahrain. No, Iran didn't attack Americans. They attack international ships that are undefended. They don't have weapons. The cargo ships, the oil tankers, they don't have weapons on them. They are civilians in civilian vessels. They can't defend themselves. And Iran knows that. And because Iran supports terrorism, teaches terrorism, believes in terrorism, they believe in the Iranian government, the IRGC, they believe in blowing up women and children. These are their tactics. So they will, and they are, attacking civilians in other countries because they're fighting a political war. Yes, it's physical for these Middle Eastern nations, but it's more of an attack against the politics to make other nations say that, well, supporting the United States is too expensive politically, in terms of their citizenry, in terms of infrastructure. It's too expensive, and to abandon the United States, and that would be a victory for Iran. That's what they want. It's not happening, but that's what they're doing, which is why 2 Americans in Jordan that are not attacking Iran were killed. That's why this has happened. Now, I find this article interesting because even though it's NBC News, and they downplay that these are American troops that were in Jordan, and that the IRGC were the ones who were actually involved in doing this. But they do mention Iran's semi-official news agency, Tasnim. And as we have shown you on this program last month, and we have gone through the news media database, Tasnim is a news agency controlled by the IRGC. The Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, they use Tasnim and a couple of other news agencies to promote their extremist view of Islam and to push their desired message for the Iranian government. And they say, well, this is coming from the government of Iran. Even though it didn't go through the Ayatollah, it doesn't go through the mullahs. It's not the internationally officially recognized government of Iran. It is just the wing of Iran that teaches terrorism and supports terrorism around the world. So they're more than willing to override and to hack into international politics to try and convince the United States of things that aren't true. And that's news media. Now, NBC knows everything I've just said. NBC is fully aware that Tasnim is a media outlet for the IRGC. They are fully aware of that and never tell the American people. Instead, as you can see, they say here, and I will expand this, and all the links will be available after the show so you can see it for yourself. But they say it right here. Iran's semi-official news agency. It's semi-official because it's not Iran's government. It's actually the IRGC. Iran does own, the official Iranian government does own several news agencies. Tasnim is not one of them because that's controlled by the IRGC. That's why it's semi-official, because it is a part of the government, just not the internationally recognized government of Iran. It's a splinter group. But anyway, they said that they have launched massive drones. They've had massive drone attacks against key U.S. military sites in Kuwait. Well, why are they attacking America in the Kuwait? It's our ships. Don't they want to get rid of our ships in the Strait of Hormuz? Don't they want to take over the Strait of Hormuz? Why would they attack Americans and Kuwaiti citizens, civilians? Why would they attack them? Because they're terrorists. And they did the same thing. So they did that in Kuwait, and Kuwait has confirmed that they are knocking down drones and missiles as we speak. And Bahrain, which has the U.S. Fifth Fleet, except the Iranians aren't, the IRGC, they're not attacking the U.S. Fifth Fleet, which is in Bahrain. No, they're attacking the civilians of Bahrain. And the Bahrain's interior minister has had to come out and publicly tell the citizens who have nothing to do with the United States fleet and are nowhere near U.S. military forces, and told the average everyday civilian, well, stay indoors and stay safe because Iran is attacking the civilians because they're terrorists and they cannot be trusted. Something I've said many, many times on this program, and it is true. But notice that NBC News is downplaying this, putting it virtually at the end of their article and giving it very little thought. What we are fighting is terrorism, and the key sponsors of terrorism with terror, and they are using terrorist tactics against innocent civilians. And this is part of the reason why we are fighting. This is part of the reason why we're in this conflict, and more importantly, why this conflict has reignited. It's not because of the United States. It's not because of Donald Trump, whether you like him or not. It has nothing to do with Democrats trying to protect anyone. They're not. It's about the IRGC. Now, if there's anyone who says, Mike, but you don't understand, fantastic. Please tell me how I've misunderstood the IRGC based on their stated, documented points of view and the ideology and the message of Iran for 47 years. If I've misunderstood something, please correct me, but I'm not. I've been doing this 20 years. I have looked up their documentation. I've looked at their tactics. I have listened to and tracked down the various agencies where IRGC or Iran, actually the official Iranian government, how they make news announcements. And the official news agency wants to make the deal with the United States. The official government, the Ayatollah and the mullahs, want to make a deal with the United States. They want the 14-point MOU because they know it's advantageous to their efforts in the future. It's the IRGC who don't care, who say you can't make a deal with the devil. This goes on, and if you go through this, you'll see that the fighting has intensified, and that, again, they are fighting, and Jordan has been intercepting Iranian missiles and drones that were fired by Tehran at the U.S. military base, but also at civilians. And if you look at the international news, you look at the BBC, The Guardian, Israeli Times, you look at the Nikkei News, you look internationally, DW News, Deutsche Welle, you will find out that they're actually targeting civilians. That isn't conveyed in U.S. news because there is a vested interest in making Iran look as good as possible, making the IRGC look like heroes as much as possible, because that helps Democrats to win in the 2026 midterm elections. It makes Donald Trump look weak and bad, and that is politically and partisan. And that's why the news media, NBC among them, are not misrepresenting, but they're obfuscating and they are deleting or omitting truth, key parts that could change the way you look at this entire conflict, because they are critical aspects of this. And it lets you understand how big a fight the United States is facing and how long this fight can go on. What are we looking to do? We need to defeat the IRGC. Partially in doing so, that means we have to take out their missiles, their drones, and their capabilities of firing missiles and drones at the Strait of Hormuz, at Jordan, Kuwait, the United Arab Emirates, Oman, the Saudi Arabia, as well as, yes, Israel and the Middle East. These are the objectives that the United States is trying to deal with, and that's why we can't have a peace deal. Now, because 2 Americans died, this has elevated this massively. The deal's dead. The deal's dead now. And as much as I wanted the 14-point deal dead, I didn't want it dead because of the loss of life of American military. That I would never want that, and I have never wanted that. And I would rather have the Americans alive than to have them dead and the deal dead. But this is the reality of what we are dealing with. But I know I mentioned this, but let me make sure. So because of the IRGC, there have been 8 nights in a row, and tonight will likely be the 9th night in a row that we will see Iran being pummeled by the United States, that the IRGC and its missiles, its drones, its terrorist wing will be pummeled again because we're making a point. And they know already they cannot beat us militarily. They have never even attempted to try and beat the United States militarily. As much as you will see the saber rattling of the Iranian government and many of its officials, and they say they have a big, strong, huge army and they're more than capable to defend themselves, they know they cannot beat the United States. Thus, they are not fighting us militarily, nor can they beat the United States economically. That's why they closed off the Strait of Hormuz. They were hoping to have enough of an economic impact to devastate the United States. And as much as the left would love to tell you that we are in a depression, that isn't true. What is the inflation rate of the United States right now? 4.2%. 2 points higher than the optimal perfect world. The perfect world in terms of inflation for the United States is 2%. That's what we target year after year, no matter who's president. It's 2% is the goal. And yet, while that is the goal, we're 2% higher. Not 17.5% as we were under Joe Biden. No. Not I believe under Barack Obama, we were looking at about an average of 9% in terms of inflation. We're at 4.2, 2 points higher. And this is with the Strait of Hormuz having been closed down for 4 months. This is affecting food prices across the globe. This is affecting energy prices, which are in fact up about 24% in the United States. Even with all of that, we're at 4% inflation. So Iran can't beat the United States. The IRGC cannot beat the United States economically. They thought they could, they're not. They can't beat us militarily. They knew they couldn't, and they aren't. So the question is, how do they win? They go after individuals, and they fight a political war. And we've been talking about that on this program for quite some time. And I believe people are now starting to see I am right. So yes, we're going to go through 9 days in a row. But when I say I am right, I want you to see this article. Again, this comes from CNN. Again, more left-leaning news because that's where we always focus. Iran's hardliners warn of a coup as the U.S. truce comes under pressure. Let's be honest. It's not the truce is under pressure. That's not true. It is done. It is dead. And it should be. Not only because it was a bad deal, J.D. Vance made a bad deal in the first place, but because given what the IRGC is doing, the deal's done. It's dead. They've broken the terms, not the United States, the IRGC, which is Iran. And you can't separate. We, the United States, cannot separate the two. That's something that the Iranian people might be able to do. That's something that the Ayatollah and the mullahs should be doing, but that's not for the United States to do. So that means we have to break this up. So that being said, and in this article, we see that within Iran, the IRGC is calling President Pezeshkian. I know I messed up his last name there. He's being called a traitor, and the government, the official internationally recognized government of Iran, is being called traitors. They are being threatened with their lives. In fact, in the article, they point out that the IRGC has threatened the mainstream line of the officially recognized government of Iran and told them that they make a deal with the United States that they will put a blade to the throat of the officially recognized Iranian government. Tell me that's not a coup. That is, and this is coming from CNN. This isn't right-wing news. This isn't a right-wing opinion. This isn't something that I'm just making up. This is what they are reporting finally. This is something that has been reported internationally by other news media sources, including Deutsche Welle and The Guardian, BBC. Other international sources have been reporting on this for some time, but finally it has gotten to the point where it is irrefutable. And so CNN is now hinting at this as being true when everyone else, every other internationally credible news agency has said that is a fact already. They already agree with me, and they have been agreeing with me for quite some time. So people were saying, but Mike, no one in the news, I look at the news every night and I see no one on MS Now has said this. No one on ABC or CNN, they haven't said it. Here they are. They haven't told you before because they wanted the political advantage. Now they have lost the political advantage. Now it is irrefutable. And so they're saying, well, there's a hint of this. No, it's not a hint. This is the truth. They just haven't told you. I have, because I don't have an agenda. Yes, I'm a Republican. Yes, I am a conservative Republican. But I give you the facts as they exist. You may not agree with what I believe the consequences will be. That's something we can debate. But the facts I have been presenting to you for quite some time, and CNN hasn't. Not because their 10,000 employees didn't know what I know. It's because it's not politically advantageous. And so they have hidden this information from you. Matter of fact, this was being said that the IRGC has threatened the internationally recognized government, the Ayatollah and the mullahs of Iran. This actually happened when they were celebrating the death. This was from July 4th, the week of July 4th. That's when they had the funeral for the Ayatollah. This is news that's over a week and a half old. This is from literally 14, actually it's 2 weeks now. It's 2 weeks old, this information. And only now, 2 weeks after the fact, are we starting to hear from CNN to tell you the truth. This has been a fact for 2 weeks. The evidence has been available. They just didn't want to tell you. And there are those on the left that will say, Mike, but you just don't understand. Yeah, I do. This is the truth. These are the facts as they exist. It's just that they don't want to tell you the truth. They don't want you to know. I do. I think you should know, and I think it's important for you to know. By the way, if anyone can tell me, please let me know if this is showing up on, it should be on X, but I don't know. I'm not sure I'm seeing it. But anyway, obviously, this is having an impact. How is this going to shake out to you? Now, part of that, and people will say, well, Mike, in part, it's because this is going to affect us because of oil and inflation. Yes and no. One of the most important things, and I've said this for 2-3 months now, and I'll say it again, be prepared. Food inflation is coming, and we will likely see somewhere between 7 to 12% food inflation. Now, this is as bad, not worse than, but as bad as the Biden administration. It could be somewhat less, but it will be at least in the United States somewhere around 7 to 12.5%. That's the estimate I can give you at this time. Be prepared for that. You should have been, since I think I first mentioned this back in April, and I've been saying it on and off continuously since pretty much April, that you should be prepared for the food inflation that is coming in the second half of 2026. As we go into the fall and the winter, you will be affected because the crops around the world will be sowed. They'll reap the plants, the corn and the wheat from around the world that will be harvested in the fall, right around September. And that's when you'll see the start of the spike of the food, because there will be less food, about 10 to 15% less food in the world than what there was just in 2022. So this is important. And that's because of the Strait of Hormuz, less oil has gone out, and the price of oil and diesel as a result have gone up. So there's less fertilizer available, there's less oil available. This is on top of the food shortage of 30% less food in the world because of the Ukraine-Russia fight. And that stopped almost all of the fertilizer and the wheat and corn coming out of the Ukraine has been virtually stopped. Almost all of that is stopped. And that initially increased the price of food and has maintained a higher level of cost of food around the entire world. Because of what Iran has done, that will add on an extra, roughly, I'd say on average, probably 10% to food prices in the fall of 2026, more importantly, in the winter of 2026, going into 2027. Buy long-lasting foods now. Buy your rice, buy some potatoes, buy foods that will last, that you can preserve. Buy them now, because you will see the prices go up. There will be less corn in the world, which means that's going to affect meat, pork, and chicken, because corn is a vital part of their livestock food, the feed that these animals receive. There will be less wheat and there will be less corn, and that will increase those prices to farmers, which then means eventually it will be a higher price to you. So be prepared. If you have a deep freezer, you may have been, and you should have been, stocking up food for the long term in that deep freezer. If you haven't been, well, now is the time to start buying some pastas, buying some rice, buying foods that are in canned food, so that you will be prepared for the higher prices and you will spend less money. You don't have to go hog wild. That doesn't mean go out and panic like during the lockdowns and buy out all of the toilet paper in your supermarket. That's a stupid idea. That is a panic reaction. That is not an intelligent reaction, and you shouldn't do that. Buy 10% more. Buy an extra can of food, an extra bag of rice, something like that. Just about 10% more of whatever it is. Buy one or two more items, long-lasting items, of things that you would do anyway, like flour, like rice, like sugar. Buy a little bit extra, 10% more, so that as we get to the end of the year, you will not feel the price crunch as much as other people who are not prepared, because CNN and ABC and MS Now won't tell you. They would rather you suffer than be prepared, so that you will vote against Donald Trump. They will tell you that the economy has failed because of Donald Trump. No one could have predicted this, and you should vote Democrat because Democrats will protect you, except they can't. That's a lie. That is an absolute lie. And they've been saying that since the Ukraine-Russia war started. They've been blaming it on Donald Trump and Republicans and MAGA when it's international trade and there's nothing that anyone can do about it. Presidents can't, we will not get back to 2019 levels of food in the world, even if Ukraine stops fighting with Russia tomorrow. If the war ended there tomorrow, the price of food will not drop. That won't happen until at the earliest next year, fall. The fall of 2027 is the soonest at this point that you will be able to see the price of food drop. That's if the war Russia-Ukraine ended tomorrow and then Iran gave up tomorrow, then that would prevent food prices from going up, or at least to come back down in the fall, September of 2027. This is inevitable. It has nothing to do with Donald Trump. It doesn't matter what policies are passed. It doesn't matter what law, and it doesn't matter what promise is given to you by Democrats and the left-leaning news media. There is no way to stop the price increase until next year, till the fall of next year. You could have some influence on that in the spring of next year when farmers go out to plant new crops. Then in April, you might be able to see some impact, but you really won't see it until next fall. So I want to make sure that's clear. And I'm trying to give you this forewarning because the mainstream news media won't. They want you to suffer. It's kind of like Bill Maher in 2020. Actually, it was Bill Maher in 2018 when he said he wanted a recession. Yes, I've covered this before. You can look it up for yourself. Bill Maher, 2018, on his program, told everyone he wanted to see a recession so that the average American citizen would suffer, and so they would vote for any Democrat and they would not vote for Donald Trump because he didn't like Donald Trump. He wanted Donald Trump to lose. And so he wanted a recession where you would suffer, where I would suffer, but Bill Maher is rich, so he doesn't care. It wouldn't affect him. It wouldn't affect his friends. It would just affect you. And so he wanted to manipulate the way you vote by making you economically suffer. That's what Democrats do because they don't care. They want to win. They don't care how you live. They don't care about you as an individual. They want you to suffer until you give them power, and then they still don't care. So this is very much like Bill Maher. They didn't tell you this. They don't want you to know. They want you to suffer so that they can manipulate your vote. That's why they haven't warned you about the fact that prices will go up. And at this point, it is inevitable. There is nothing on the face of the earth that can change that because the crops were already planted. We missed the planting season back in April and May. It already happened. There's only so much wheat and corn that was grown. And even if there's a bumper stock, which means there's an excess of corn and wheat that were grown and we had an abundance of it, even if that happened, it still will not stop that there is a shortage. And that will drive up the price. I try to be fair. I try to make sure you understand. And you are seeing the price of oil creep up. This confirms what we have been seeing. I mean, if you go out and you look at the 1 month view, we can see Donald Trump had effectively, and the world understood, that the United States, working with the recognized government of Iran, had made a deal. This was all but done. All Iran had to do was comply. All the Ayatollah had to do is keep control over the IRGC. That's all they had to do. And they would have technically won the conflict. Even though they lost in terms of their military, and even though they lost their infrastructure, Even though in every other matter that matters, they would have lost. Politically, they would have won, and that victory would have catapulted them and would have had impact in the future. But they couldn't. And as you can see, as the IRGC, dissatisfied with having a deal, even a beneficial deal, to Iran, dealing with the United States, the great devil as they call us, they said they couldn't live with that and said they wanted war. And they're getting it. And we've seen the price of oil go up because the world recognizes the IRGC will not stop, not until they're dead, unless the Ayatollah and the people of Iran rise up and do something about it. It will not end because they are fanatics. They are terrorists, and terrorists lie. Anyone who wants to dispute me on this, I am all ears. I am more than willing to hear anyone talk about this. Anyone who thinks, Mike, you're wrong, you misunderstand, you don't understand Iran, you don't understand the IRGC. I hear this all the time from people on the left, but they never explain themselves. I see this in the comments after the live streams, after I do my shorts and I do the video clips. I get the answer from pro-Hamas, Harvard and Columbia and the academics in America. Then I get, and also a good amount of foreigners will contact me who are pro-Islam, they're pro-Iran, they're pro-terrorism, they're pro-Hamas and Hezbollah and the Houthis. They support terrorism around the world. And they'll come on and say, you just don't understand. You're a dumb American. But they won't point out, what am I wrong? What did I get wrong? Nothing. You just don't understand. Then it should be very easy for you to explain, and they never do. Because just like progressives in the United States, they don't have any substance. They have a feeling. And you're supposed to believe and accept their feeling and shut up and just comply because they said so. Except that doesn't work. That hasn't worked against me ever, and it never will. Because we deal with substance. You can disagree, but don't tell me something as empty as, well, you just don't understand. I don't. Please tell me why. What is it I don't understand? I have an audience. I'm not saying I'm perfect. I'm not the most brilliant man in the universe, but I'm not dumb. I'm well read. I am very, very up to date on all of the information I speak about on this channel, and 20 years of politics. I'm very, very well versed. If I'm missing something, correct me. If I'm not, then I think you're just barking up a tree, hoping that I'll run away and be silent, and that's not going to happen. Okay, that being said, we've covered that a little bit. And really, there isn't much international news. I mean, we do know that Andy Burnham is in the United Kingdom. He's going to be stepping in, and he will be replacing. We know that Andy Burnham in the United Kingdom is replacing Starmer, Keir Starmer. And Andy Burnham is as much, if not more, leftist and more socialist than Keir Starmer was, which is bad news for the United Kingdom. And so they have now said, well, the new prime minister, since Keir Starmer was ineffective, he was inefficient, he was a complete failure in every aspect, whether it's economics, militarily, everything he got wrong, everything he did failed. So they're now going to double down because the Labour government still is in charge of England. This is a parliamentary system. So when someone resigns, the other side doesn't take over. The Labour Department, which would be Democrats, British Democrats, essentially for the American people, the British Democrats get to still stay in charge until the next election. And then when that next election comes, then it's possible that Reform or the Conservatives would be able to take over. The right-leaning parts of their government would be able to take power, and they would then have a prime minister and go until the next election. It's a slightly different process than here in the United States. So The prime minister was Keir Starmer. He's out. He was kicked out on his ass by his fellow Labour Democrats in the United Kingdom because he was an abject failure and everything he did failed. And so the Labor Department, much like Democrats in the United States, they are basically being taken over by the progressive left and socialism. And so they went even further left. Their party, also like the United States, where there's 21% of the Democratic Party is progressive socialist. And so that's driving the entire Democratic Party left, both in terms of candidates and also in terms of their policies. They're going ever further left, even though they're leaving almost everyone else in the country far, far behind. They're continuing to move left towards socialism. In the United Kingdom, we're seeing that same thing. And that's why Andy Burnham, an even further leftist lunatic, is going to be prime minister for at least a couple of years. And I would say probably 2 to 3 years, right up until in England, they have the next election. And that's when you'll see possibly the Reform Party, but definitely the right wing or the right side of British government take over. What does that mean? It means the United States will have a tougher time. It will be harder for the United States to work with our greatest ally, which is England. And we'll have a worse relationship with England than we saw with Obama and the British government at that time. It's going to be even worse than under the Obama era. We're going to see a massive problem between Donald Trump and the Andy Burnham Prime Minister of England. It's going to be a bad relationship. And England will suffer from this. I would predict that you will see even more illegal immigration in England. You will see more conflicts like you saw in Wales, like you saw in Northern Ireland, where you're seeing migrants, illegal aliens, kill British citizens and try to behead British citizens. And you will see that because the left in England, just like in the United States, they believe in open borders. They believe in having open borders, allowing all the illegal aliens to come into their country and be supported by the people, the actual citizens of their nation. So they're just like the left here. They're like the Bernie Bros or the AOC, the Democratic Socialist America. That's what is in charge of England right now. And we will see real time how the socialist policies continue to fail. Even as they promise, this time it's going to be different. This time it's going to be effective. It will fail yet again. But I do have a couple of comments here, and I do want to answer them because, again, I will answer your comments, folks. I will always respond to you. So Bronner starts off with, okay, Mike, I won't insult you by saying you don't understand. That's good because that would be, yes, it's insulting and it would be incorrect. He goes on to say, as you know, I'm not a leftist. And for those who don't know, Bronner is someone who I met in the chat over at Larry Sharp and The Sharp Way. He joined the chat. He's an anarchist and he's more left-leaning than me, absolutely, but he's not a leftist to say. He's more a libertarian anarchist. Okay. He goes on to say, I do not support Hamas. I wouldn't suggest you did. Or the IRGC. I would never say that you have, Bronner. Having said that, I truly believe the issue with Iran began after the Iranian people did stand up, democratically elected a government, and the CIA, British government, and BP staged a coup to overthrow that government in 1953. This isn't 1953. And the Iranian people never elected the Ayatollah. They've never had a choice. So whether or not the United States, the United Kingdom, and several other countries, including Saudi Arabia and others in the Middle East, were involved with changes in politics over half a century ago. In fact, that's about 70 years ago. That's not today. We're talking about what's happening now. And if you want, you can go back 47 years to the Ayatollah taking over, which had nothing to do with the United States. That was an act by the Ayatollah and the religious extremism that he brought in. So, yeah, people want to say, but, but America's so bad. This has nothing to do with America. The Ayatollah doesn't support terrorism around the world because of America. It's because of his religious ideology. The IRGC doesn't support and train terrorists in the world, including Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis, because of America. They do it because that's what they believe in. They believe in suicide bombing mothers and children. They don't have to do that. They don't have to love America. They could hate America. Many countries do, but they don't have to suicide bomb women and children around the planet because they don't like America. So that's on them. That has nothing to do with 1953. That's a choice they make real time right now, and it has nothing to do with America or any American president, whether it's Donald Trump, Ronald Reagan, whether it's Bill Clinton, Obama, or Joe Biden, who really wasn't there. It has nothing to do with that. That's a choice they made. And these are consequences of the choice they made. They chose to support terrorism. They chose to fund terrorism on a global scale. That has nothing to do with the United States. That was their choice. We are reacting to that choice. He goes on to say, they elected Mossadegh. They elected Mossadegh government. I hope, no, I don't think he did, but okay. No, they didn't. They elect, quote unquote, a prime minister. Let's be very clear about how in Iran, how they elect people, because it's very much like how the old Soviet Union, the USSR, how they used to elect their prime minister, like Gorbachev and Khrushchev before him and many others, is there would be, and you would have a free election. You don't have to believe me. Ask any Russian who emigrated from Russia to the United States under the USSR or under the current. You can ask them. And the answer was, how did they have elections? Well, you had a dead guy, and then you had the government-sponsored guy for president. And you could vote. And you could vote for the dead guy, or you could vote for the party pick. And if you voted for the dead guy, after the election, someone would come and someone from the government would knock on your door from the Soviet party, the Socialist Party, and they'd knock on your door and have a conversation with you about why did you pick the dead guy? Because you're supposed to vote for the guy who's alive. So technically, you had a they have the image being clear. I hope that explains that a little bit. Bronner says, well, the terrorism of Iran is a consequence of the actions we made. No. Nothing that the United States did somehow just around the world. There is no equivalence to that. I know people would like to believe that because they don't like Donald Trump. They don't like conservatives. They don't like Republicans. They don't like MAGA. They don't even like America, many of these democratic socialists. So they will blame anything and everything under the sun and in the universe. If it's negative, they'll blame it on people they don't like, their opponents. That's why the right gets blamed for everything. And the left never recognizes anything they've done wrong. But even with that, you cannot peg the choice. Iran they could have conducted regular military against the United States. They could have had covert warfare against the United States, spies and spyware, spycraft. They could have done that. They could have had open hostilities and like North Korea had with the United States. We're not going to trade with you. We're not going to do business with you, blah, blah. They could have done a lot of things. And because they have a lot of oil, they could have been very effective at that. They didn't need to sponsor global terrorism. They did that because of their religion, their interpretation of their religion, and because that suited their purposes, to make the people fearful, to make the people cower and comply. And they blamed it on the United States, but we never caused them to go and to teach children to wear suicide bomb vests and blow up women in the middle of a market. We've never done that. We never caused that. That's their choice. So to say, well, terrorism is a consequence of the United States, don't stop. That's a lie. That is an outright, absolute lie. You want to say that the military fight that's going on in the Strait of Hormuz today, is that a consequence? You can make that argument. We can have that discussion. But to say that the terrorism that Iran has created, which is in large part why we are in the conflict we're in today with them, well, that was a choice of Iran. They didn't have to do that. They chose to do that. That's on them. Hold them accountable. I'm not saying that America is angels. We're not. Then again, there isn't a nation on the face of the earth that are angels. That doesn't exist. But you want to say America has some culpability? Yeah, you could say that. Not for terrorism. That's just not real. That's just not true. Let's see. Bronner goes on to say, after the coup, when the former president of Iran was removed from power and laid in prison for 3 years before living under house arrest. I don't care. That has nothing to do with what's happening today. That has nothing to do with what's happening today. So it doesn't matter to me. Bronner goes on to say, it is not a lie. I didn't say it was a lie. I never said you lied. I said you're wrong. I said you're misunderstanding. And I'm saying there is no equivalence, moral, ethical, or any other. There's no series of events that leads to, okay, now you should blow up women and children. Doesn't exist. They had many options. None of them had to be and blow up women and children. Yet that is the choice that the Ayatollah, the mullahs, the Iranian government, they made that choice. They didn't have to. That was on them. And that is a major catalyst for what's happening today. And I know that the mainstream media downplay that, and people may not like to admit that, but that is the reality. Iran is in large part the reason why they have the conflict they have today is because they decided to blow up women and children around the world, in particular American children whenever possible. American women and children, to help make sure that they were tortured to death, as was done by Hamas after October 7th, 2023. That was because of Iran. That was Iran's funding. That was Iran's training. That was Iran's torture techniques. And I wouldn't be surprised if it wasn't some of Iran's IRGC personnel. That was because of Iran, and they have to deal with the consequences of that. That wasn't because of the United States. And you can say, well, I don't like Israel. That's fine. You don't have to like Israel. That's also not a factor. The choices Iran made are the things I am holding them accountable for. You can say the United States isn't great. Fine. You can make that argument. I don't agree. You can make that argument. You can't tell me that we're responsible for terrorism. We're not. That's just not real. It's not even close. Let's see. Okay, Mike. Another thing you and I are not able to agree on. I respect your opinion. That's fine. And again, I'm not here to change your mind. I'm not here to make you believe what I believe. I'm explaining my point of view. Now, I'm very definitive in my point of view, and I have a very strong understanding of why I believe the things I believe. And I'm explaining it. And you may say, well, I reject your explanation. I reject your conclusion. The facts are immutable. Just like in 1953, there was an overthrow of the government. That's immutable. That's a fact. It's just true. And the United States, as well as many other countries, were involved in that process. Not just the United States, but many countries were involved in that. And that wasn't and that put the Shah involved, and that was a mess, no doubt. And the United States and the CIA have screwed up in trying to control, puppeteer various countries around the world. That's true. That is something I am not going to dispute, but that doesn't justify terrorism. That is an entirely different step. So you don't have to agree with me. That's fine. And again, I'm not saying when people disagree with me, like you are, Bronner, that doesn't mean, well, then you support terrorism. I'm not saying that. I don't want people to think, well, it's black and white. There's only two sides. You support terrorism or you support what I believe. No, I'm not saying that. There is middle ground in this. What I am saying definitively is that the United States did not cause Iran to decide to become terrorists. No, that's a choice they made. That part is black and white. To say what America's culpability and over the decades upon decades to get to this point, as well as Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, England, France, they're all involved in what's been happening in the Middle East for the last 500 years, maybe 200 years. But yeah, for a couple of centuries, they've all been involved. So to varying degrees, they've all had influence on what results in Iran today, the type of government they have, not the actions of that government. But we get to the Ayatollah today, not just because of the United States, but there's England, France, there's, again, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Kuwait, they're all involved. It's a mixture of all of those pressures and all of those actions that get to the Ayatollah 47 years ago. But what did they do since? They had choices. Again, they could have been like North Korea. They could have been like China. They could have been like Russia. They could have taken a lot of stances, and they could have done a lot of things that didn't involve terrorism. They chose to have terrorism. And that is the biggest part of why we react to them as we do today. And to say that, well, that's not as important, it is. To minimize that is a problem. And I think most Americans, and I think most leftists will minimize the reality of what it is today that we're dealing with because they want to demonize Donald Trump and or the right rather than deal with the full picture of what really is going on and holding Iran culpable for the things that they did. I'm willing to say, no, what they did wrong is what they did. Bronner goes on to say, on that we can agree. Iran has chosen what they have done. They did. No question about it. I've only tried to note that right or wrong, it's due to blowback. I don't agree with that. That's the part I don't agree with. It's not blowback. That was their choice. They didn't have to do that. So you can't, to say they chose terrorism as a result of the United States is a lie. And maybe lie is too strong a word. The DSA would say that, Mike, you just don't understand. They would lie about it and say, no, it's because of America. And the DSA are communists, and communists lie. Always. Just like terrorists. They lie all the time. No. This isn't a result of the United States. This was a choice of Iran. I hope I've explained that. Now, again, anyone in my audience, anywhere around the world, you don't have to like what I say. You don't have to even agree with what I say. I'm asking you to understand why I've said it. What is it that makes me say that? And I don't believe anyone can refute the culpability of the choices of Iran that led them to today. You can say, America had a hand in certain things, not terrorism. It's just that simple. All right, we're going to move on. And I'm open to everyone's comments. As long as you ask a question respectfully, whether you agree with me or disagree with me is perfectly fine. I'm just waiting. I just want you to be respectful in the question, and we can disagree. That's perfectly fine. All right, let me move on. So I know you keep hearing from the left, and people go, but Mike, why would the left do all these things? They're winning. The Democrats are winning. The socialists are winning. No, they're not. The reason why they're doing these extremist actions and why they're trying to paint such a dour and negative impression of the United States is because they're not winning the midterm election. They're supposed to. They're supposed to win by a small margin, 3 to 5 seats. They should be coming in somewhere between 221 and 225 and control the House, not the Senate. They're going to lose that. Graham Plattner was the last chance, the last gasp they had of getting 51 seats, and they're not going to get that. And they're not even going to get 50-50. It's literally the only chance for Democrats was always going to be the House. And traditionally, the normal thing is when we have a midterm, well, then that means that we see a flip. That in the midterm election, normally, whatever party won the presidency, the opposite party wins the midterm elections. That is historically accurate. That is what tends to happen. But it's usually by a small margin. Call it some buyer's remorse, call it the president, whichever president isn't perfect, isn't living up to all of their promises, isn't doing things fast enough. Whatever the reason is, there's always a reason, but that's why we tend to see that in the midterm election, there's normally a shift in the country slightly towards the opposite of whatever the president is, whatever party the president has. So Democrats were supposed to have about a 3 to 5 seat lead. Now that would mean, if we're looking at this chart, which is coming from Real Clear Politics, which is neutral, absolutely dead on the numbers, neutral. They are independent and neutral. They don't lean left or right. They're not funded by the left or the right. So Real Clear Politics, they just look at every major credible poll in the nation and they come out with the numbers. This is the numbers based on every credible poll. You notice in the news media, they always like to cherry pick this poll or that poll, but they won't show you all the polls. They won't show you the average of the polls. They'll always pick one poll. It's kind of like Bruce Blakeman. Bruce Blakeman, who's running as a Republican for the governor of New York, who I do not support. Bruce Blakeman lied, and he loves to quote a poll paid for by the GOP that is a right-leaning push poll. And in that poll, it says that he's within 6 points of beating Kathy Hochul, which is not real. Every other poll that isn't bought and paid for by the GOP, every other poll that is a credible poll shows that Bruce Blakeman's losing by about 20. He's losing by 20 points. He's about 30% because 60 to 70% of everyone in the state have no idea who Bruce Blakeman is because he's a miserable, terrible candidate, and he is not effective. He is not efficient, and no one, even Republicans, none of them should vote for him. I will not vote for Bruce Blakeman. I'm a Republican. I'm a conservative Republican. I've run for Congress. I know I used to be a member of the GOP committeeman, and I will not support Bruce Blakeman. And I can tell you that every serious member of the GOP, every committeeman I've known that I speak to, none of them support Blakeman, and everyone expects Blakeman to lose. It is an absolute fact. The only person who doesn't seem to understand that is Bruce Blakeman, because Bruce Blakeman's trying to get money from you. So he's trying to make you believe, well, no, I really have a chance. Give me some money. No, he doesn't. If he's been incapable of providing even one policy. He has 0 policies in writing. 0. There are rookie, freshman, first-time candidates across this country. They all have a policy, at least one that they're running on. There are third-party candidates that might get the light of day on them maybe once in an election, and they have at least a single policy position. They all have one. Bruce Blakeman doesn't. But he expects to get your money and your vote because he's not a Democrat. That's not an answer. That's not a reason to vote for someone. He's not a Democrat. That doesn't mean he's good. That doesn't mean that he's better than anyone else. It means he's an opportunist. He's there for the money. So I wouldn't support him. So I'm making that case in point. So Democrats right now are at 4.7. The standard deviation, you ever hear them, they always say, well, it's within the margin of error. The margin of error is basically 3 points. So when you see these polls, and they're talking about the national, when they're looking at all of the national results of polls, the standard plus minus, so they could be wrong by +3 or -3. So Democrats realistically are at this moment 1 point or 2 points ahead of Republicans. That's 0. Realistically, that means 0. They're dead tied. It's a dead even tie. And if Democrats, who are supposed to have traditionally have the advantage, and they have the ability to point in Donald Trump and say, oh, well, everything he's done is wrong. They've been saying that for 12 years now. So they have the momentum of saying, orange man bad, orange man bad. You would think that they would be able to win. We have inflation of 4.2%. We have unemployment of 4.3%, which are incredibly low, but they are a little bit higher than last year. So there is an increase in inflation. There is an increase in unemployment. Okay, it's slight. It's only like 0.5%, but okay, it's an increase. So you would think the momentum is supposed to be with Democrats, except they're desperate. They're desperate because it's not. Because they are, at this moment, dead even with Republicans. They're not leading. They're dead even. And if they're even, that means they're losing. Because everything they've done isn't working. I just want you to know the truth. These are the numbers. And again, when I say, look at this chart, look at this. Look at this increase right here. This is huge. And I'm looking back and we can see the division, Donald Trump, they hate him, orange man bad. We see the start of the war, got it. And Donald Trump's recovering. Republicans are recovering. They're growing higher. But the left, the news media will tell you, oh, no, Democrats going to win. Absolutely. It's all blue. Yeah. +3, which is margin of error, 0. +4, margin of error. That means +1. +2, that means Democrats are losing by 1. Yeah, they don't tell you that part. They lie to you because Democrats want to win. And the news media wants Democrats to win. So I wanted to point that out just so you have a way of evaluating a lot of things that I'm talking about as we go through this. Now, wait a minute. Before I even go further, I do see there was a comment. Bronner goes, thanks, Mike. I really do enjoy our back and forth. We seem to be the few who are willing to have the discussion. I'm willing to have a discussion with everyone. I know a lot of people on the left and some people who are libertarian or in the middle, individuals, independents. Sometimes they feel like, well, Mike will hate me for this and I can't say anything. That's not true. If people pick up anything, as long as you are speaking with me respectfully, then we will have a respectful conversation and we can respectfully disagree. And I will give you every reason that I have for what I believe. I expect you to do the same. And if something that I am saying doesn't make sense, then tell me, Mike, that doesn't make sense. And if I can't explain it, I wouldn't expect you to follow it or believe it. But if it does make sense and you don't like it, you don't have to. See, that's the difference between me and many of the pundits that are on the mainstream outlets. They want you to believe what they say. You go and watch John Lennon. He's going to tell you how you should feel, what you should think, what you should do. He is ordering you. Joy Reid is going to order you. and they will tell you what to feel. Hell, Joy Reid will tell you to abandon your own family for Joy Reid's political preference. So there is a big difference between me and the pundits, and that is because I will talk to people and I will have a conversation with people. And I know a lot of people go, well, I'm not sure. Just ask. And go, well, I'm not sure that's a good question. There is no bad question. Trust me, I wasn't always this fluent and this knowledgeable as I am today. This is when people watch me, and a lot of people forget, when they're watching me talk now and cover these issues, that's after 20 years. 20 years that I've been a political commentator. This is including the time that I ran for Congress and I've run for county legislator, that I've helped candidates run in various campaigns, first-time candidates and otherwise, and I've helped them run. I've worked on speech writing. I've worked on policy issues. I've been doing this a long time. I've been publicly speaking on various issues like living in Russia, being homeless. I've had public speeches. I've talked at colleges. I have been cited by 2 scholarly works. People don't know that. A lot of people don't realize it. I have been cited by college professors and included in their teaching materials twice. Okay, so I am a credible source. I am a credible news source. Normally it takes 2 citations and someone who is publicly available. I am an accredited source. But that's after 20 years of work. If you look, and you can go back, you can see on my channel, you can see this is my 3rd channel. 3rd. YouTube killed my first 2 channels. They just wiped them out over the years. As they were making the new rules, as they were adding in more censorship, they wiped out the first 2 channels I had. This is the 3rd one. But you can still go back to about 2015, I believe, and you can go back to videos then. If not, I have videos that should be around since 2008 that I've been doing this, and you'll see I don't sound the same. I'm not as confident. I'm not as well informed back then. So never feel like you can't ask a question if you actually stick with this and get involved in this, and this is one of your passions. One day you'll be as fluent as I am. You still may not agree with me, but you'll at least be as fluent as me. So never feel like you can't ask a question. You can. Let me move on. Thank you for that, Bronner. He goes on to say, I don't want to derail your plans for the show, but I was wondering if at some point, could you chime in about McConnell's sister? No time better than the present. Okay. So, because I do take requests, folks, always. It doesn't matter. You're my audience. If there's something you guys want to hear, just tell me. That's why I'm part of it. Of course, I love the super chats. I love RumbleRants. I'm not telling you to spend $100. If you spend $2 and say, Mike, will you talk about this? I will. That just helps me pay the bills. And trust me, I have enough bills. But if you have a question, just ask me, guys. I always will respond. And so McConnell's, and I don't think you mean McConnell's. I think you mean Lindsey Graham. Unless I'm missing something in the news. Lindsey Graham's sister. Lindsey Graham, when he died, he had a request. Apparently, he had a request in his will that said, please, there's going to be a vacancy. Let my sister, Darlene, put her into my seat to replace me until the next election. Fair enough. And that's what happened. Now, I've heard some people on the left, they're screaming, oh my God, it's just like what happened with Kamala Harris, and the right is so bogus. They're there to see the people. They ignore the voters, and they're just appointing people just like the Democrats anointed Kamala Harris. It's the same thing. No, that's just stupid. Let me explain. Because there is, until November, there's a Republican missing to replace Lindsey Graham. And his sister was put in. She is an interim, which means short-term, a temporary replacement for the South Carolina senator, which will be determined in the 2026 midterm election. Voters still get to vote. Right now, the Republican Party is going through the process of having a primary so that voters, Republican voters, will pick someone to replace Lindsey Graham. Don't know who it is. Might be Nancy Mace. I think it'll be Nancy Mace. Could be someone else. And they're Republicans going to vote on that. Then that person, whomever it is, and that should be by the end of this month, we'll know who it is. That person will be on the November ballot. And whoever that person on the November ballot is, if the Republican wins, then in January, the sister steps down because she is temporary and she was appointed to fill an empty seat to temporarily have representation for South Carolina. She will step down, and whoever was elected by the people will get sworn in. So the process, and this is what is the process, not because Donald Trump thought it was a nice idea. That's the law according to South Carolina. That's their state law. That's their process. That is legally how it happens. So anyone says, "Oh no, but it is," but Lindsey Graham and no, that is the legal process. And notice I mentioned the GOP is involved with the rank and file Republicans throughout the entire process. Republicans get to choose the candidate. Republicans in November, along with Democrats and independents in November, get to pick the senator. It isn't Donald Trump said, this is the person and that's it. That's not how that happened. Donald Trump did say, let's live up to Lindsey Graham's last wish in his will and put his sister in temporarily. But that's not permanent. So she isn't anointed. She isn't the chosen one. It isn't nepotism. But they will say that, the left will say that because, again, as I showed you in the chart, they're losing. And they know they are losing. They don't want to admit it, but if you're a political junkie like I am, or a pundit like I am, and you're used to following all the data, and you are following the data, the Republicans are winning. Not by a lot. It's not a landslide. As I said, right now, Republicans are up +3, 221 seats in the House. But that's supposed to be where Democrats are. They're not. They're not. Republicans are. And so that's why Democrats are trying to come up with every excuse and every manipulation. It's nepotism. No, it's not. They've anointed her. No, they didn't. The Republicans don't have a choice. You're a liar. When they say, oh, the Republicans you have no choice. Trump has made the decision. That's a lie. And the November ballot will prove me to be correct. Because in November, Republicans, Democrats, independents, the voters in South Carolina will make the choice in November. So Democrats are lying. And they know that no one on the left, CNN is not going to call out any Democrat that says, oh, well, it's all nepotism. They're not going to call them out. Why? Because they want to help the Democrats. They will lie to you. So I hope that answers your question in reference to that. So yeah, and Bronner says, it reminds me of the party ousting Joe and forcing Kamala without a single vote or primary. Yeah, that's what the Democrats want it to sound like. And they are framing it that way, but that's not what's happening. Not at all. Not even close. Bronner goes on to say, Blakeman's webpage is literally one page that says absolutely nothing. This is a fact. This is true. You can go to Blakeman, just type in bruceblakeman.com. It'll come up, and you can find his website. It is literally 8 months that he's had that website up, not one policy. When I ran for Congress, I had 7 policies. When I ran for Congress, I had 7 policies. When I ran for county legislator, I had 5. Had it on pamphlets, had web pages. And I wasn't running for governor of New York. And I had more information than Bruce Blakeman. And that was on day 1. Day 1. Literally, you can go back on my channel. You can listen to my interviews with WUTQ, with WIVT, with WNBF, where I was being interviewed by the news agencies running for Congress. And when they asked, I actually didn't say, "Oh, I promise I'll do something." I said, "Here's my policy." Day one, back in 2013, never run for an elected office ever. And I had 3 to 5 policies that I was running on. And I could explain exactly why those were my policies and why I was running. One of the things that I was running on were H-1B visas. I was one of the first and few people who have been talking about H-1B visas for over a decade. I've been against H-1B visas since 2013 when I was running for Congress. Yeah, I have policies. So I don't understand why Bruce Blakeman doesn't. It just makes no sense to me. He's useless. All right, we got Americua. Americua, hello, and good to see you back with us. Americua says, could most of the Democrats' drop be attributed to the lack of NGO money? Well, there's a couple of things it could be. One, yes. For most people who may not have noticed, and it is true, the Democratic Party right now is out of money. They have been out of money since November of 2025. They ran out of money. Actually, it was June of 2025. June of 2025, it's been a year. Democrats ran out of money. They are currently about $3 to $5 million in debt. Yes, the DNC is in debt. They have no money. They are just doing things off of debt, off of loans. They're taking out loans so that they can pay for commercials and just keep the things going because they're not getting donations. Now, this happened at about the same time that we saw that U.S. aid was shut down by DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency. And we had a lot of wasteful spending. So many people have said, well, DOGE, the United States government, under U.S. aid, was paying out checks to NGOs that they knew were corrupt, and that is true. And the United States government does, in fact, we pay criminals, we pay gangsters, we pay dictators. We've always done that. No one ever questions it. The check just gets signed and we pay it out. And some of those NGOs, which are corrupt, would take part of the money and they would kick it back to the Democratic Party through Act Blue. And they would make donations to Act Blue, which then gets spread to all the Democrats. So the Democrats can literally say, we didn't take government money. We didn't take corporate money. We only get money from individuals. You've heard people like Josh Riley of the New York Josh Riley of the New York 19th District, who I personally know. And Josh will lie to you and he'll say, he doesn't take corporate money. He does. He's a liar. He does take corporate money. He does it through a leadership PAC, and he also does it by Act Blue. So Act Blue will take the money from Exxon or from Pfizer, and they will put the money into Act Blue, and Act Blue will then make a donation to Josh Riley. And he'll say, I didn't take money from the corporation. I took money from Act Blue. Yeah, where'd Act Blue get it from? The corporation. He'll take money from his leadership PAC, the leadership PAC of Al. Oh God, he's the former actor. He used to play that guy Smalley. He was disgraced. He was a disgraced Democratic governor of senator who was kicked out because he had the picture of him trying to feel up a woman who was sleeping. Forget his last name. Always forget his last name. Who happens to be a very good friend of Josh Riley, the Democrat for the New York 19th District. He was working on the team for the senator. And when he got kicked out of Congress, obviously, then Josh Riley had lost a lot of power. He lost people in D.C. But that guy, Al, God, I forget his name. Former SNL actor. And he has a leadership PAC, which is a type of PAC, political action committee. He takes in money from corporations, and then he gives the money out to people like Josh Riley. And so Josh Riley can say, I didn't take any corporate money. No, but you took the money from the leadership PAC. And the leadership PAC took corporate money. So you cleaned. It's money laundering. For lack of a better word, it's money laundering. They clean the money through Act Blue or leadership PACs, and then they give it out to Democrats. So that happens all the time. So the NGOs would clean the money through leadership PACs and Act Blue and donate to Democrats. So part of the reason why Democrats are in debt right now is because of the U.S. aid being shut down. That is part of it. I don't know how big a part that it is, but that is part of it. And so that's why they are completely out of money right now. All right, I'm going to try and catch up real quick, and then we're going to go on the show. Bronner did confuse McConnell with Lindsey Graham. I thought so. Okay. He also notes that, yes, Republicans will have a primary. Yes. And that is different than what Democrats did. And that's why the Democrats are lying and news media is lying, because they don't want you to realize that, oh, wait a minute, but Republicans don't do what Democrats do. There is a difference between the parties. And Republicans actually do listen to voters, and Democrats don't. And it is very stark, and that is the difference. Joe Biden was kicked out, and Kamala was anointed. DNC, regular Democrats, didn't get to vote on that. Didn't, because the Democratic Party doesn't care. They don't care. They just want your money, and they want power. They don't care what you think. Republicans are better. Now, mind you, are they saints? Absolutely not. Are they perfect? Absolutely not. But they're better than Democrats. And Lindsey Graham is a great example of that. Let me see. Mirakua says, Lindsey Graham's sister is the fills in the remainder of the term. Yeah, she's a interim senator. That's right. Let's see here. You hear the memes from the left are already all over Facebook. Nepotism, it's an illegal appointment, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, they're lying to you. They want you to think Democrats are exactly the same as Republicans. There's no difference, so you should support the Democrat. It's a lie. And everyone who's putting out that meme, either they're ignorant or they're a liar. One or the other. That's the only two choices. You put out you say, it's nepotism for Lindsey Graham's sister they're giving her the seat. You are either ignorant or you're a liar. Those are the only two choices, because that's not true. And it takes 30 seconds, literally 5 seconds. Type it into Google, type it into an AI, Chat GPT. It takes 30 seconds, maximum 30 seconds. And you'll find it's absolutely not true. That's just a lie. And they count, the Democrats are counting. You won't take the 30 seconds necessary to type into Google search or Chat GPT or Grok on X. You're not going to take the 30 seconds to type it in and get the answer. You're just going to listen to them and believe them because, well, you have a title. You're a journalist or an anchor on CNN or on MSNBC, or you're in charge of a think tank for the Democrats. And so no one's going to question you because you have a title. And if you have a title, well, it must be true. They'll say, Mike Ross, you don't know what you're talking about. You're not telling the truth. I have 20 years experience. Just because I'm not the head of a think tank doesn't mean I don't know what I'm talking about. But they say, oh, but you don't have a title. So how could it be true? You don't have a doctorate in making soap? Well, yeah, but why are you listening to someone who has a doctorate in cosmetics? And they're like, well, I'm a doctorate. Yeah, but it's in cosmetics. You're talking about politics. Why do I care? That doesn't make you an expert. But it's a doctorate in basket weaving and lesbian dance. Yeah, but That's not relevant. But that's how the left is. That's how the news media is. Hey, Mike Bowie's with us. And Mike Bowie asked the question, do you think that Mamdani will try to arrest Netanyahu? Actually, that's coming up. I will answer that. That is coming up on the show a little bit later. What will be the repercussions? I'm glad you asked that. I will be bringing it up. That is part of my plan. Let's see. Liz Warren goes through Act Blue. All of them do. All of them. Gavin Newsom, you name it, AOC, all the Democrats get money through Act Blue. Al Franken. Yes, that's his name. Thank you, Al Franken. I always get his name wrong. Thank you guys for correcting me on that. Okay. So back to where we were on the show. So I was about to start talking about, and we kind of were talking about this a little bit throughout, is I just want to point out Bernie Sanders, and this is again the lack of substance of the Democrats. If you're left-leaning, you hate watching the show, I feel bad for you guys. You're losing your party to the socialist left, and they lie. And the social left lied to your face on a regular basis. And here's something. So Senator Bernie Sanders came out today on X and said, Sergey Brin is worth $276 billion. Good for Sergey. Okay, so Mr. Brin is worth $276 billion. You have no idea who he is. The average person in America has no clue who Sergey Brin is, how much money he is worth, or what he does. That's just a fact. But Bernie Sanders is going to take advantage of that. He is rich, therefore he must be evil. He is rich and evil and probably a Republican because he has $276 billion. By the way, Mark Cuban is a multi-billionaire himself, and guess what? He's a Democrat. But you don't hear Bernie Sanders picking on him, now do they? Bernie Sanders has more money than Sergey Brin, but you don't hear Bernie Sanders picking on Mark Cuban for not giving up his money because he's a Democrat. So there is a bias here. He goes on to say, so Sergey Brin could save healthcare for 3 million people. Why? Here's the first question. Why should Sergey Brin do that? Now, if Sergey Brin decides to use part of his $276 billion to give healthcare to 3 million strangers, that's his choice. It's his money. That, mind you, Sergey Brin isn't sitting on a bank account. He doesn't have an ATM card that says $276 billion. That's not reality. He can't just turn around and just buy healthcare for 3 million people. That's not possible. It doesn't work like that. So Bernie Sanders is lying on multiple levels here because he knows the average person is never going to check. So he's already tried to make it seem like Sergey Brin is this rich, evil person, and that this rich, evil person is greedy and doesn't want to do something that Bernie Sanders wants him to do. He is under no obligation. Sergey Brin is under no obligation to do anything with his money except what he wants to. But Bernie Sanders wants him to give healthcare to 3 million people, something that, by the way, Bernie Sanders won't do. Bernie Sanders is a multimillionaire. Bernie Sanders owns 3 homes. Bernie Sanders is a socialist. And socialists don't believe in property, not individual property. So Bernie Sanders is a terrible socialist communist. He's terrible because he has $3 million. He's worth about $3 million and he has 3 properties. So he's a terrible, terrible communist because he shouldn't have any of that. And he has private property, and that's something that socialists don't believe in. But that's Bernie Sanders. But he's saying that Brin is the bad guy for not taking his money and letting Bernie Sanders spend Sergey's money. I don't know why Sergey would ever want to let Bernie Sanders spend his money. Sergey can spend the money better. Sergey created $276 billion of wealth. Whether it was from trading or business, doesn't matter. He created $276 billion. That's how much he's been able to make. Why would he give it to Bernie Sanders, a guy who only became a millionaire, multimillionaire, because he's been in Congress long enough. He's been in the government so long that he finally got bought off and he made his money in 2016 and became a multimillionaire. Up until then, and Bernie Sanders is pretty old. That was back when he was, 50, 60 years old? 60 years old. Bernie Sanders finally became a multimillionaire because of government, not because Bernie Sanders actually did anything. It's not because Bernie Sanders ever made anything. By the way, look up Bernie Sanders' career. He's done nothing. He has been politically inert. He might as well be a rock sitting in Congress. It would have been the same difference. So Bernie Sanders did nothing. He created nothing and became a millionaire, multimillionaire, because of politics. Sergey Brin is a businessman. He made stuff. He earned $276 billion. Now you may say, well, no one should be able to make that. That's a preference. That's your opinion. You may be jealous. You may not like it, but he did it. He earned it. Whether you like that or not is up to you. That's your problem. But Sergey earned it. So Bernie Sanders should have no right to tell him how to spend his money when Bernie Sanders can't make that money. He goes on to say, instead, he's spending $82 million against California's 5% billionaire wealth tax, which he can do. It's his money. If he wanted to spend $270 billion to fight California's taxes, he could do that. It's his money. It's his choice. He has freedom. Hey, Bernie, did you remember? He has freedom in America. He can choose to spend his money any way he wants. He could give it to 3 million strangers, or he could spend it on something that will help every single business in California. He could spend his money to restrict a government, California's government, that is out of control. How much is California in debt? More than most countries in the world. California has more debt than most countries in the world. Think about that. That's how ineffective and inefficient California is, especially under Gavin Newsom. So yeah, if Brin wants to spend his money to try to improve California and stop them from making stupid deals that are actually making the state less and less solvent, then he can. But somehow Bernie wants you to think, no, California is perfect. California is perfect the way they are, and you should pay all the taxes because all your money goes to being perfect. That's why the Palisades have been completely rebuilt. $2.5 billion disappeared. No one knows where it is. But, California's perfect. Gavin Newsom is running California perfectly. It's been 17 years to build a high-speed rail, and there is no rail. They have yet to put down the track. $120 billion, not 1 mile of track in existence. High-speed rail doesn't exist. 17 years. And yet, but California is perfect. Give them more money because they will waste it. Completely and utterly waste your money. It's insulting. He finishes this up with saying he'd rather see low-income Americans die. Oh my God, Sergey Brin is evil. He's responsible for whether you live or die. By the way, did Sergey send a hitman to kill you? Did Sergey send some kind of gangster to take food out your mouth? No, he didn't do that. Then Sergey isn't trying to kill you. Sergey has nothing to do with you. You don't live in Sergey's neighborhood. He's not running down to your neighborhood. He's not trying to close down your local bodega. Bernie Sanders is lying. He is being hyper emotional to manipulate the public. The billionaire who's not responsible. You didn't even know his name. 90% of America did not know this guy's name. They didn't know that he was alive, that he existed. He could have been a character in a book for all that most people knew, if they heard the name at all. They know nothing about him. How is he responsible for whether you live or die? How? Oh, Bernie Sanders won't mention that. He won't even try to suggest an answer to that because he knows he has no way in hell of proving that statement. Oh, yeah, but he's going to let low income. By the way, Sergey Brin, Bernie Sanders, they don't know each other. They're not friends. They don't hang out. They don't live near each other. They have nothing in common. He has no idea whether or not Sergey Brin will allow Americans to die and suffer rather than paying his fair share of taxes. Okay, and this is according to, again, Bernie Sanders, the incredibly terrible socialist who's a millionaire with 3 houses, private property. He said this is morally obscene. Okay, by the way, Bernie Sanders, how much money did you volunteer to give to the IRS? I know people don't recognize. You can volunteer to give as much money as you want to the federal government at any time. Over the last 58 years of my life, I have voluntarily given money to the IRS. I volunteered one time in my life to give money to the IRS, not money that I owed in taxes, separate of my taxes, whether I was getting a refund or making payments, and most of the time I made payments, completely separate of that. I decided and wrote a check to the IRS and said, here you go, free money. And you can do that. Everyone in America can do it. In fact, there's about 1,000 people a year who donate on average about $1 million every year to the IRS. Just volunteer, just free money, and say, here's, government's beautiful, you're doing a great job, here's a check. And that adds up to about 1,000 people in any given year and about $1 million on any given year. That's the reality. I can tell you that as of 2019, the last time I checked, I gave more money than Bernie Sanders, Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, AOC, Ilhan Omar, Anna Presley, Gavin Newsom, Adam Schiff, Oprah Winfrey, all of them, those 10 people combined, voluntarily gave the government, the United States government, the IRS, gave less money than I did. And you may wonder, how much money did I give? And Bernie Sanders, I gave more money than Bernie Sanders. Yes, I did. I volunteered to give the United States government more money than Bernie Sanders and Oprah combined at the least. And there's even more. Like I said, 10 different people. You know how much money I gave away? $1. $1. I have a video about it somewhere on my channel. You can look it up. I gave $1 to the IRS voluntarily. Free money, just wrote a check, sent it into the IRS. Not because of taxes, just because. And that's more money than 10 of some of the most popular, famous, and rich Democrats in politics or in entertainment. 10 of them. And they didn't give as much money as me. And Bernie Sanders wants to tell me and Bryn what is morally objectionable with someone else's money, not his own. Screw off. Screw you, Bernie Sanders. You are so full of it. Okay. So I'm going to, and actually, I want to get to this, and this is what Mike Bowie was asking about, which is Mamdani and Netanyahu. And I'm going to talk about that. But before I get to that, we've been going for about 2 hours now. And as you guys may be aware, I have a 15-year-old dog. I was talking about him earlier. His name is Khan, as in Genghis Khan. Yes, Genghis Khan. No, not the Star Trek remake. I mean the original Genghis Khan. Got nothing to do with Star Trek. And so my dog Khan, who's 15 years old, he usually needs to go out in the middle of my show, about 2 hours in, which is now. And I was just getting a high sign earlier from my sister, my family, saying, no, he needs to go, so go ahead, walk him. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a quick break for 45 minutes, and then we're going to come back. And I'm going to talk about Mamdani, as I showed you. That is the next thing up on the list. Talking about Mamdani, Israel, and Netanyahu. It'll be interesting, and we'll talk about that a little bit. But until then, I am going to play for you guys. Bingo. This is a conversation, a show I was doing back in, what was it? May 12th of 2020. Yeah. Oh, excuse me, 2021. So 5 years ago. This is from 5 years ago, May 2021. And I think you'll find it quite eye-opening and interesting about what was happening then and why it was happening then, and compare it to today. So I'm going to play this for you guys while I walk my dog. I will be back in 45 minutes. We'll talk about Mamdani. We'll talk about Ebonics. Oh my God, it's back. We'll talk a little bit about what else is going on in this country as well. And we'll talk about Kathy Hochul a little bit too. So let me play this for you. I'll be back and we'll talk again very soon. Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us. That's right. This is No Sound Bites Allowed. I am your host, Michael Voss, Dragon of the Southern Tier. I am happy to be, well, I'm mostly happy to be here with you today because we have some upsetting news. It's amazing what's happening right now. And I'm just setting up my phone in case anyone wants to call in to the phone lines, which are 607-242-1582. And I'm with you today because I want you to understand what you need to do when the left comes for you. When the far left radicals, members of BLM, Citizen Action, progressive leaders of tomorrow, individuals, all the fringe leftist organizations, that when they come for you, and they will, what are you going to do? Because as I just found out just a few minutes ago, tonight, we now have the far left coming after me yet again. And this time they haven't quite gotten to the point of using racial slurs yet, although they do on a regular basis. And we've seen that in videos and live streams where they approach me and they have called me various racial slurs. No, now they're trying to discredit my name. And they're trying to assume something. They're calling me an ist and a phobe because they want to instill fear. They want to try and silence me just like they want to silence you. And I'm going to show you exactly what I'm talking about here because I want you to be prepared for this because they don't stop with just me. Just because I'm a black Republican, they think that there's no holds barred and they can scare me like they can scare you into being silent. And the answer to this is not silence, but to stand up and say, I have a First Amendment right. I will speak and I will address everything that you're saying. Let's go back to them and bring it right to their face. And that's why I'm doing this right now. It's not really prepared, but I want to tell you what's going on. Because they have now called me a transphobe. That's right. They've called me a transphobe. They've called me a racist. They tell me that I'm Uncle Tom. They're using all of these things because they want me to be silent, because they want me to be submissive, because they have no actual argument, because they have nothing but fear and intimidation that they can use and threats of physical violence. And they think that that will win their day and make everyone back down and do what they want. That won't work with me. That's never going to work with me. And we need to stand up against that as a community. That doesn't mean you have to become a Republican or a Libertarian or a conservative. You can be a Democrat. You can be a moderate Democrat. You can be a progressive, or you can be any position. I don't care what you want to be. You can be any type of human being. That doesn't mean you have to agree, but it also doesn't mean that you get to instill fear into others and to threaten them and say, well, here's the problem. And I'll give you an example of what I'm talking about here, because we're seeing this happen right now with Steven Crowder. He's now being canceled by He's being canceled by Facebook. He is having the major news media out there attack him, calling him everything under the sun, not because he actually did anything, but because they are alleging that. So what happened for me? Well, I'll show you the document that I just received, or actually just became notified of. This is on Facebook. It is public information. No one is being doxxed. These are their documents. And in this document, they're saying that I have filed an appeal to get a transgender candidate disqualified for the Binghamton School Board. And that's not the answer. That's actually not what happened. The fact that the individual, Cecil Hopkins, is transgender has nothing to do with why I actually put in the challenge. In fact, I told you exactly why I put in the challenge when I told you on May 4th. I publicly disclosed all of the documents and the reason why. In fact, if we want to, we can go back to the actual video, the live stream on Facebook on April 20th, when there was the smoke out, the BLM Plot Citizen Action sponsored event that was being used by Cecil Hopkins and members of these groups to try and take advantage of individuals who were mentally impaired because of the mind-altering substances, the drugs they were taking at the time, to use those individuals to be able to get signatures and get Cecil Hopkins onto a school board. I've said this all publicly. As recently as May 4th, I haven't hidden anything. I have not hidden from anyone about anything that I have done. I have made it very public. In fact, I have shown the public the documents, the challenge that I have made to the Commissioner of Education for the state of New York. I came out and gave everyone that information. I showed everyone that. It is a public document. And in there, you will find absolutely nothing that mentions anyone's sex or sexuality or their gender or their skin color, because I don't care. None of those things are actual factors. They're not important. They're important to members of the far left. They're important to individuals who want to use someone's gender identity, their sex, their sexual preference. They want to use that because they have no character, because their candidates or the individual they're trying to protect has no substance. And so they only have that feeble characteristic to use to try and cause other people, if you oppose them, well, then you must be an ist, you must be a phobe, you must be silent. No, I will not. The challenge is based on the fact that these quasi-political groups and a potential candidate decided that they wanted to use mind-altering drugs, the ability that individuals were under the influence of mind-altering drugs to be able to win an election, to gain access to an election. And I think that's dishonest. And according to New York state law, it is illegal, as far as I understand, and that is the basis of my challenge. It is illegal because these individuals cannot give consent. And do we really want anyone in our schools teaching our kids, being part of a school board or any elected office, and these individuals are willing to use all these means, which I believe are illegal, to try and get a win? Is that the type of character that we want teaching our children, to leading our government? Now, you have every right to. You can call in at any time at 607-242-1582. This is public. And you can also go on to Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, DLive, and you can leave a comment and say, Mike, whatever you want to say, because I believe in the First Amendment. And I don't believe in demonizing someone because they have an opinion. And I don't want you to think, oh, well, I can't say anything because it's Mike's show. You can call right in. And I want them to. I've been asking every week for years for these groups to come on and actually speak to the public. But I tell you what, I'm not going to back down. I'm not going to be afraid, and I'm not going to let them just call me a ist and a phobe. And again, I will show you exactly what they are saying because they are seeking to try and make you afraid. I am not afraid. What do they say? I'm sharing these documents with permission. They are public documents. They are available to everyone in the public. It is a public document. Every challenge is, just as petitions are. There is no need for permission. Some local transphobes, okay, so instantly they have gone to the point of labeling someone that they do not know, and they have no reason to understand anything about this person, and they're saying that they are a local transphobe. How do you know that? You don't know me. You know nothing about me. You know nothing about my life. But you're using a label because you're trying to use emotions to scare people, either into being silent or to be able to get people to be emotionally upset, to say, oh my God, this is such an evil person. Oh, and here we go. And here come the people right now. I want you to see this, folks. So the first comment is from Amira Zakan Stern. You're absolutely disgusting to be this cruel. I am not targeting anyone on their race, their gender, their sexual preference, their body type, their color of skin, their religion. Please show me the proof where I have done that, Amira. I'm not telling you that you can't have your opinions. I'm asking you a very simple question. Show me the proof why I have done that. I have the legal documents. I will be happy to provide them to you. They are public documents. There is not a single statement in there about anyone's sexuality, their gender, their anything. I am talking about the actions of an individual seeking an election that used other individuals who are under the influence of drugs, a Schedule 1 drug, which is a mind-altering substance according to the DEA. Please tell me what's disgusting about that? That this person would use other individuals and their lack of consent to be able to get into an election? That is disgusting to me, Amira. But if you think that that is not the case, if you can show, please explain, since you don't know who I am, you know nothing about me, please explain why you think I am being cruel. Because I've made a challenge against a candidate that you like? Guess what? Challenges happen all the time. Every candidate gets challenges. That's nothing new. That's normal process. People do that all the time. And if there is a legal standing, what's wrong with that? Yes, I have taken my challenge to the Commissioner of Education of New York State because no one has ever made the challenge I am making ever before. And it needs to be reviewed. We need to understand whether someone can be under the influence of drugs or alcohol and still able to consent to a vote or to give a signature on a petition. And I'm not afraid to stand here and say, I don't think that they should. I don't care if it's a Republican, a libertarian, a conservative, a Democrat, a progressive, a socialist. I don't care who they are. If they are using people, then I think that's wrong, and that is low moral character. It's unethical, and that should not be someone who should be allowed to be able to get onto a ballot by that means. By the way, Amira, and those who are watching, I haven't stopped anyone from getting elected. I said those petitions are subject to withdrawal. They need to be removed. They should not be counted because they were done illegally, as I understand the law and the citation of law. So if she gets enough signatures beyond that, which I don't know she has, or he has, whatever Cecil is, then guess what? They get to get on the ballot, and you still get to vote. Regardless of whether my challenge stands or not, if my challenge doesn't stand, then she's on the ballot, you get to vote. I haven't stopped anyone from voting for her. I am telling the public about what tactics were used to get onto the election. I am asking people the question, do you believe that someone who would use these tactics should be teaching your children and in charge of the school board? So Amira, if you have a question, if you want to tell me why you think that's disgusting, please go right ahead, because I'm not stopping you from commenting. Hello, Tony. Because I believe in the First Amendment. I'm taking you on, guys. Plot, you want to come after me? BLM, you want to come after me? If you want to be racist, you want to try and label me, you want to use slurs, fantastic. I'm going to tell everyone what you did. I'm not afraid of you. I'm not going to back down. And that's the thing we need to do as a community. We don't back down to these bullies when they try and use names and slurs to try and silence you into submission so that they get their will. No, I'm sorry. I'm not that person. That's not going to happen. You think I'm afraid? No, I'm not. So let's go a little bit further here. And please, I'm looking forward to people's comments. Tell me what you think. If you think I'm a istophobe, go right ahead. Let me know what you think. It's not the first time that I'll be hearing it. So again, this post, which is up live now, I just got notified about it. So they are going out and saying some local transphobes. I'm the only one I know of that's made a challenge, but maybe there are other people. Again, they don't know who we are. They don't know anything about us. They want to label you. Have taken it upon themselves to file 2 petitions and an appeal to have Cecil Hopkins' candidacy challenged for the upcoming Binghamton City School Board election. Yeah, that's right. I did, and that is my right as a United States citizen, as a member of the Binghamton School Board, as anyone in any school board election can do in every state in 50 states, and happens on a regular basis. It is part of the process. Again, petitions, challenges to petitions are not new. They happen in every race, at every level of government. So I haven't done anything unusual or different than what happens in every single race. Now, let's see what else they have to say. Their claim is that the requisite signatures from residents were attained without proper consent, as the signatories were intentionally intoxicated with mind-altering psychoactive drugs. Yes, that's right, because I believe that. These are all signatures from April 20th at the Weed Smoke Out that was promoted by BLM and by Progressive Leaders of Tomorrow, otherwise known as PLOT, also with the help of Citizen Action and other left-wing groups, as reported by the news media. And during that event, when people were high, Cecil Hopkins and those groups promoted Cecil Hopkins, and Cecil Hopkins was there themselves at the event, and then solicited people for their votes as they were high, which is illegal in New York State, if I understand the law correctly. Yes, that is exactly what I did. Here's my face. My name is Michael Vasquez. I go by Michael Voss. If you have a problem with that, I'm on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, DLive. I'm on all social media. Go right ahead and tell me why you think that's the case. I'm not afraid. I'm not backing down. That's the challenges that I made. Tony says, wow, I might have missed something. You just gave the very definition of a terrorist. Use a threat or to make a change. Yes, they are using terroristic tactics. BLM, Progressive Leaders of Tomorrow, possibly members of Citizen Action, the far left. These are terroristic tactics to scare people into being silent, to force them through intimidation to submit against someone's will. And you know what? It's not going to work with me. Because nothing about the challenge that I have made public for everyone to see. Again, I filed this and I told people about this. On May 4th, I went over and showed all the documents that I filed on this. This is not new. I have filed and shown people and put up on all social media exactly everything that I said about this challenge and what was going on in the entire process with the school board. It's all public. It's all been public, and it's been public since April 28th. You know what changed between April 28th and today, May 12th? Because I'm going to tell you, folks, the difference is I'm winning. They are afraid that my challenge is going to go through because the law does stand, at least as I understand it, the law stands on my side. Someone who is intoxicated, someone who is on mind-altering drugs like marijuana, individuals who are drunk cannot give consent according to New York State law, and therefore they should not be able to sign a petition. The law, as I understand it, stands on my side. They're afraid. And because they're afraid, they're going to lose power. They're going to lose the ability to be able to control the direction of our children and what they're going to be taught in schools, whether or not those children are going to be taught intersectional critical race theory, something that's been made illegal in North Carolina. Now that they think that they will be stopped and they won't be able to get more power, now they want to come out and go, oh my God, it's some kind of it's some kind of phobe, and you have to be afraid. You have to be scared. And by the way, Samantha, I do see, thank you for the clapping. Well, guess what? I'm not afraid. And if the candidate, in this case, Cecil Hopkins, if Cecil has character and is beyond that, fantastic, Cecil should win. If Cecil does not, then Cecil should not win. That's what I'm willing to say. But to try and use their translation, because there is no translation. I said exactly what I said. It's in the documents. I have a live stream from April 20th when I said it live. I've said it since then. They didn't have a problem saying anything before then, before today, because they thought they could still win. Now that they know they can lose, it's a challenge they don't believe they can win, that they're going to lose power. Now they say, oh, well, let's cancel Mike. We have to scare people. We have to terrify them. We have to call him an ist and a phobe. And we have to tell people that he's not black, because they've said that before. They've called me an Uncle Tom before. They've told people that I'm not the kinfolk of them because I'm not skinfolk like everyone. You know, these are the racist, paranoid statements that they make. And they want to translate that to say, and their translation is that they're saying that voters were given a date drug with weed. No, I'm saying that the DEA has weed, marijuana, pot, listed as a Schedule I drug with psychoactive properties, that it is mind-altering. It causes depression in some people and other, in the inability of a person to be in the right state of mind. That's what the United States government says about it. That is what the New York State says about it. Whether you are legally able to take the drug in doesn't mean that it doesn't have an effect. You can't drive while high. That is a fact. In every state that has legalized marijuana, you can't drive while high. They didn't tell anyone that on April 20th, but I'm telling you, and I've said it since and before. I said it when Colorado made weed legal, and there were 300% increase in the number of driving while intoxicated arrests. We've seen that in every state. So yeah, it's like you can drink, but if you're drunk, that's illegal. Guess what? You can smoke, but if you're intoxicated, that's illegal. So I want to make sure that people know what's going on. So they're saying that this is what I said. Well, what I said is what's in the legal documents, the documents that I have shown the public multiple times, because I'm not afraid, because I made this clear and declared it publicly. So when Plot and other members of the radical far left want to go up there and say, hey, you just don't know. Let me tell you about this. It's secret. It was a secret. No, it wasn't. It's public documents. I have a video on it. Again, I have a video from May 4th on this, going over exactly what I did. No one's been hiding. They just thought they could win. And they thought that no one would notice. Guess what? People are aware. They know of the tactics that you're willing to use, which I believe are unethical. And I think they are of low quality, low moral quality. And that anyone who would use those tactics of any party, whether you're right or left or center, it doesn't matter. And I don't care about your gender, your color, your religion, your sexual preferences. Those are all issues for you, not me. I don't care. And those are the reasons why, yes, anyone who would do this, anyone who would do what has been done here, to use people like this, yes, I would challenge them, and everyone should challenge them. It's your choice, though. I haven't told anyone you can't. No one said you can't vote for Cecil. Sure, you can if you want to. If that's what you believe, that's the type of character that you want to see on your school boards. And this is an argument that's happening across the nation, folks. This is a conversation about cancel culture. This is a conversation about education and our kids. Think about this. This is the type of person that is going onto our school board. Not their sexuality, not their color of skin, not their sexual preference, not their gender preference. The person that would use another human being while they are unable to give consent, that they would use people in that position, that they would use people to gain more power. That's the problem. That's the challenge. And that's the question you should ask. And it doesn't matter whether they're male, female, trans, gay, straight, white, black, Asian, Hispanic. I don't care. They can have polka dots. It doesn't matter to me. They can identify as a toaster. I could care less. It means nothing. What means something is the character that says, I'm willing to do anything to win. I don't think that's someone who should teach our children. I don't think that's someone who should be on our school board. I don't think that's someone who should be elected to any office. Now, you can tell me, folks, that you think I'm wrong, but I want you to be very clear on this. When someone wants to come and attack my character, fantastic. I'm going to defend it. If you're going to try and get a bunch of BLM fanatics and the progressive leaders of tomorrow, fanatics running around this city, the southern tier of New York, to try and scare me, go for it. I'm not scared. I'm here. I'm putting up my face. You didn't mention my name. I'll mention it because it's in the legal documents. I'm the one who submitted them. My name is, again, Michael Vasquez. I use Michael Voss. That is my legal alias with the federal government. Do you have a question for me? Because we saw Amira came up and said, you're disgusting. Guess what, Amira? I don't know who you are. I could care less what your opinion is about something you don't understand because you didn't read the document. You didn't read what I actually said. You're listening to what someone else is telling you that you should think. Someone's manipulation of your emotions and saying, well, that must be a transphobe because it couldn't be that someone is upset that a human being, a candidate, is abusing their power and using people so that they can get more power. No, it couldn't possibly be that's my objection because, gee, don't we all have an objection of someone using other human beings for their own benefit? See, that's where I'm upset. That's the thing that gets me. But if you think you're going to call me a trans, an ist, a phobe, and I'm going to run away, I'm going to be like, oh my God, they just called me a name again, that they're trying to intimidate me again, because these individuals have tried to intimidate me in person at speeches. It didn't work then. It's not working now. Tony mentions ideology and moral values are playing a large part in this. Well, I'm not saying that people can't have an ideology. I'm not saying that you can't be on the far left. See, this is the thing that they like to do. You're trying to make it seem like something when it's not. I've never said, oh, you can't be part of the left. Sure you can. Go right ahead if that's what you want. You want to be a socialist? Go ahead. You want to be a communist? Go right ahead. It's America, United States government. You have the right to be whatever you want to be. I don't care. You want to call yourself a toaster? Fantastic. Go ahead and do it. I don't care. That's your life. Do what you want to do with it as long as you don't harm other individuals, as long as you're not breaking the law, as long as you're not abusing other human beings so that you get what you want. There's a line. I have a line. It's a very clear line. I think most human beings agree with that line. But when you call them out for that, when you call out the left for that, then they respond with, you're an ist, you're a phobe. Remember when Senator Tim Scott goes out and he gives the Republican response to Joe Biden's speech. And they decided when he said America is not inherently racist, they said, well, let's prove him wrong. And they called him an Uncle Tim because they are inherently racist. I've had members of Progressive Leaders of Tomorrow. I've had members of plot, BLM and plot, and the far left, that they have threatened me in the past. They have called me an Uncle Tom. They have called me all kinds of racist slurs, and now they're using a racial, this individual who is using an alias here, Rod Eric, who I believe may in fact be Rick Glass, who I believe I know that real world person's identity. They're trying to now label me as a transphobe. Well, here I am. And the most you can say is you don't agree. Okay, I don't agree with your candidate. And that's a right I have. I am not required to vote for your candidate because your candidate has a certain skin color, because they have a certain sexual preference, because they have a certain birthright, or they have a certain preference of anything. In fact, I'm only required to vote for people that I believe in. And I don't believe in people who use other human beings to get in on a ballot. And I don't think that's the kind of person that should teach children or be in charge of the education of children. And if you think that's a problem, go right ahead and tell me why. If you think that's perfectly good, go ahead and tell me why. Here it goes. Thank you for calling. Well, 1 second. Here you are. Thank you for calling in. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I'm Michael Voss. May I ask who's speaking?
Hey, Mike, it's Jason.
Hi, Jason.
Yeah, it's listening to your conversation there, and you know, one of the things that I was going to say is that you're talking about the identity politics and the way that basically they go into this, defensive. Oh my gosh, how could you possibly, have an objection or opinion due to the fact of an individual's identity?
Mm-hmm.
And the racism and the sexism that these groups and these individuals embrace is beyond what you can even would accept if any other individual used that, who was a man or white. I mean, you saw one of the protests or the rally there where they were getting everybody all jacked up and high, and then had them sign the paperwork.
Their own people. I want to be very clear. As shown in a live stream that appeared on April 20th on Facebook, their own people, members of BLM and Plot, stated themselves that they were getting contact highs. This is a person who self-identified as being a sober individual. They were getting a contact high from the air because of so much of these drugs in the air. So yeah, it was a highly influential event. I just want to make sure that's clear, and people can see the Facebook video is available. But go on.
Yeah, you definitely should, I'll put that on the notes. But the other thing too is that the individual who, was there standing, I believe it was a black woman who basically made sure that her identity, was pretty much screamed out, saying, this is what I am. And not only did she actually say, who she is and what she is, but because of the gender, she identified as, and also the race, she put it as being, having then, a superior position and an idea that had to be obeyed by everybody who was listening to her.
The video actually says in it, to be clear, the woman, I don't know her name, stated, well, I'm a black woman. You've been taught when a black woman speaks, you do what I say. There are no questions. Just do what I say because I said so. That's what she says in the video, which is available on Facebook, and we have it on YouTube as well, so people can see it for themselves. And the link will be in the video description after we get done, and I'll put it up so you can see the 1.5-hour video for yourself, live streamed as it was live streamed, as it exists right now on Facebook. Go on.
And yeah, and so now you have an objection of a person who identifies as a woman, a man, a transgender who now identifies as a woman, now is trying to embrace that power that is, sought by the woman, because, she declared black and a woman, you got to listen to, everything they say. And now that person, now possesses that power now to tell you what you should say and what you should do and how you should actually vote and proceed.
You know what? I'll say this. Honestly, I don't care about that. If you can be trans, you can be a woman, gay, straight, male, I don't care. I could care less. And if you want to say you should listen to me because I have a certain skin color, because I have a certain gender, because I have a certain sexual preference, and if I say you should listen to me because of that, and if you are dumb enough to say, okay, I will do what you say because of your skin color, because of the sex you were born with or had medicine change on you, if those are the reasons why you're willing to follow someone, then, more power to that other individual, because you should never do that. There should be at least a reason, a character, some mission, something. But if that's what you want to do, fantastic. And I'm not saying they can't do that, but I am saying that to take it one step further and use people while they are on a drug, as scheduled from the DEA in the document, you can see it there, that I put out legally to the Commissioner of New York, Commissioner of the Education of New York. It's a DEA Schedule 1 drug, and it is still illegal to use someone without their consent. So there's where my problem is. I could care less. Honestly, if they can demand anything. Plot can say, well, you're white, so you're guilty, and they can say that all day long. Doesn't mean I have to agree. They can say white people should apologize. It doesn't mean I have to agree. They could say that people who are anything but black have to submit to black people. They can say it all day long. I'm not going to agree. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and another point to be made here is that the point of the argument, where you're bringing attention to, kind of really should be more on the spotlight. I mean, you have somebody who, is more, trying to spin out of the defensive-ness of what really they're promoting. And, you have a candidate, who's going for the school board, who's now, in a spotlight of promoting, drugs, among individuals who are now looking up to this individual in some form or way. Wants to be a role model.
Yeah. What are we teaching our kids? What are we teaching our kids?
What are we doing?
That this person will use power, they will get power by making other people drunk or intoxicated. Oh, so that's a lesson I should learn for life? You think that's going to have some problem with dating? Maybe. Is it a bad lesson?
Well, it's not even that. I mean, just the simple intoxication and usage of drugs, and then just the overall, lax, attitude towards that is something, I think, I mean, if you're thinking about what you want best for your kids, I mean, that's the last place where what direction you want to go in it,
I agree.
That's simply.
I think it's a horrible direction. And, and that's why I'm on right now with the public. Because if they're going to attack me publicly, if they're going to try and end around and try and destroy my character, try and destroy my name, they're going to do this to you too. They're coming after you next. I spoke up. What about the day when can you imagine this, Jason? That one day they're going to come, say you have a business and they say, well, you have to give me a discount because you're white, I'm black, so you have to give me a discount. If you say no, well, then we're going to go online and we're going to call you a racist. How about they go into a store, and we've seen this happen before, where they say, oh, well, it took you longer to serve me. Even though there was a line, I should have been served ahead of the white people, they'll say. And if you don't, well, then it's because you're racist, or because you're a transphobe, or because you're against gays. They're going to use all these terms against you, and it's going to be you next. Please send other people this video. Let them make up their mind for themselves. Look at the links that I'm going to be attaching to this, because next time it's going to be you. Does that make sense, Jason? Do you understand where I'm coming from with that?
No, I absolutely do. And quite frankly, the only difference between our area and our school district and our city is a simple fact is that, fortunately right now, we are not completely run by progressives. But in my, outlook on the city and the school board, I mean, the school board, election very possibly could go completely to the left. And then maybe even, and then, potentially, eventually, within a year, the same thing could happen to the council and also the mayor. And at that point, when they do show up to, a business, and they do say, that to somebody, guess what? You have one choice. Either do what they say or you shut your shop down, And that's what a lot of people in these progressive cities have to do. They got to leave. And so I mean, it's really, that's why your show is so important. Is basically get the word out in the message, not to educate people, to understand exactly what the future holds for us.
Oh, no. And I guarantee you they're going to be taking screenshots of what I've been saying. They're going to try and chop up the video to try and make it seem like something else. Let me be very clear with people. I'm not saying you can be gay, straight, trans, white, black, male, female, Asian, Hispanic, you name it, if it's on the face of the earth. And if you are an American citizen and you want to run for an elected office, go for it. I'm happy to allow you to be on this program. I interview candidates for every position of every political preference all the time. I've done that with elected officials as well. I'm not trying to stop you to run for a race. If you're going to use illegal tactics to try and get on an election or to win an election, then yes, I'm going to call you out, regardless of whatever party that you work for. I don't care. We got to hold people to the same standard. And that's not about, and using these tactics to try and discredit someone, to use fear and intimidation against people. You know what? I'm going to call you out for it. And we all should. And I hope people will share this so that other people know. No, the answer is not to back down. It's not to say, I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. I'm not apologizing. I want this challenge to go through. And if I had the $5,000 for a judge, I'd be in front of New York State courts right now instead of the commissioner of New York. I don't have the money. But otherwise, I'd be making the challenge in courts because this is important. You know what I mean, Jason?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think that, a lot of these different, standards need to be upheld.
I think so. And, it's just making sure that we have standards. We need to have standards. And we need to be able to say, we can disagree without everyone. Just because someone disagrees with you, if you're on the left and someone disagrees with you, maybe you want to listen to why they're disagreeing. By the way, Jason, was there anything else you wanted to say before I let you go? Because I want to make sure they may want to call in. I want to give them the opportunity to call in.
Yes.
I want Cecil to call in. I want Cecil Hopkins to call in. I really, and I swear, I want Cecil Hopkins, the person I am challenging in this to get onto the school board. I want Cecil Hopkins to call in so I can tell Cecil Hopkins to their face or on this phone exactly why I'm against it. Because obviously reading the actual challenge isn't good enough. But I mean, I want to make sure you have a chance for any final thought you had there, Jason.
Nope, that's it.
Jason, I love you, and I thank you for calling into the program and sharing your thoughts. And hopefully I wasn't too, I know I'm amped up right now. I got my adrenaline going because people are calling me a racist and a transphobe and all kinds of stuff.
All right, I'll talk to you later.
All right.
Yep, bye.
So, and again,
There's a dragon on the wire, breathing digital flames. No sound bites allowed is the name of his game. With a coffee in one hand and his puppy on his lap, cigarettes curling, smoking his political trap. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. He's a Republican dragon with his truthful slight, fights the battles unseen in the shadows of the night. From policy to passion, he breaks it all down, giving a voice to the voiceless, wearing his crown. Caffeine-fueled mornings, the smoke curls dance, Fluffy at his feet, giving life one more chance. Through algorithms and bias, he cuts straight and clear. Michael's roar echoes in the hemisphere. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. No sound bites allowed is his ultimate creed. A dragon's perspective where facts are the seed. Standing tall on his battlefield of thoughts, guarding the truth that others forgot. Through the screen he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the rough. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough.
Oops, I forgot to turn that back on. Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us. This is No Sound Bites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss, the political dragon here in our offices in the Bronx, New York. Today is July 18th. It's currently 5:16 in the afternoon. Thank you for not going to see Supergirl and waste your money. Who wants to see a drunk girl on screen all day? And thank you for not taking your time and going to see the Progressive Odyssey because it sucks. Read the book. Homer is a better writer. But you're here with me today, right now, and I appreciate each and every one of you. We've been talking about some international information. We've gone into a few stories, a few things in the past, and you were just watching on the break a conversation that I was having with you, the public, in trying to improve the election laws in New York State. That was from May of 2021. And that was under Andrew Cuomo. And Andrew Cuomo's Department of Elections decided at the end of the day, after all of the documentation that I provided, the video that was available to confirm what I had said, even as I was getting abused and racial slurs from Democrats, from the left, they were using the racial slurs they always say that the right uses. And after all the abuse, and Andrew Cuomo's government decided not to respond on this key critical election event, and instead said it's moot because the person that was, I think it was Cecile or something like that, the trans candidate lost. Possibly, quite possibly because of my video that you just saw and people paying attention to it, possibly from other reasons. But that individual lost and they did not get elected onto the school board, which was a boon and a benefit to Broome County. I didn't get any thank yous for that, but still, I had a lot to do with that. And so Andrew Cuomo's government refused to answer this. So as of this day, because I was the only person, the first, and to my knowledge, the only person to question the law of New York State, I believe it is still possible that you can get people intoxicated. You can have them drunk, high on drugs, whether it be crack or marijuana or anything else, and you can get them to sign legal documents. And that in New York State is valid. That is a technique. Democrats can, and they have since, the Progressive Leaders of Tomorrow, otherwise known as PLOT, Indivisible New York, and the Antifa and the other far leftist organizations still have the smoke out event where they're getting high in public outdoors. They still have candidates that, while people are high and intoxicated, go and get signatures for elections. They still have that happening. That, I believe, is still legal, even though I tried to get an answer on this, and we do that on this program. We did engage the government to try and get a definitive answer. But according to Democrats, because Democrats control New York State, no one else, just Democrats. So the Democrats in New York State would rather not suggest that if a candidate gets people high and gets them to sign away anything and everything, well, that may be legal because Democrats need the opportunity to manipulate the public so they can win elections. That's amazing, and it's sad, and yet it is absolutely 1,000% true. And you can check it out. It's public record. They refused to respond. Democrats in New York State, the New York State legislature, would rather that you be drugged and your signature coerced while you're out of your mind. And they would rather do that if it means Democrats might win one more election, local, state, or federal. They don't care. That's sad. But I wanted to show that to people to let them understand what is the degree, the nature of the problem that we are all facing together. It is huge. But we can do things about it. And in fact, that kind of leads me to another person who's willing to do almost anything for his political preference. That's Zoran Mamdani. Oh, I should, before I go further, by the way, Kintsugi, thank you for the direct payment to the PayPal, a donation of $20 for the channel. We appreciate that. That's huge. That was enormous. Thank you very much for going to the Patreon and making a direct payment, $20. It means a lot, and it helps. It helps me pay my bills for my dog. It helps me keep the lights on here. So we do appreciate any and all help you guys give. You can go to the Patreon, you can go to PayPal, or you can just leave a super chat, emojis, whatever it is, or join the membership here on YouTube. It's whatever you want to do. Let me move on. So Mamdani is known for lying to the public. He absolutely will lie to your face if it means that he maintains power. If he thinks he can get more power for himself and the Democratic Socialists of America, he will lie to your face. And he has often. Remember that he told you after he got elected, well, he's going to introduce you to the warmth of collectivism, of socialism. You will never have been as taken care of. That he believes, Zoran Mamdani has said after he got elected, that he believes that the government should be involved in every aspect of your life and should be making decisions for you on every aspect of your life. He only said this after he got elected. Before he got elected, I believe in individualism. After he got elected, what individualism? It's communist utopia. You are a category. You are a checkbox. You will obey whatever the government says is good for you. They switch. And this is something you see with every single socialist, every single communist, every single time. It never changes. They will sell you a set of goods every single time, promise you everything. They're worse than recruiters for the military. And those who have served, like I have, will tell you, recruiters promise you a hell of a lot. And then you don't read the fine detail. The fine detail, which in this case for Mamdani, is after the election. Then he tells you the truth. Then he tells you what he really thinks. So Mamdani, right now, his latest thing is Mamdani was looking into, he wants to arrest the prime minister of Israel. Now, I know some people who watch the program, some people don't like Israel. That's up to you. That's your choice. I have no problem with Israel. And if I have to choose between Israel and Hamas, a known terrorist organization that killed 34 Americans, tortured to death another 17 Americans, well, if I have to choose between Hamas and Israel, I pick Israel. So that's where I stand on that. You don't have to. That's up to you. But I have no problem with supporting Israel, especially when the comparison is, well, the other choice is I support terrorism. I won't do that. I will not do that. Now, look, understanding that that is the choice, we had Zoran Mamdani, and I will show you his own words, where he said he is the mayor of New York City. He's not interested in Israel. He doesn't care about geopolitics. He wants to be the mayor for the people in New York, and he will take care of Jewish people in New York. Remember, after the election, this is the guy, the first mayor to not appear at the Israel Day parade. He didn't go. First mayor. He broke history by not appearing at and he also didn't go to the Puerto Rican Day parade. I don't expect him to go to any parade except the Hamas parade. He'll probably go for that, but he wouldn't go for anything else. So he has been revealing himself step by step. And this is the guy who says he doesn't believe in geopolitics. It's not his job. It's above his pay grade. That's not something he's interested in. He just wants to be the mayor of New York. Yet the news media are widely reporting he wants to arrest a world leader of a foreign nation because the world leader is going to the UN, which is neutral ground. But between the airport and the UN, well, that's U.S. soil, and it's, of course, New York City. And he's saying, well, if he's in New York City, between the airport and getting into the UN, that's free game. He can just stop the car and try and arrest him based on international law. I love this. They love to pull out international law because they don't have any real law. There is no true law. Let me first address international law doesn't exist. It's not real. It's a made-up idea to make third and second world nations feel like they're important. That's the function of it. Now, that's not to say, does the UN exist? Of course it does. Does the UN put out various laws, regulations, all that? Sure, and no one cares. No one cares. If your country is big and strong enough, you don't care. And the United States is the biggest and the strongest. That's why we're on the Security Council. So you can be in Zimbabwe, and you can make up any law that you want, and the United States will veto it, and it's dead in the water. It doesn't matter. Everyone ignores you. Why? Because America said no. So if that's the case, then international law doesn't exist. It only applies to people who have no power to do anything about it. They will just follow the law that someone else has made. And anyone who's large enough, strong enough, will ignore international law whenever they want to. Every member of the Security Council ignores on a regular basis international law from the UN. Every member of the Security Council, that includes China, that includes Russia, that's India, that's the United States, the United Kingdom, we ignore, all of them ignore international law whenever it suits us. Why? Because it's unimportant. It's not real. It's not actual law. These are suggestions to make the third world feel like they have a voice, to make them feel like that they have some kind of importance and they can do something. Now, I know people will say, oh my God, Mike, but that's so mean. No, it's just real. It's just real. You can come up and say, well, the international law says that Peru is the greatest nation in the world. You can say that, no one cares. And that won't change anything. And Peru will not improve because the UN said so. Who cares? Who cares? It's really not that important, which is one of the reasons why the United States doesn't need to be in the UN, because it is inefficient. It is ineffective. It is a tool for the first world nations to justify whatever it is they want to justify. And they will ignore whatever they want to ignore. But Zoran Mamdani is using that non-existence, that vagary of the UN and international law, trying to use it for his advantage, to try and claim that Netanyahu, Benjamin Netanyahu, is a war criminal. Except there is no crime. There is no crime because there is no law. There is no jurisdiction because international law does not apply. Does not apply. But he wants to make a statement because he doesn't like Israel. That's why he wouldn't go to Israel. That's why he would not be part of the Israeli Day Parade. Instead of going, he made a point, much like he hates America. Zoran Mamdani on July 4th was nowhere to be seen. His speech, which was an insult to America, it was a horrible speech. His speech was on July 3rd. He didn't actually make a statement on July 4th. He made his statement on July 3rd, the day before America's 250th birthday, because he doesn't like America. That's why he was insulting us. On July 4th, you didn't see or hear from Zoran Mamdani because he didn't support America. And if he had appeared anywhere, it would either give the impression or he would be requested to make a statement that says that he supports America. And he doesn't. And since he doesn't, he didn't go anywhere. He wasn't seen by anyone. So he didn't have to be asked, you support America, don't you? That's why you're celebrating America's 250th birthday. He didn't. Because he doesn't celebrate America. Because he doesn't like America. It is a known absolute fact that the Democratic Socialists of America want to eliminate the Constitution and the amendments. And they want to replace it with international law from the United Nations, the UN, which don't apply. They're whatever you make it up to be. They are arbitrary. They are arbitrary rules, arbitrary rights that can be given by a government and taken by the government. You actually don't have a right. You have permission, and you have the impression, the feeling like you are protected by law, but you aren't, because nothing will be enforced. They will give and take away any and every right that they want because there is no enforcement. So this is the trick that's being done by the DSA. Yeah, we're going to have you'll have human rights, and they're so much better than constitutional rights, except they're absolutely arbitrary and can be taken away at any moment. But he's trying to use this arbitrary nature to justify pushing his political agenda. And he's trying to find a legal loophole so he can do so. This is Mamdani's statement coming from today from the Daily News, article by Nicholas Williams. Quote, I believe, this is Mamdani, let me make it bigger for you guys so you can see this, because I'm not going to take him out of context. He says, I believe that Prime Minister Netanyahu belongs in The Hague. That's where war crimes are decided. Mamdani says, Netanyahu is a war criminal as decided by Mamdani, not by anyone else, but by Mamdani, who has been charged by the International Criminal Court, ICC. And what you find is that an opinion that is held by many purely because of what actions have wrought over the last many years. So if you ask someone at Harvard where they are anti-Semitic, then you'll get an answer just like Mamdani's. If you go to Columbia College, you'll get an answer like Mamdani's. If you go to Binghamton University or Stanford, you'll get an answer. Berkeley, you'll get an answer just like Mamdani, which actually is coincidentally the exact same answer that you would get from the IRGC, from Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis. Isn't that amazing? That is exactly where Mamdani lies, along with the terrorists. He's perfectly aligned with the terrorists, and he wants to do the bidding of the terrorists. Let's put this into context clearly. Last week, we showed you the actual articles that reveal that Zoran Mamdani's administration were trying to contact Iran, and were trying to invite Iran into New York to talk with Zoran Mamdani. This is at the same exact time that the United States is actively fighting Iran, that we are actually fighting their government. So at the same time that the United States is in an shooting conflict, Zoran Mamdani is trying to aid and abet Iran. He blamed it on one of his assistants, but the assistant, in memos from April of this year, said, the actual mission is to get people who have the same political preference as Mamdani, which is anti-Semitism. So other nations that have anti-Semitic leaders, they want to invite them to New York City to speak with Zoran Mamdani. But again, Zoran, you're the mayor of New York City. He's not president of any country. He's not a global leader, not private business, not personal business, not public. He has no power. He's assuming the power of the UN, which the UN did not give him this power. He's not part of the ICC. He's not part of the UN. He's the mayor of New York. So he has no right. He has no right to enforce this law, even though he thinks he might be able to get away with it. Not that Not that there is actually a law on the books anyway. There is no law in Israel that claims that Netanyahu is a war criminal. There's no law in the United States that says or identifies Netanyahu as a war criminal. Therefore, in both Israel and also in the United States, Zohar Mamdani has no legal right to do anything. He is no different than you or me walking up to Netanyahu. You can't do anything. You don't have the legal right. And on top of that, didn't Mamdani himself say he's not involved in geopolitics? He wants you to forget he's not into geopolitics. That's not his job description. Let me show you. So, let me show you. This is a video short of Zohar Mamdani as the candidate before the mayoral primary. This is the Democrat primary for the New York City mayor last year. And this is a question being asked of Zohar Mamdani. Everyone on the stage is being asked, would they go and visit Israel, which has been a tradition of New York City mayors. It is symbolic. It's not because of power. It's not geopolitical. It is because New York City has the largest number of Jewish people in one city, in one location, in the entire world outside of Israel. And that makes us very much linked to Israel. Second largest group of Jewish people in the world is in New York City. So because of that, many mayors, all mayors, have gone over to Israel to visit, to, well, show solidarity with the citizens of New York City in the United States, American citizens. Zoran said he won't do that. And you don't have to believe me. Listen to him speak right now.
Given the hostility and the anti-Semitism that has been shown in New York, I would go to Israel.
Mr. Tilson, where would you go?
Yeah, I'd make my fourth trip to Israel, followed by my fifth trip to Ukraine, two of our greatest allies fighting on the front lines of the global war on terror.
Mr. Mamdani.
I would stay in New York City. My plans are to address New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs and focus on that.
He won't go to Israel. He has no interest in that. And in other interviews, not this one specifically, not when he was on this stage, but in other comments he's made, because he's the mayor. He wants to be the mayor of New York, not some international geopolitics. That's not his job. That's not what he wanted before he got elected. Before, when he needed your vote, when he needed you to donate to his campaign and he needed your vote to get the election win, to get the Democratic primary, he told you a very different story. He said it wasn't important to him. He goes on to say, and this is what else he says.
Mr. Mamdani, can I just jump in? Would you visit Israel as mayor?
I will be doing, as the mayor, I'll be standing up for Jewish New Yorkers, and I'll be meeting them wherever they are across the 5 boroughs.
He lied. He'll meet Jewish people in New York State in the 5 boroughs. He didn't go to the Israeli Day Parade, a major Jewish event. He wouldn't go. He didn't meet the Jewish members of New York City. He doesn't care about them. He has ignored them, if not tried to impede them. He is anti-Semitic. Let's hear what else he has to say.
Whether that's in their synagogues and temples.
He won't go to their synagogues or their temples. He has not, and he will not, because that's not his political preference. That's not his religious preference. That's not his personal preference. In fact, he does everything opposite of that. Okay, go on.
Or at their homes or at the subway platform, because ultimately we need to focus on delivering on their concerns.
And just yes or no, do you believe in a Jewish state of Israel?
I believe Israel has the right to exist.
Which isn't the same thing as a Jewish state.
Not
as a Jewish state?
As a state with equal rights.
Not as a Jewish state. Yes, they have a right to have a nation, not a Jewish state. There is a difference between those answers, and he's made a very clear position. Now, I did summarize it a little bit, but yes, he says he doesn't want to be involved in geopolitics. He wants to be the mayor. That's the lie he told you when he needed the support of the public when he needed to get power. And like every socialist, like every communist, and like every terrorist, they will lie to you to get what they need, the power that they need. And once they have the power, then they will tell you the truth and they will reveal the lie in your face. But yet, somehow, Mamdani has gotten all this support. And let me show you again. This is yet again Zoran Mamdani. Even if I wanted to go to Israel as New York City mayor, Israel probably wouldn't let me in. So he gave an excuse. When everyone saw his answer and said, "But you're lying," he goes, No, it's not even my fault. It's Israel's fault. Israel are the bad guys, not Zoran Mamdani. Israel's the bad guys. They won't let me in. You didn't even know. You didn't ask. He never asked. So we have a very clear understanding that Zoran Mamdani has an issue with Israel. He has an issue with Jewish people. And he's now trying to look to gain even more power that he said he's told the public he didn't want, so that he can wield it against enemies that aren't enemies of the United States. You may not like Netanyahu. You may not like Israel. Israel is not the enemy of the United States. We're not fighting them. We're fighting Iran. We're fighting terrorism. We're fighting Hamas and Hezbollah and the Houthis. We're not fighting Israel. But yet he wants to, and think about this, he wants the power to upturn and to upset U.S. international policy with someone who's not. Senators can go on diplomatic visits to other countries, not members of Congress. Ro Khanna was wrong. As we identified a week ago, we told you, Ro Khanna was wrong. Ro Khanna violated international politics and international policy. He was there for the clicks. He's just there for emotion, and he's trying to get paid. Okay, fair enough. But that's what Zoran Mamdani's doing. He doesn't have a right to represent the United States, which is why he's trying to say, I'm acting on the UN, because he doesn't have the power or the right to enact law, U.S. law, against Netanyahu, because Netanyahu hasn't broken a U.S. law. So Zoran has to make up something to politically attack his enemy, and he isn't thinking about, and what's the consequence to the United States? How does that affect U.S. politics? Not just with Israel, because again, some people may not like Israel, but it's not just Israel. It's the Middle East policy. It's international policy for the entire Middle East. What we do to Israel has an impact on Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Bahrain, the Oman, the United Arab Emirates, Iran, Syria, Jordan, Lebanon. They're all affected by this. Turkey is affected by this. So this actually would disrupt the Trump administration trying to do its job of international politics, which is a constitutional right. And by the way, the only people who have the constitutional right to negotiate international politics for the United States would be the executive branch, which means Donald Trump, and the Senate. And the Senate is limited and subordinate to the executive branch. So that's it. They never said New York, well, but the mayor of a big city, yeah, he's got a shot at this too. This is illegal. It is in the worst. It is both ethically, morally, legally wrong. And its repercussions, he won't even think about. And you're not supposed to think about it either, because the Democrat Party, which is largely anti-Semitic at this point, they're like, well, screw the Israelis. They don't care. They're not thinking. And what's the consequence? How does that affect every nation in the Middle East, every enemy of Israel? How does it affect all of them? Egypt, as a great example. Or Syria, another one. How does that affect them? How about Lebanon with Hezbollah, the Houthis, Hamas? Would they be encouraged to attack and kill Israeli citizens? Would that encourage Iran to attack and kill Israeli citizens? Would Zohran Mamdani be helping terrorism directly? But no, it's international law. That doesn't exist. International law that isn't binding on any American citizen, nor any citizen in the world, to be honest. But no American is bound by international law. The United States government is not bound by international law. We don't have a UN constitution. We have an American constitution. It doesn't matter what the UN says. It is absolutely irrelevant. But yet you see people in the DSA that are all happy about this. Why are the progressives, the socialists, the democratic socialists, why are they all into this? Because it means the destruction of America. If America allows a mayor to go and disrupt international geopolitical negotiations and events, then there's nothing but chaos. And no nation would trust us. Because any mayor, well, what about Mayor Bass out of California? She could make a deal. She can go and make a deal with China. Why wouldn't she? If Zohran Mamdani, he's in charge of New York, he can go and disrupt and upturn the United States geopolitics with the Middle East, then why can't Karen Bass go? Or maybe we should have Brandon Johnson out of Chicago. Maybe he can go down to South America, start making a bunch of deals. Oh, wait a minute. But that would be illegal. And it would be bad for America. And it completely destroys the entire purpose of the Senate, one of the purposes of the Senate. And it would disrupt the power of the executive branch, the presidency, whether or not you're talking about Donald Trump. That would be true that if these mayors could do that, well, it wouldn't matter whether the president is Donald Trump or Obama or Biden or Clinton or Ronald Reagan. It doesn't matter. It would forever change international politics and diminish the power of the president of the superpower in the world. And it would diminish our ability to get, not just to be respected by other nations, but to be feared by other nations. We would lose our ability to lead by the threat of power of the suggestion, of the power of suggestion. The power of suggestion is powerful. Donald Trump, the tariffs, the suggestion of the tariffs was enough to make dozens of countries make brand new deals with the United States to the best interest of the United States. Dozens of countries. Just because he suggested he might put a tariff on certain countries. And those tariffs, a lot of people misunderstood them, but that was good for the United States. Both if the tariff exists and the deal that was made just by suggesting it. But if you could make a deal with Zohran Mamdani or Karen Bass out of LA or Brandon Johnson out of Chicago, then why do you need President Trump? Why do you need the United States federal government? Oh, because it would be complete chaos. So let me take a quick look at some of the comments here about this, because I'm sure there's a bunch of people who have certain feelings about it. So let me double check. Bronner says, so if international law does not exist, and it doesn't, does that negate the Geneva Convention? The Geneva Convention isn't a law. It is an agreement of nations that signed the Geneva Convention. And as I recall, the United States didn't sign it. Neither did Iran for that point. But the Geneva Convention is an agreement amongst nations to follow a certain set of rules. There is no obligation. That's not a law. There is no penalty. If your country doesn't follow the Geneva Convention, yeah, you've committed a war crime, and you might be held accountable if one of the first world nations actually wants to hold you accountable. But if they don't, there's no penalty. It doesn't matter. So, no, it's not a law because the UN doesn't have the power to enforce any laws. They can make as many suggestions as they want, but first world nations, some of the second world nations, friends of first world nations, don't have to follow it. There's no enforcement. And we know many countries do not follow the Geneva Convention, even though they did sign the Geneva Convention. And only a handful of countries have been handpicked by first world nations like the United Kingdom, like the United States, like France or Germany, that have handpicked certain countries to enforce or claim to enforce the laws on, whether that's Venezuela and its leader, but that's slightly different, but still, as an example, Venezuela, or Saddam Hussein. Saddam Hussein, he was in part because of the international violations of the Geneva Convention, and we held that against him. But what about the Sudan? The government of the Sudan has been trying to genocide people. The Sudanese people have been genocided by their government based on religion. And guess what? You haven't seen any of them pulled in front of the Geneva Convention or the Hague for their hate crimes. Think about their crimes. They literally run around chopping off kids' arms because they've been inoculated. Because they don't like their religion. They literally sell some of the women into slavery or mutilate them so that they can never have birth. This is based on religion. It's happening in the Sudan right now. I don't hear anyone talking about Geneva Convention. What about the Geneva Convention? Doesn't apply. Well, we got to hold the leaders accountable. No, we don't. This isn't the first time they've done that. They did it under Barack Obama when Barack Obama was president, and there was, again, yet another genocide in the Sudan that lasted for 15 years. Barack Obama did nothing. He didn't even mention it while he was president, but it was ongoing. As he was president, it was happening, and he did nothing about it. So, no, international law means nothing. And neither does the Geneva Convention. Phil's with us. Hey, Phil. Good to have you with us. Did I get a haircut? Yes. Yes, I did. I try and get one every couple of months because then I don't have to actually comb my hair. It just makes it easy. And I hope the ladies think it looks good. I would hope. I'm single. I don't know. But there's, I think it's a good look, but also I don't have to comb my hair, so it's just easier. Let's see. Bronner said, I got angry when he said, yeah, I do not look like George Foreman. I'm not angry. I think it's just not a good, it's not a compliment. I don't think George Foreman is a good looking man. Yeah, I just don't. And I don't value the comparison to George Foreman. It's like someone once told me I look like Richard Pryor. I looked at them. I'm like, what are you? You're on drugs, right? I don't look like Richard Pryor. I do look like Malcolm X. And depending on the movie, especially in the movie Malcolm X, I do look like Denzel Washington in that movie, especially when I was a little younger and I had more hair. But so, yeah, I get that. But no, not George Foreman. Let's see. We got Duck Dew. Duck Dew? Really? It's an interesting little name. Duck Dew says, and thank you for being on the channel, Duck Dew. Thank you for being the first time you're making a comment. If you can't fool them with reality, fool them with Trump lies. Well, that makes very little sense. Thank you, though. Thank you for sharing your feeling with me. It's not substantive. It's not accurate. But it is a feeling, and thank you for being on the show to share that feeling with me. I do not value that feeling, and I don't think it's correct. But hey, you can have whatever feeling you want, and I can ignore it. Thank you. Moving on to something more substantive. Bruno says, correct me if I'm wrong, Mike, but are you saying international law doesn't exist, but Ro Khanna violated international law? No, Ro Khanna violated the law of Israel, not international law. He violated Israel's law. Ro Khanna, the congressman out of California, is it a shock he's in California? Notice these are the bluest of blue progressive states that cause these problems. Ro Khanna, the congressman from California, went unannounced on taxpayer dime to Israel. And in Israel, He went to an area that is restricted. He did not notify the Israeli government that a congressman from the United States entered their country, which is a problem, first of all. Then he went to a restricted area that visitors, tourists in Israel are not allowed in. He was then confronted by Israeli settlers who didn't know who the hell he was. He was speaking a language they didn't know. And so they came down with their rifles and they held him in place. They detained him until the military came. And the military then detained Ro Khanna because they didn't know who he was. He's like, I'm Ro Khanna. Don't look at me. I'm a really popular, important congressman, which he's not. And they said, yeah, well, we're going to check with the embassy. You better hope you are. Because as far as I know, you're just a guy from another country doing God knows what in my country, a country that is under constant attack by terrorists who speak foreign languages and do not look like everyone else in the country. You, sir, are a potential terrorist. And so he was detained. He wasn't arrested. He wasn't brutalized. He was detained as they checked his background. And then the American embassy said, oh yeah, Ro Khanna, yes, he is an American congressman. He is in Israel. Sorry, we didn't tell you that. Where is he? Oh, he's in a restricted space. Would you be kind enough to tell him to get his dumb ass back to the embassy before he causes an international incident? So yes, it's an international incident because it's affecting a foreign country with one of our elected leaders because he broke a bunch of protocols between America and Israel, not the UN. Had nothing to do with the UN. Ro Khanna wants you to think it's about the UN and it's about some kind of conspiracy because he wants money, because he wants to be a nominee in the 2028 presidential election. But it has nothing to do with any of that. He's just a dumbass who is looking to create an incident so that he could go to the progressives, the Democratic Socialists, and the progressives in the Democratic Party and get money. That's all he's. And since he has been back, he has been begging for money, saying, Israel treated me mean. Israel's so mean to treat me mean because I broke the law in Israel, because I violated the terms of law in Israel, in a foreign country. Ro Khanna got what he deserved. He didn't break international law. There is no international law. So I hope that explains that. Excuse me. Bronner goes on, but don't get me wrong. I think Ro Khanna is an idiot, and his stunt was just that, a stunt. Yes, it was. Hey, Phil came in with the big $5. This is a $5 super chat. Thank you so much. Phil, that helps so much. He goes, I've heard New York City in the 1970s was rough. Yes, it was. That's true. A lot of socialist policies put in place. Industry left. Well, no, there weren't a lot of socialist policies in New York City. New York City was dangerous because we had a lot of gangs. Because we, in the late 70s going into the 80s, we had a progressive movement. That's true. Except at that time it was called liberals. Instead of being called progressives or socialists, they took on the name liberal. And this is something that the far left of the Democratic Party does on a regular basis. They'll use a term until it gets a huge negative backlash to it, and then they switch titles. So the progressives of the 60s are currently the the liberals of the 60s are the progressives of the 90s that are now the socialists because socialism became popular again. And in the 50s, they were called socialists as well, but then that became unpopular. So they became liberals, and then they became progressives, and now they're going back to democratic socialists because that's supposed to be better than just being a socialist. They're all the same mentality. They're the same group of people. They're still the same nut jobs. But those nut jobs in the late 60s, early 70s, were doing exactly what we're seeing happening now. They were bending over backwards to have social justice, to be kind to the criminals. So they were trying to help the criminals and reduce the penalties, just like they're doing now. And in the 70s, The backlash to that was there was an enormous increase in the amount of crime, and there was an enormous increase in the amount of vigilantism that happened. And that's why we have movies like Death Wish, which was a direct response to Bernard Goetz and what happened with him on the New York subway. Look it up. You can see what I'm talking about there. But you had that, and you had movies like The Warriors, which represented the gang warfare that was happening in New York City in the late 70s. You had Death Wish, you had Dirty Harry, which was another response, the public response, how the public felt about these progressive laws being put in place in California, in particular LA, and in New York, in particular New York City. So there is that backlash. So that's what you saw happening. So the question is, how long until Mamdani's policies hurt New York City visibly? They already have. We already had a $6 billion business deal that was going to create 11,000 jobs that left New York City. That already hurts us. The billionaires are responsible for, I believe it's 70% of the taxes for New York City and a huge amount for New York State. So when they take billions of dollars out, and that was just one example, there's another, I believe it was a housing conglomerate, $11 billion. They took $11 billion out of New York State. So far, because of Zoran Mamdani's policies, what has been confirmed by the public is that $17 billion left New York, with almost 20,000 jobs leaving with it. That leaves 20,000 people unemployed that otherwise were working. 20,000 people who are now in poverty and are dependent on the government to pay them a paycheck rather than actually having a good paying job of their own. That's a problem, and that goes down the line. So that's 20,000 people who aren't going out for dinner. That's 20,000 people who aren't buying pizza. That's 20,000 people who aren't going to the movies. That's 20,000 people who aren't going out to a bar and having a drink. So we're talking about affecting movie theaters, restaurants, fast food. It's affecting bars. So how many people in each and every one of those businesses? So you're talking about, it went from about 20,000 people to somewhere closer to 50 to 100,000 people in New York City that are being affected. And that ripples out further and further as you go. So it is already having a massive impact on New York. It's just that the mainstream news media doesn't want to talk about it. They don't want to talk about the consequences of what Zoran Mamdani has been doing, just like they don't want to talk about the consequence of trying to arrest a foreign world leader, which has massive policy issues and ramifications for the entire country. It's not just him messing with a business. Now he's messing with an entire country and the geopolitics of an entire region that is directly affecting the United States, especially since we're fighting with the enemy of Israel is fighting with us, Iran and the IRGC. So there are many ramifications for this. Let's see. Phil goes on to say, shotguns are my favorite violation of the Geneva Convention. Yeah, they used to call them, for those who are younger and don't know, trench guns. World War I, the shotgun, which was called the trench gun, which is one model of shotgun, were made illegal. Because if you're in a trench, you can't really move around and you're stuck. And the shotgun, because it had the pellets and it goes out, and even with a slug, you can't avoid it. You will be hit, especially if it has pellets or explosive rounds. Then that's going to take off your head, blind you. It would dismember people because they were in close fighting. So it was considered illegal to use a shotgun in war because it's too deadly. It will dismember and disable too many soldiers. It won't necessarily kill you, but it'll leave you disabled for the rest of your life. And therefore, they are illegal. And that's part of the Geneva Convention. That is correct. So Bronner says, whether the U.S. signed the Geneva Convention or not, why are we told the U.S. adheres to it? We adhere to a lot of things as long as we want to. See, it's like, well, we adhere to the moratorium internationally about, and I think it's part of the Geneva Convention, about landmines, but we didn't sign. So we use landmines. In fact, that is one of the major reasons why North Korea will never invade or has not invaded South Korea, because the DMZ, that strip that separates North Korea from South Korea, which is manned by the United States, armed by the United States, is filled with landmines. It's to make sure that the North Vietnamese do not come down, North Koreans don't come down through the DMZ and try and invade. They can't. There are too many landmines there. And because we have that, we never signed the convention, so we technically can use landmines anytime we want, even though they're considered illegal. Anti-personnel landmines are considered illegal because after a war, there's a bunch of mines laying around and kids, not knowing what they are, step on it and blow themselves up. So that's why the world has outlawed landmines. But the United States, while we generally agree and follow that rule, we have exceptions. And the exception is with landmines because of North Korea. So yeah, the United States adheres effectively to a lot of rules from the UN, but we don't actually follow them. We've never actually agreed to them, and we can break them anytime we want to because they're not law. And even if it was a UN resolution, we can ignore that too, because the UN has no power over any US citizen or the US government. So it doesn't matter. Unless we want to enforce it, it means nothing. So there you go. It makes other countries feel good. It's basically the lie that we tell to third world nations to make them feel like they're important. That's essentially it. And I know there's a lot of third world nations that listen to this program, Laos or Thailand or throughout Africa, Mozambique, Niger, all these countries, in Central America, they probably are pissed off about it, but it's the truth. And I don't think any of them will deny it. They don't like being told the truth. They know it. They don't like it, but it's the truth. Let's see. Bronner, what Mike was saying is that the world is in anarchy towards each other. No, we're not. I'm not saying that, and that isn't true. Let's see. Yeah, the massacres of... So, Phil knows the massacre, it's a genocide. It's not a massacre in the Sudan. It's actually a genocide. We misuse the term genocide often. People go, oh, well, you're genociding. No, they're not. Well, the Israelis were trying to genocide the Palestinians. No, they weren't. If they did, there wouldn't be any Palestinians. They don't have the capability. Israel has the capability to wipe out all of Gaza, all of the West Bank. They could wipe out the Palestinians. Most countries, pretty much every country, has the capability to wipe out the Palestinians tomorrow. Egypt could wipe them out tomorrow. They don't. We in Israel, as much as they're fighting with them, they're not trying to wipe them out. If they did, there wouldn't be any. They could wipe them out in basically a week. If they were really trying to kill them all, they'd all be dead. In fact, under the terms of, since Israel has existed and they've had the Gaza, the strip, Gaza Strip, the number of people in the number of Palestinians has increased by 500%. Actually, they have helped the Palestinian people to increase the population. Yes, did this recent conflict reduce that number? Absolutely. And a lot of it has to do with Hamas and people being recruited and or forced to fight for Hamas. But that's separate of Israel trying to genocide. They aren't. Otherwise, they wouldn't try and warn people about where they bomb, which they do. And you could say, well, they could do more of an effort to be nicer and to not bomb as many hospitals and churches and everywhere that Hamas is, but that's where Hamas is. That's why they bomb those places, because that's where Hamas goes, because Hamas is using human shields. But that's a different argument. But people misuse genocide. They say genocide when they mean massacre, and we often use massacre when we should be using an actual genocide, which is what we see happening in the Sudan. I take no offense about people saying how I look or whatever. It's fine. And yeah, when I pointed out, people do notice that, oh yeah, I do look like Malcolm X, especially when I had hair and I was a little bit younger. People do know, and especially if I'm wearing my glasses, people go, oh my God, yeah, you look like Malcolm X. And I got no problem. Malcolm X, Denzel Washington, popular, famous, powerful black men. I got no problem. I'm happy to be compared with them. Although, to be fair, to compare me to George Foreman, he is popular and he is also rich. So also technically not a bad comparison. I just don't think I look like him. Let's see. We got a comment here from Bucky Boba. Okay. Hello, Bucky Boba. I've never seen you before in the channel. Thank you for stopping on in. Bucky Boba says, where are the progressive Republicans? Think Teddy Roosevelt for the midterms. There are no progressive. There may be centrist Republicans. I think you're confusing the term. Centrist Republicans, which I would say is more like Teddy Roosevelt, they exist all over the place. But the media doesn't label them that way. If you listen to MSN or CNN, ABC, they don't label they say Republicans are all extreme. Republicans are all MAGA. That's not true. Not at all. As an example, there's Thomas Massey, who's more of a libertarian, but he's in the Republican Party. So that would be more of, if you're thinking of a progressive Republican, that would be more in the lines of Thomas Massey, even though technically he's a libertarian, but a libertarian would be a progressive Republican. That would actually be a libertarian. And everyone else, well, we have people who are more centrist for the most part. Most Republicans are centrist, or centrist meaning they're center right, most of them in Congress. And then you have the MAGA wing, which is they're right of center of the Republicans of the right. So they're right of the right center. Okay. And then there would be people more like me. I'm more of a reactionary, which is more of an extreme right wing. That would be more in the America First wing, which is very nationalistic. In fact, I did a poll recently from the same people who do the world's smallest political quiz, which is The Advocates. Larry Sharp talks about them all the time. They're one of his sponsors. They did a poll, or one of their people did a poll, and I ranked as a nationalist conservative, a national conservative, not a nationalist, I'm not a Nazi, but I believe in the nation very strongly. I believe in laws very strongly. I believe in enforcing laws very strongly. I believe in preserving the traditions of America very strongly. So that would be America First. That would be a national conservative. And then there's the extreme right wing. So there are different groups there. And so where would be the progressive Republican? You're thinking that would be essentially Thomas Massey. That would be libertarians. Totally different thing. At least that's the way I see that. Now, you may define it a little bit differently, but there you go. You're funny. Let's see. Oh, we got Phil with another super chat, $5. Thank you, Phil. Oh my God, that's so generous today. That's $10. Phil says, do you think that welfare and government programs caused the gang problem? No. Destroyed families, young men with no jobs because of over-regulation? No. But it didn't hurt. The reason for the gangs, in part, was we had a depletion in the number of fathers. Remember, in the 1970s, when we had the biggest part of the gangs, 1950s through the 1970s, there were a lot of gangs across America. Now, most people think of, when they think of gangs today, they think of MS-13, or they're thinking of the Crips, the Bloods, stuff like that. Those are national. And there was a national gang back in the 70s, 80s. It was Zulu Nation and Spanish Family. Two different gangs. Long story, but those were national gangs, nothing like the Crips and Bloods that we see today. Gangs weren't national, they weren't statewide, they were regional, they were local. And we had a lot of local gangs. Like in the Bronx, you had the Bald Meanies. Yes, that was actually the name of the gang, the Bald Meanies. And they were all bald, kind of like this, and they were all gangsters. But those gangsters from the 50s through the 70s were mostly because there were no dads. We had a lot of dads that had fought in World War II, in Korea, and then in Vietnam. A lot of dads died. They didn't come home, or they were suffering from PTSD. And so they couldn't be a good father. They couldn't be part of a family, because PTSD is no joke and it destroys families, which is why we should be taking care of our veterans, because it is a big problem. And that affects the next generation. Those kids don't have that mentor, that father to look up to and to get guidance from. So a bunch of young men with no strong father figures, no reinforcement of laws, they get crazy. They do stupid things. And some people will take advantage of that. Older people usually, but they will take advantage of that and form a gang and give these kids a purpose, the purpose being crime. But those kids, they're looking for a father figure. They're looking for guidance and mentorship. And if someone who happens to be a criminal says, yeah, here's the answer, they do well. And that's also why you saw the mafia do really well from the 50s through the 70s, for pretty much the same reason. A lot of young men, whether they were Italian, whether they're black. The Bald Meanies, by the way, were mostly white. They weren't really black. Yeah, I know, it's in the Bronx gang. The Bronx wasn't black back, or heavily black, back in the 70s, 80s. That came later. They were all pretty much Italians. And you had the Italian gangs, you had the Greek gangs, you had a bunch of European gangs. And that's because their dads were fighting in the wars, just like the black and Hispanic dads were. And a lot of them died. So that's why you saw the mafia increase. So it was more because of dads not being in the households and having single parent homes, just the mom, that became more prevalent. And that led to kids who were out on the streets with nothing better to do than to cause crime and troubles. Now, luckily, most of the kids in the 70s and the 80s grew out of that. They started having families of their own. They became responsible. They got jobs to take care of their kids. They still had that connection. They were looking for family. They were looking for togetherness, as opposed to the dystopia that we see now amongst most kids. They're just nihilistic. They have no hope, as opposed to the 70s where you did have hope. And so most of the gangs in the 70s, 80s, you grew out of it. Even when you look at people like Snoop Dogg, crazy killer, horrible human being, his youth. I don't know about how he is now after he moved out of the ghetto, but he was a gang-banging murderer in his youth. Then he got a family. And now he's like, oh, I'm Grandpa Snoop. I'm a nice, chill guy. No, you're still a murderer. You just got away with it and you got a bunch of money. And when you got the money, you got a family. And you said, I'm not going to live in Compton. I'm going to live somewhere comfortable so my kids can get an actual education and they don't have to go gang banging. And he was part of their growing up. He was the father figure that Snoop Dogg didn't have in his family. He gave to his family. And that was more of something you would see, minus all the money, but more of what you would see in the 70s and 80s. As the gangbangers grew older, they had kids and they actually took care of their families. 90s and beyond, not so much. So there's the difference. All right. I love this. Bronner agrees with me. I think you and I have finally found common ground, Mike. UN laws are meaningless. It's true. It's pure virtue signaling at best, but nobody is ever punished for violating UN laws. That's true. Well, no, there are people who get punished. Those are the weak countries, the third world. If you're a third world nation, the UN actually applies because the first world nations will enforce it whenever they want to. And they say, oh, but there's a UN law. You just can't do it the other way around. It goes straight downhill. The UN laws don't apply to the top, but they absolutely apply to everyone on the bottom. There is that. Let's see. I'm trying to catch up on comments, and then I'm going to get back into the show again. But I love answering the comments and questions of my audience more than anything else. Let's see. Bucky Boba has another comment. Honestly, I get excited after reading about Teddy Roosevelt's version of progressive Republicans, hoping for a 2026 rebirth. Then you may want to check out, there it is. You may want to check out the Libertarian Party. You'll probably enjoy the Libertarians. And I know I have some friends who are Libertarians. They're misguided on certain issues, but they're nice people. They're not Republicans. They are Libertarians, but there are some issues where they're very closely aligned with Republicans. And then there's a whole bunch of issues where they're completely in outer space and they have their own idea. And I've said that to my Libertarian friends to their face. I've said it in person. I've said it online. I'll say it again. I think there are certain things that the Libertarians they're out of their mind on. But if you are looking for a party that isn't the American right wing as it exists right now, the Libertarians are probably one of the better options. And I would say that for Democrats, if you're looking for something that's a little bit more, a little less socialism, or a lot less socialism, but yet not the Democratic Party, you probably want to talk to the Libertarians. So I would suggest that. What is that? I thought David Kucinich would be considered more conservative. No way. David Kucinich is a rhino. Absolutely not. He's not a conservative at all. And I wouldn't call him. Well, I'm not thinking. Yeah, no, it's Kucinich. Yeah. No, he's he's very progressive. Let's see. Snoop didn't get convicted. To be fair, Snoop Dogg was never convicted. Broadhouse is his name or something like that. He did go to trial for shooting a guy with a shotgun. It was after he became a rapper, but early in his career. And he was brought in to be tried, but because you could say that the trial was rigged. You can say that it was because he was then a celebrity. He wasn't just a gangbanger, but he was also a celebrity and an international celebrity at that. And celebrities tend not to lose in any of their trials, and they get off. But you can look it up. It is widely believed, legally, he's innocent. Absolutely innocent by law. He was brought into the trial and he was found not guilty. No question on that. That is absolute. Now, if you ask people's opinion about what actually happened, he's a stone cold murderer. And there are events in his life because he was a gangbanger, an active gangbanger. He wasn't playing. This wasn't a role. This wasn't something they did on stage. It's not like modern rappers. He actually was, just like Ice-T was a pimp. That's a fact. He was an actual gangster. He was actually a criminal, convicted criminal, violent criminal. That is a fact. Now, you look at Ice-T today, and he's an actor, and he's a nice guy, and I've seen him on stage, and he's spoken. I got lots of respect. He turned his life around. To an extent, Snoop Dogg has turned around most of his life. Mostly. Not completely. But there is no question about what they did in the past. And while it's not talked about now because it's considered rude by some people, and it upsets a lot of the black supremacists out there and people who have this iconic vision of Snoop Dogg, which I don't have. You know, you don't hear about it much, but that's because they are idolizing Snoop Dogg. I don't. Snoop Dogg was a violent drug dealing criminal who I believe never suffered the consequences of his criminality. He got lucky and he got to escape without having to be accountable for what he did. And so I have less respect for him. That's me personally. And if I ever meet Snoop Dogg, I mean, he can have a conversation with me, and he can tell me I'm full of crap if he thinks that's the case, and he probably would. And I really won't care because I don't care about Snoop Dogg. As a human being, fantastic. Let him live his life, but I do not forget or forgive his past. Okay, we finally caught up with all the comments here, which is good. Let me jump, and I got all the super chats. Thank you, Phil. I appreciate that. And by the way, folks, as soon as I see super chats, I generally tend to jump right to them. Whether it's a Rumble rant or a super chat, I jump right on it. But let me go back into the show. And again, if you disagree with me about Snoop Dogg, you disagree about Israel, you disagree about Zoran Mamdani, anything we've been talking about, tell me why. I'm happy to hear your voices. And we can have that discussion. I still may not agree with you, but we can have the conversation. Let's see. Oh, wait a minute. There's one other comment here. Bronner says, I don't care for Snoop's music. I hate rap music. I hate the recent gangster music. Since 1992, rap music has gone completely downhill, completely commercial, sold out, and it's just not good. It's just not. But Bronner does admire that Snoop Dogg is an advocate for marijuana. Well, it's because he's a drug dealer. And he always was. He was a drug dealer who got high on his own supply, which is not admirable at all. And I don't think it's a good thing to advocate for. To advocate for people to not be in the correct mental mind space, to avoid dealing with reality because they're taking psychoactive drugs is not a benefit. I do not support any of that from Snoop Dogg. It's how he makes his money. Fantastic for him, but it gains no respect for me. None whatsoever. All right. Let's get back to, guess what? So we were talking a little bit about Zoran Mamdani and his illegal actions that will hurt America, which the left does not want to talk about. You're not supposed to think about the fact that what Zoran Mamdani is going to harm America, not help America. Well, what about Kathy Hochul? Remember, it was 2 years ago when Kathy Hochul said that black kids don't know what a computer is, which is insanely racist. It's right up there with Joe Biden saying, hey, blacks and Hispanics don't know how to find they don't know how to use a computer to find a polling place. Joe Biden also said if you're black and you don't vote Democrat, you're not black. Because somehow Joe Biden he speaks to God and he can suddenly change my skin color from what I was the bronze man that I have been born as, and he can suddenly turn me into a white guy. I don't know. I don't know how he does it, but supposedly Joe Biden thinks he can. I think it's more of the dementia out there. That being said, so this was incredibly racist, and the left protected her. Oh, she didn't mean it that way. Yes, she did. That's why she said it. And she said it at a national venue on camera, knowing she was being recorded. She had practiced. She had prepared for the event. She was she was governor. She knew people were paying attention. She was prepared. She was prepped. She didn't just say this off the cuff. She knew what she was saying. She just thought people would take it differently. And no, it's incredibly racist. So she said that 2 years ago. I see your comment, by the way. And Phil, Folks, by the way, Phil, super chat, $2. Phil is killing it with the super chats today. Speaking of dogs, how's my dog Khan? Give him a bone. We went to yesterday, I had to take my dog to the vet, but he is feeling somewhat better. We just walked him, and it was like the first time that he walked in the last 24, 48 hours that he was actually pretty happy. So he's doing better. All right. Thank you for asking about my dog. I appreciate that. So let me get back to Hochul. And so Hochul, so she says that 2 years ago. And then there's this. Come on. Now my computer wants to overheat. Come on. And Hochul has been costing New York State $11 billion. If I can get this to load up. Why is it not loading? Okay. So my point is, so we're hearing from these Democrats that are doing some of the most stupid things you could possibly imagine. Why is this not loading? Did my computer freeze? Hang on one second, folks. My computer's freezing here. Let's try that again. So I'm bringing up Kathy Hochul for a very specific reason. This is an example of the racism on the left. And the racism has a negative consequence on New York State and New York City. And Kathy Hochul is part of this problem of racism deeply embedded. It's kind of like Zoran Mamdani with the anti-Semitism that has been made popular by academics in the Democratic Party. And again, New York State is run by only Democrats. Every problem in New York State is a Democrat problem. They've had control of the government for 60 years, actually over 60, almost 70 years. They've had complete control. You can't blame the libertarians or the conservatives or the Republicans or even the Green Party. Can't blame any of them. It's all Democrats. So you've got the casual racism of Kathy Hochul. Black kids don't know what a computer is. How about this? Check this out.
A lot of haters got a lot of things to say about me and my race and how I ran it, but if I come and talk about her, y'all gonna have a problem. Over and over and over.
They usually coming out of y'all's think tank.
That's Jasmine Crockett, the former member of Congress. In January, she'll be out of a job. She lost her primary. The people in Texas got their minds cleared and said, what the hell did we elect? And you're hearing her. Now, you hear how this member of Congress is speaking. I want you to hear this, because this is what Democrats do to people. This is what the democratic socialism does to people. You hear how Jasmine Crockett is speaking, which is directly in line with why Kathy Hochul says black people don't know what a computer is, because they talk like Jasmine Crockett. Let's keep going.
All right, so Jasmine Crockett did not always speak like that. She actually attended the St. Louis Country Day School, which is one of the most elite prep schools in the Midwest. It cost over $30,000 a year, but somewhere along the line, after she got elected,
she went to a prep school. She was a rich kid. She isn't a ghetto kid. She's not like Snoop Dogg. She's not like Ice-T. She's actually a legit rich kid. But why is she talking like she's in the ghetto? Why is she talking like she grew up in the projects? Hang on.
She started speaking differently. Now meet the Jasmine Crockett that first ran for Congress.
First of all, it's good to see you in the new year. You know, no one could have told me that when I went down to Austin, now it looks like a little bit over a year ago.
Oh my God. Within the first year of Congress, as a Democrat Congresswoman, that's the woman who actually is the lawyer. Jasmine Crockett, by the way, is a lawyer. And I've said this a long time. If you listen to Jasmine, she doesn't speak in a courtroom the way she does in Congress, because she's pandering, because she's a minstrel. She is a minstrel, and we were warned about minstrels like her by Malcolm X, who told you, watch out for the black people who will suck up to the white liberals who will destroy the black community. Now, why am I bringing up the way that Jasmine Crockett speaks, the way that she used to speak, and how she speaks when she's doing her job as a well-educated lawyer? Why am I including Kathy Hochul and her comments? Well, it's because of something that we've seen before. Let me explain. Do you remember that in 2019, there was a movement amongst the teachers' union and in many of the progressive cities like Chicago, California, New York, shock, oh my God, that math is racist. There was a whole movement about this, and I have videos on this where they're talking about, well, math is racist. And the only way to teach our kids, especially inner city kids of color, the only way to teach them is that math is racist. So 2 + 2 = 5 because racism. Not 2 + 2 = 4. You have to teach little Johnny or little Bubba or little Daquan. You got to teach him 2 + 2 = 5 because of racism and give him an A. And then pass him on to the next grade, even though he's wrong and he has no idea what he's doing. And therefore, Kathy Hochul gets to say, well, Daquan, he doesn't know what a computer is because he was never taught, because he never had the opportunity. His parents, his teachers, the government failed little Daquan, and they never actually taught him anything. And they never expected him to do anything because Daquan's going to be on the government dole. He will never have a productive job because he's black, so he can't. That's what we heard from Joe Biden. That's what we hear from Kathy Hochul. That's what we hear from Mamdani. So they're going to make all the choices for him since he can't make it himself. And Jasmine Crockett, who could have been the and Jasmine Crockett, sorry, knocked over my microphone. Jasmine Crockett, who could have been the example, as we saw, she initially was being the example of how you can succeed. Yes, she's a black woman. Yes, she's also a lawyer. Yes, she's also a member of Congress. And yes, she's a Democrat. Okay, but she could be all of those things and be an uplifting message, not just to black girls, and not just to black people, but to everyone, to say, all right, you don't have to be the richest of the rich to be in politics. Could have been uplifting. But no, they believed in math is racist, so that's all you need to know. And they reinforced that message, math is racist, in 2019. They tried it again. Everyone in the world said, that's just stupid. That is a dumb idea. And no, teach the kid 2 + 2 = 4 because it doesn't equal 5. And I don't care about racism because it's not important. It's math. Math has nothing to do with racism. Math is numbers. Arabic numbers, the closest that you can get math to racism is that the number system is Arabic instead of Roman numerals. No shock. I don't think anyone's surprised by that. That's about as close as you get. Who cares? Because 2 + 2 = 4. It doesn't equal racism. It doesn't equal 5. It doesn't equal anything else except 4. But they want to waste time teaching, but racism, because progressive left-wing teachers who are taught by academic colleges like Harvard, like Columbia and Cornell, they teach these kids the wrong thing. They were taught, well, you have to talk down. You have to pander. You have to reach down into the muck where these kids are and keep them there. And don't let them ever get anywhere. And the only thing the kid needs to know is how to scream victimhood. That's the goal. Math is racist because you're a victim. And you will never succeed because you're a victim. And you can never get anything on your own because you're a victim. And you have to ask the government to take care of everything for you because you're a victim. And then we are surprised when we have entire communities that are victims and they are useless to themselves and to anyone else. Now, I bring all of that up, and I know that was in 2024, to remind you, and I'm getting to the point here. I'm getting to it. That in 1997, a bunch of progressive white liberals from Harvard and the Ivy League schools came up with this brilliant idea, or at least they thought it was a brilliant idea. And their brilliant idea was that black people are too stupid to understand English. So you have to teach them Ebonics. And I was insanely insulted in 1996 when they first came up with this idea. I thought this was one of the most insulting things ever. And if someone spoke to me in Ebonics, I'd smack them in their face. Simple enough. Because there's no excuse for this. When I was growing up in the 70s, I had an unabridged dictionary. I read it all the time. Which is one of the reasons why I know what a Jacob's coat is. My teachers in elementary school, Miss Schusterman, who then became Mrs. Brick, but Miss Schusterman, when I was in, what was that, third grade? In third grade, I got kicked out of my elementary class. I had a teacher, Miss Bingy. I don't like Miss Bingy. Never did. None of my brothers and sisters, everybody in my family had a problem with Miss Bingy. She's a bad teacher. Miss Bingy thought I was illiterate in third grade. She thought I couldn't read. I was bored. I read encyclopedias cover to cover. I read the newspaper. Every day, my mother would bring home a newspaper. I would read it from cover to cover, every single word, and understood what it was. Read encyclopedia that we had, read it cover to cover, all 26 volumes of the encyclopedia, read it all. We had an unabridged dictionary. I was reading that. I was voraciously reading. I had a reading level in 6th grade that was collegiate. Miss Bingy told me I was illiterate. I got kicked out of that class because Miss Bingy would I would get in an argument with Miss Bingy, my teacher, because she was trying to tell me that I was illiterate, and I told her she was a fool. And she didn't like that. So I got kicked out the class. And she would tell me, just admit that you're illiterate. And I said, no, screw you. Well, not that. But I said, no, I'm actually quite intelligent, and I know exactly what I'm reading, and I can read anything. I'm just bored because you're a bad teacher. She didn't like that. And so we yelled at each other. And I would be outside the classroom for half an hour, 45 minutes, an hour at a time, because I was not getting along with this teacher because she was insisting, since I'm black, I was a victim. And obviously, as a victim, I couldn't read. Not that I was bored, not that I was more advanced than the entire class, but because I was obviously illiterate because I'm black. Miss Bingham, that was when Miss Schusterman then became Mrs. Brick. Miss Schusterman saw me, pulled me into her classroom and said, hey, she picked up a book she had on her desk, opened it up, just opened it randomly to a page and said, read this paragraph. Okay. And I started reading the paragraph and I kept reading. I read a page, 2 pages, turned page. I was going on to the third. I was getting into it. I started getting into the story. I was reading the whole thing. She said, okay, good enough. Stop. From now on, you're going to be in my class. Sit in the back, get a chair, and you're going to be in my class. And Miss Schusterman took the job serious. I didn't understand what had just happened. What just happened is, when we had break or something, she yelled at Miss Bingy, got the principal to okay it, and they switched my class. And I was forever in that class through 3rd grade. And she actually forced me, she had a huge number of books to teach me, to help me read different things because I was a reader. That's good teaching. She didn't teach down to me. She didn't speak down to me. Miss Bingy did. Miss Bingy believed in math is racist. Miss Bingy believed that Ebonics is the way you deal with poor, victimhood, impoverished black kids. Miss Bingy is a Democrat, and she loves Hochul, I believe. I haven't talked to her in many decades because I don't like her. But I would imagine she's probably a progressive Democrat in the DSA and supporting Kathy Hochul and Zoran Mamdani because she believes in victimhood. She believes in the leftist ideology, the progressive socialist ideology that black people are victims, and therefore you have to always pander and reach down to them at the lowest common denominator. That's what Ebonics is. Ebonics is saying you are too dumb to learn the English language, that you are too dumb, that your native language, your native tongue is too difficult for you to understand. And that was created by a bunch of white progressives out of Ivy League schools, including Harvard, Yale, and the like. Why is that important? That we understand how this is so consistent. And I covered this, by the way. I covered this in 2020. In 2020, almost 6 years ago, it was August of 2020, and we were dealing with it then. I have an entire video dealing with BLM and the Rutgers English department, trying to institute Ebonics, trying to bring back my third grade English teacher and her victimhood complex for me. Not because I was the victim, but because she wanted me to be the victim. I had to be the victim to justify her life. By the way, she tried to do the same thing with some of my sisters after I graduated. She tried to do that with some of my younger sisters. I came back to the school. I got into arguments with her again. As a high school student, graduating, going into college, I had to come back to my elementary school and yell at that same teacher, Miss Bingy, never got married. Gee, I wonder why. Because she was picking on one of my sisters for the same exact reason. Oh, she doesn't know how to read. You're an idiot, Miss Bingy. You didn't know I could read, and you're telling me my sister, who I know reads as much as I used to, and you're telling me that she's illiterate? You're out of your mind. You're a bad teacher. Why do I bring all of this up? Why am I bringing up these examples? Why am I bringing up these stories for you guys? And I know it's a little disjointed here, and I will have the links for everything I'm talking about. But the reason why is it's back. Ebonics from 1996 is back. The Ebonics from 2020 is back. But now they have a new name. It's called Black English. It's the same thing. It's still pandering. It is still demeaning. It is still reaching to the lowest common denominator. It's reaching to the bottom of the barrel. It is treating black kids as victims and not actually addressing their capabilities. It is dehumanizing, but it's back. And again, who's came up with this idea? A bunch of progressive democratic socialists from the biggest institutions and colleges in our country, supported by the teachers union. A bunch of Miss Bingies taught a generation, and this is what we get. You're black, you're a victim, so you need to learn Black English so that you can speak like Jasmine Crockett when she lost her congressional race, not like the lawyer that was Jasmine Crockett who won a congressional race. Jasmine Crockett, before socialism, before the Democratic Socialists, was an intelligent lawyer. And you heard her. I showed you the video. After she became a Democrat socialist, and was elected, she became a minstrel. She became ghetto fabulous. She became a victim. And she lost. The public support went away because she was miserable. And because she wasn't helping anyone, especially the black voters that initially got her into Congress, they all abandoned her because they should. And now we have those very same democratic socialists, those same elitists from the Harvard and Yale and Columbia, they're all now trying to create again and they just always go back to the same old things. Math is racist and ebonics because you can't speak, because you can't read. You're a poor black minority. Therefore, the government has to take care of you. The government has to do everything for you. You are helpless. You are hopeless. And just like Zora Mamdani, you need to be wrapped by the warmth of community, the warmth of government. Government has to be involved in every aspect of your life because you can't be counted on to do it for yourself. This is, if you haven't caught it yet, I am pissed off. I am insulted. I am angry about this. And I hate that the left always goes back to the well and thinks, well, this time they'll sell it. This time everyone's going to buy it and they're just going to go hook, line, and sinker with this. I will not. I refuse. This is insulting, demeaning, dehumanizing, and I will fight against this. There is no argument that makes sense. Oh, but Mike, but black kids, they don't have computers. You're a liar. They don't have cell phones. You're a liar. Oh, Mike, but how can these kids learn? There are libraries, there are books, there are newspapers. There is a lot of stuff you can read. You can't tell me kids can't read. You can tell me that you're not teaching kids to read. That I would believe because you're so busy trying to convince them to play the race card for every problem in their life. You're trying to turn them into activists for democratic causes that you forgot to teach them how to be a human being, how to be independent and capable of just self-responsibility, self-accountability. You're so busy trying to turn them into another Obama voter that you forgot to turn them into human beings. The activists are pushing schools to teach Black English, which is Ebonics. Ebonics was a bad word, so they changed it now. You can't say Ebonics anymore. Now it's Black English. It's the same thing. They're just selling it with a new marketing. It's the same concept. Nothing is different. This is an article from July 8th. July 8th of this year, 2026. I already showed you. I was talking about this back in 2020. I was talking about it before then as well. This is an idea from 1996. This is not new. They're trying to tell you, oh, but it's new. No, you just don't understand. No, it's not like the old socialism. It's the new socialism. It's not the old Ebonics. It's the new Ebonics. Yes, it's still dehumanizing. Yes, the kids don't know how to read and write and speak. In this article, you've got a mom so dedicated to this idiocy that she thinks that her 2-year-old, well, Ms. Williams says that relatives warned her as a child that dialect could be used. Oh, wait a minute, where is it? So they've even convinced mothers now. Here it is. Ms. Williams, this is a parent of a 2-year-old child. Dumbing down curricula to hurt minorities is a typical play of malicious and stupid liberals. This is what Fox News is saying. What did the mom say? Where is it? She has a 2-year-old son. Where's the quote? Here it is. Ms. Williams, I don't want my son to walk into any room and feel like his voice is not valued or his perspective can't be heard because he's not saying it in one way or another. Ms. Williams is worried that her son will walk into a room and he will not be praised. Her son is 2 years old. Let me say it again. Her son is 2 years old, and she expects people to praise her son for walking into the room, and they must listen to the 2-year-old because he's speaking. Ms. Williams, you have a problem. You have a deep problem, and you're teaching your child to have the same victimhood complex. That, oh my God, you're not listening to the 2-year-old. Oh my God, he's so disrespected because he's a 2-year-old. This is not a Rhodes Scholar we're talking about here. And she literally says this in the article. Now, Ms. Williams is a lecturer in the Doctorate of Educational Leadership for Social Justice and Equity in San Francisco State University. Are you surprised? She's teaching her 2-year-old to be an activist, not to learn how to read and write. She's teaching her own kid Black English, Ebonics, for 2026 because she wants to raise an activist, not a human being. This is insulting. We need to stop this. And we've seen this idea supported by Jasmine Crockett. We've seen this supported by Teachers Union. We've seen this. The left loves to dehumanize everyone. And I guarantee you, if they're doing it to Black kids today, tomorrow is Hispanic kids. The day after that will be Asian kids, if they can get away with it. Asian kids' parents actually get real uppity about that, and they don't like that. And I guarantee you, then they go to the white kids. In fact, they'll probably be teaching the white kids Black English faster than they'll teach the Latin kids Black English or Ebonics, because that's what they did in the 90s. And what 90s was Ebonics for the Black kids, and then all the white kids, especially the poor white kids, they got to learn Ebonics too. This is how we destroy our generations. This is how we destroy America. This is how we lose our country to other countries. Bronner says, Mike, this is an issue that we not only agree on, but we both seem to be very angry over it. It's truly insulting. It is insulting. But the left tells you that I'm a racist. I'm the racist for being upset about them dehumanizing my entire race. I'm not big on race. Look, folks, many people have seen this program. I've got 3,000 videos. I have at least 7,000 hours of content that I have done. At least 7,000, probably closer to 10,000. And that's not including the 2,500 articles that I have written over the years on top of that. And I can tell you, I'm not into race. I don't really care. I don't play the race card. I don't play I don't play with this game about, well, skin color and skin tone and you're too sharp, 2 shades too light or too dark. I don't care about that crap. I really don't. But this is insulting and dehumanizing, just like it was with math is racist. That is dehumanizing. This is how we get government under Zoran Mamdani, under the progressive socialist movement. That's how you get cradle to grave government. They're not going to, I'm so upset about this. I got to get this out straight. We're not raising a generation of kids who can actually be self-sufficient. There always must be someone to guide them, to hold their hand, to do the rudimentary, basic human things for them, because they won't be able to do it themselves. And they're entitled, which means they have an attitude about this, like they deserve this. Like this is absolutely, of course you're going to take care of me for the rest of my life. Why in the hell would I want to do that when you're an able-bodied, regular human being? You got a brain that's no different. You're not disabled. It's not like you have some incapability. You're just as able of mind and body as anyone else, and yet we're teaching them to be slaves. These are mental slaves. Progressives create mental slaves, whether it's economically or if it's mentally, they create slaves. That's what progressive socialism brings. And look at how well it works. They took a leading attorney, a lawyer, Jasmine Crockett, got her into Congress and turned her into a minstrel who lost her congressional seat. And they did that in just a couple of years. That's what the progressives do. And if they can do that to Jasmine Crockett, an accomplished attorney, and turn her into a minstrel whose the only thing that she can say, Jasmine Crockett, her entire time in Congress, only thing she said was race card, the race card, the race card. Donald Trump, orange man bad, race card. That's it. That's all she accomplished. That's all she's good for, which is really sad. It is really sad because she was qualified day one. And on her last day, she absolutely is incapable of being able to hold elected office, which is why she lost, which is why Democrats abandoned her. It's why black people abandoned her. It's why her career is non-existent. And they want to do this to an entire generation. And of course, this is coming from California again. Again, it's California, and it'll be in New York and in Chicago. Again, they're going to do this. I wanted to make sure I included the history of this to show you how this keeps popping up roughly every 5-ish years or so. Every 5 years, they come out with a new version of the same thing. It's Ebonics, but it's the new version. It's the latest update. It's still racist as hell. It is still dehumanizing. It's still going to destroy a generation, but it's new. So you got that. It's at least new, which means it has a new person pushing it. Not that it's a new idea or it does anything different. Oh, this makes me so mad. This makes me so mad. Let me double check. I just want to check through the comments here, and I wanted to make sure I covered the history of this so that you guys could see that I'm not just losing my mind. I'm not just making this up, that the left, they've been doing this since I've been in third grade. Since I've been in third grade, they have been doing this. This isn't new. And it's only destructive. It is only meant to be destructive. And thank God we have people who are not teachers like Miss Bingy, who aren't like Jasmine Crockett, who aren't like the current crop of progressive teachers out of Harvard and Columbia that think, well, black kids, they're a victim. Treat them like one. Teach them like one. This is evil. Let me go back on some of the old comments. So, yeah, it is interesting that Ice-T used to be a pimp, and now he plays a cop. Yeah, well, that's the reason why he plays a cop, because he used to deal with cops a lot. He had to deal with cops. They would arrest him all the time. So he knows how to be a cop because he lived with that experience. That's why a lot of cops, Dennis Farina, he would play a bad guy. He played a criminal or a cop because he was a cop and he used to, of course, arrest a lot of bad guys. So he knew how the bad guys would act, but he also knew how cops acted. So that's why Dennis Farina, he was such a good actor as a lawyer, either as a cop or as a bad guy, because he knew how to do both roles. So it's kind of interesting. Same thing for Snoop Dogg. Yes, Bronner, you're correct. Malcolm X absolutely despised liberals and progressives, absolutely despised them, and he was right. Let's see. I'm catching up some comments. 2 + 2 = 4 yesterday. It does today too. It will also equal 4 tomorrow. I hate being a racist. I know it's so racist to say 2 + 2 = 4. How dare you? How dare you? You can hear Greta Thunberg right now. How dare you? Yes, I dare. I dare. Kiss my ass. Yes, I dare. Oh, Bronner's mom made him read the Washington Star newspaper. Well, my mom didn't force me. I just wanted to. See, back in the late 70s, my family was poor, to be fair. We were poor. We didn't have a lot of money. There was one TV, but that wasn't unusual for most families in the 70s. You didn't have a lot of other stuff to entertain the kids. And yeah, I would go out and play with my friends all the time, but there's still a bunch of downtime. I mean, homework didn't take me long because I wasn't a dumb kid. So it wasn't that hard. I had a lot of extra time. I would read because why not? So my mom didn't have to, she didn't even make me do it. I just picked up the newspaper one day and just started reading it. And I just made it part of my daily routine. I would just read the newspaper. My mom didn't care. That's back when like newspapers were like, what was it, 30, 50 cents, something like that. Phil mentions progressives try to pander with italics. Yes, they do. They do. I'm trying to catch up on some of the comments here, folks. So bear with me for a second. Phil, I didn't know this. Phil studied linguistics and says that as someone who studied linguistics, that's dumb. Informal language transforms faster than you can codify it. That's true. And that's the problem, though. It is a lower form of English. If you only know how to speak Ebonics, if you only know how to speak street, you will never get anywhere in life. You can't advance. Let me explain that, or how I explain that. Language is a function of thought. The way you think limits what you can say, and vice versa. You can only say what you know. It is trying to communicate, and language is just taking the thoughts that are in your head and communicating them in a way that someone else who isn't in your head, who doesn't see the world the same way, so that they can understand what you think or how you thought something or how you see something. That's what communication is for. The better your vocabulary, the more that you can convey the thought in your head to someone else who's not in your head. That's what language is for. And if you are stuck at a level where you can't speak and convey an idea to anyone above the age of 6, then you have a problem. If you speak street language, if you speak Ebonics, you can only talk to 6-year-olds. You can't walk into a boardroom. Remember there was that Miss Williams who has a 2-year-old and she's teaching that kid Ebonics, Black English, because, well, she wants to make sure he's respected. He's a 2-year-old. The thing is, he's never going to grow up. He's never going to be well defined as an adult because he's stunted. She's stunting his ability to learn. That kid will never be able to gain as much knowledge. He doesn't read. He doesn't know what words mean. He's going to only learn the Ebonics words, which aren't words used in business. They're not words used in coding. They're not words used in plumbing. They're not words used anywhere except in the ghetto. And her son will be limited to the ghetto because that's the only people he's going to be able to communicate with. Those are the only people who the what he's talking about. He will never be able to advance because he will never have the capability to explain anything that the kid could be brilliant. I don't know. He could be William Shakespeare in his head, but because he doesn't know words and he was never taught, he will never be able to express that, and therefore he will never advance. This is why it is demeaning. This is why it is dehumanizing. This is why it is mental slavery. I hope that makes it clear for people. Let me catch up. Your professors loved Noam Chomsky? You had terrible professors. Seriously, you had terrible professors. Let's see. So Phil says, English is a good trade language because you can mess it up and still be understood with it because it's a complete, it is a composite, at least 3 different languages. Well, yes, it is. English is a composite. It's made up of several Romance languages and Latin itself. So yes, a lot of people who know the Romance languages can figure out a lot of things in American English, but there's that surface level of I kind of know what you're talking about, but yet I don't. as an example, my Russian, when I was speaking Russian, and I lived in Moscow, I learned Russian by ear, and which is difficult. But if the choice is starve or learn how to speak Russian, I learned how to speak Russian. Didn't take classes. I just walked around the city and learned to do things because I needed to do things. But my capability of speaking Russian was rudimentary. It was like junior high school level, like a 7th grader. It wasn't anything in depth. I couldn't have meetings in Russian. I could understand most things, but I was having an involved meeting about international trade, I had to have my translator with me. I had to have Volodya there because he needed to break it down, because I could kind of understand what people were talking about, but I couldn't actually make a deal on that. I didn't understand the details. I didn't understand the specifics because I didn't know the words. I didn't know the meanings. I couldn't convey that. So I needed him to both express what I was saying in English and also to express to me what they were saying in Russian. It's the same thing, except now you're treating American citizens like I was being treated in Russia. And in Russia, at least, they respected me that I was learning a language that I didn't know. It wasn't my native language. I was in a foreign country with a foreign language, and I just figured it out. They respected that. I may only be able to speak like a 7th grader, but hell, he figured it out on his own. That's at least a little impressive. But if you can only speak like a 7th grader in your home country, in your home language, that is a failure. That is a fail state. Let's see. Oh, John's with us. John R. is with us. And John says, Mike, I hear in the New York City there is a new permanent program to pay junkies for their used needles instead of arresting them for breaking the law. I'm not familiar with that law. I would need to see the specifics to make sure. But if it is, and I know John, I know John's very credible. So if he's saying there's this new program, I believe it. I haven't heard about the program. So assuming that it's exactly as you described it. So there's a new permanent program. It pays junkies for their used needles. You know what? And the key part here is arresting them instead for breaking the law. No, I can see why, because otherwise you get a bunch of junkie needles all over the place. We look like California. It would be like being in San Francisco, just junkie needles all over the place. And there are, like Washington Square Park is just filled with junkie needles. It is unsanitary. It is inhumane. It is a safety danger to the public. So I can understand paying the junkies pennies for all of the needles that they use. They'd be lucky to get a nickel. And so, but that would be enough for several junkies to go around and pick up and clear out all of the needles, because it's like, you get what, 10 cents a nickel for bottles. And there are people who run around the city and that's all they do is they go and collect bottles and they turn them in the hundreds for money. Fine. You'd have some addicts that would be running around getting all of the syringes for a nickel. So because it would add up and that would maybe get them another hit. I understand, but I'd still arrest them. If they're turning in the needles, then they have sanctuary at that moment. As long as they're not breaking another law, they could be high, they could be whatever. But if they don't break a law as they're turning in the syringes, give them the money. If they break a law as they're giving in the syringes, or immediately before or after they turn in the syringes, arrest the hell out of them, because they're criminals. And their criminality is not excused by the fact that they're being more sanitary, which they should have been in the first place. So that's what I think about that law, John. Off the top of my head, my thought is, no, we still arrest the junkies when they break the law, and they should be clean and sanitary anyway. But yeah, give them the 5-cent incentive but don't pay more than that. It's not worth it. And we don't want to encourage them to be able to commit more, to get high even more. We don't want to encourage that. Just enough to keep it sanitary and safe, but not enough to actually give them a reason to get high again. There are no such thing as a safe space. There is no safe getting high. We should not have safe injection places where people can get heroin and get high off of that. No, I don't believe in that. That's enabling. It extends the problem. It is not humane. It is actually criminal. Don't do that. The left don't agree with me on that, but I don't care. Let me see. Let me catch up. Oh, wow. I didn't know this. Bronner did some jail time for a minor charge. The block I was in, there were 2 white guys, me and some moron. He spoke street black. He thought he was allowed to use the N-word. A lot of people seem to think that because, well, again, it's the lowest common denominator. It is disparaging. But if you don't know any better, of course you do. Let's see. Everyone's talking about the English language. John says it's 20 cents for each needle. Too much. We're paying 15 cents too much. Again, I wouldn't pay them more than I would pay for bottle returns. 5 cents. That's it. This isn't meant to be encouraging. If I'm giving them 20 cents, they can it's a lot faster to get to like $5 to get another hit. I do not want to encourage them or give them the opportunity to get high again. Not 20 cents, 5 cents. Anything more than 5 cents is encouraging, and makes it too easy for these addicts to get high again. And we should be trying to prevent that, not enable it. So no, I would not do that. That's just insulting. Let's see. I know there's a lot of comments there, guys, but I just wanted to catch back up. Oh, but Bronner disagrees with me. I knew someone would. The left usually does. Mike and I are disagreeing again. Junkies are not criminals. Junkies can be criminals, but just because you're a criminal doesn't mean you're a junkie. They are sick. They're not sick. I don't believe in that. I do not believe that alcoholics aren't sick, junkies aren't sick. They're individuals who made a choice. And their choice led to an addiction. That's not a sickness. I don't walk down the street and suddenly I'm addicted to crack cocaine because the rain came out. No, that doesn't happen. That's not the case. I don't suddenly become an alcoholic because I was sleeping in the sun. It doesn't happen like that. I made a choice. They made a choice. Their choice was to imbibe a addictive substance, and they became addicted to it. That's a choice. That's not a sickness. And they need to be treated accountable. Be accountable. Now, does that mean that they can never be forgiven or they can't be in society? That's not true. If you truly want to sober up and you want to live a better life, absolutely give you the opportunity. But I'm not going to forgive or forget that you made the initial choice to be drunk, to be high, to be an addict. That was a choice. Actually live with that. Be accountable for that and deal with that. I know people say, but that's not nice. I don't care. I'm not trying to be nice. That being nice isn't helping them. Being nice doesn't get them sober again. It doesn't improve their life. Life is not about being nice. Life is about living. And that means you deal with the challenges and you address the shortcomings as they are, not like how you would want it to be. So that's a very fundamental difference. Do they need treatment? I'm happy to help someone who wants help. Not that they need it, that they want it. You can try and sober up an alcoholic 1,000 different ways, 1,000 different times. If they don't want to stop being an alcoholic, they will get drunk again. You try and get someone who's a crack addict and you want to try and get them sober. You can do anything you want. If they still want crack, they're going to go right back out. So treatment is for those who seek treatment, who seek to improve their lives. I have no problem helping people who want to make themselves better, but they are not guaranteed it. They are not entitled to it. There is no obligation. They have to want it, and they must earn it to make it worthwhile. If I'm just handing it out, it's not going to work, and it's a waste of time and money. It's a very different point of view because I believe in accountability. Let's see. Oh, we got a hypothetical question here. Hang on. So, hypothetical question. Let's say I smoke cigarettes. So the question is, let's assume that you smoke cigarettes. I do smoke cigarettes. And you develop cancer from that choice. Am I not sick with cancer? Cancer is an addiction. Two different things. There is I can get, and again, this depends on the type of cancer. You can get cancer because you're walking down the street and you've got cancer. It is a genetic disease. It is genetic deformity, which is informed and sometimes accelerated by your own health. It is by smoking the cigarettes, I manipulate my own genetics and I accelerate or can accelerate and accelerate the cancer that exists in the genes already. It is a genetic structure. It is a problem, a sickness I've already had. It is something that is naturally existing. And whether I do anything or not, the cancer is there. You have cancer already. In fact, most people are walking around with some form of cancer in their body. The difference is genes in moderate or good health, your body's able to balance out that genetic misformation and you don't break out into explosive cancer, which was lung cancer or skin cancer or whatever. Most people don't get that because your body naturally maintains a balance and keeps that in check. But if you're at the same time doing something like smoking cigarettes, which impedes your own body's natural health, and if you're a lazy bastard, like some of us are, and I am somewhat, then you, again, are responsible for letting that balance within your body break, and you get cancer. Cancer is an actual illness in and of itself that you can get separate of whatever lifestyle you have. I can't just wake up and be an addict. I can't. I must make a choice. I must actively take an action to become an addict. I don't have to do anything to become a patient of cancer. I can get a disease. There's nothing, I don't have to do anything to be diseased. I must take an action, an affirmative action, to become an addict. You must make a choice to become an addict. You cannot do that by accident. I mean, unless someone poisoned you, okay, I'll give you that. You got poisoned, you had no choice. Okay, that's different. But basically, you are seeking out the drug. You are seeking out the addiction. That's not an illness. That is your choice. It is a consequence, not an illness. Two different things. Okay, so Bronner agrees we should not be paying for addicts to continue their addiction. It's not an illness, though. Bucky Boba says, I think Jasmine caught up with a caucus after first elected. Yeah, she joined the Progressive Caucus. She then absorbed their templates. She did. That's exactly what happened. She joined in with the Progressive Caucus, and that's the AOC, the Ilhan Omar's, the Squad, Jumanji Williams, and God, I forget his name now. That whole crew. She got involved with them, and they took her down the extremist path, and thus we get Jasmine Crockett of today. That's true. It's sad. It's truly a sad story when you think about it. Many would say that addiction is genetic. Yeah, you could say that, but again, you have to take a conscious action. You must, to become an addict, you must make a choice. You must seek it out. You could have the gene for alcoholism all your life. And if you never drink alcohol, you'll never have a problem. It will never be your addiction. You'll never be an alcoholic because you just won't drink alcohol. If you never did, it would never activate. You could say it's genetic. Well, I have a genetic predisposition to be a heroin addict. Well, if I never take heroin, I'll never have the problem. If I seek out heroin and I take heroin, then I become an addict. Well, that's my fault. If crack, I don't believe it's possible, but say you have a genetic disposition to be a crack addict. If you don't take crack, you'll never be a crack addict. You have to positively, affirmatively take an action to become an addict. Cancer is an act of health. I don't have to do anything to get cancer. You can eat the right foods. You can exercise every day. You can be trim, you don't smoke, you don't drink, you don't do any of that stuff, and you still get cancer. That's entirely different. So it's not the same. Phil says, what's the price of cigarettes near me? Oh my God, they're ridiculous. They're $20 a pack. I'm in New York City. It is, and it's not because cigarettes are $20 a pack. You can get a pack of cigarettes down in North Carolina for $5 or less. It's expensive. It's $20 a pack in New York City because it's New York City. It's because of all the taxes. They have at least $10 in taxes for every package of cigarettes that you buy because the state is making money. It's not even going to anything except the state. They're just charging you money because, well, you're going to pay it. You're a cigarette. You smoke cigarettes. So it's $20 a pack. Cigarettes only cost like $5. And yes, the gas station, the business, they'll make $1 or $2 in profit because it's a cigarette. But the real money maker is like $10 or more on cigarettes are going straight to the state. It has nothing to do with the packet. Pack of cigarettes costs $5, and you can go throughout the entire South, the Midwest. You can buy a pack of cigarettes for $5 in most of America. Except if you live in New York City, LA, Chicago, Boston, then you're going to pay about $20. It's just because they're taking money from you. Bronner says, we don't agree on addiction. Okay. A lot of people don't. A lot of people agree with you, Bronner, and say it's an illness. I don't. I believe people need to be accountable. And to do anything else, to treat them in any other way, is to encourage and enable their addictions. I don't. It is my way of looking at it very harsh? Yes. I admit that fully. Is it does that make it difficult to help people? Yes, it does. I can live with that. I can go to sleep at night having the views I have. Everyone else doesn't. Okay. I'm not telling you that you can't think of addiction as an illness. You can. I will not. It's a definitive. In my definition, in my viewpoint, it is a definitive choice. You make that choice, you live with that consequence. Okay. And you can make another choice after becoming an addict. You make a choice to not be an addict. It's a lot harder. You can make that choice. And if you want to make that choice, I'm happy to help people with that, but it's not an illness. It's not. That's an excuse. Everyone else, and I know the rest of the universe wants to say, no, it's not, because the rest of the universe is soft-hearted. They want to give people an out. They want to be kind. They want to feel good. They want you to feel good. I don't care. There's a difference. I'm not trying to make anyone feel nice. Most people who want to help people want them to feel good. They want to be nice. They want to feel good about what they did, and they want you, the patient, to feel good as well. I don't. And that's a big difference. Because I think it's more impactful if I treat you as the active participant that you are. You made that choice. You need to make an affirmative, definitive choice again to be sober. And if you are willing to make that affirmative, definitive choice to be sober, I'm more than happy to stand behind you and support you in that process. But you have to do it. No one else can do it for you. That's a different way of looking at it. I can't say it's the most effective or least effective. I've known a lot of addicts in my life. My answer to them is the same as I've had to everyone else. You need to make that choice. You make that choice, I stand behind you. I will help you. But if you don't make that choice, don't ask me, because I'm not making it for you. That's your life, your choice, your decision. And anyone else making the choice for you, or anyone else making it less difficult for you, they're not helping you. They're helping you to be an addict. It's unintentional, but it is the consequence. And I do not help addicts. Do not. I help people who want to be an ex-addict. I help people who want to be sober. I don't help addicts. There is a difference. But that's, and people can make that decision. They can get sober, and they do. And I've helped people who want to be sober, and they get sober. It is difficult, and trust me, I've lost more than enough money. I've lost a lot of stuff because I'm trying to help someone who said they wanted to be sober, and I tried to help them, and they were lying, and they scammed me, and I lost money. I lost a lot of stuff. It happens. But, again, these are the rules I live by. Not everyone else does. What can I say? I'm not going to force my rules on anyone else. The last thing I want to go through, because I really want to cover this, is, and we've talked about a lot of things. Oh, my God. And I'm very happy to take the questions and to go into other subjects. Please never feel bad about asking me a question. You're my audience. That's why I'm here, to answer things for you guys, to present you with information, and to give you my opinion, my outcomes, my views on various topics. You can always ask. You can always disagree if you want. And you can do super chats, or you can do it just back and forth. I am always open to having these conversations with you. So never feel like you can't ask a question or to say, I don't agree with you, Mike. It's perfectly fine. As long as you have asked the question respectfully, I have no problem. You can ask anything you want, and I will respond, and I will answer you with respect. If you tell me I'm old, you tell me that I'm evil, you tell me I'm stupid, then you're going to get insulted, because you start with an insult, you will earn an insult. And I'm very good at insulting people. But if you're just asking me a question, you'll be treated with respect, no matter what the question is. Whether you agree with me or not, that's okay. You will be treated with respect because you deserve it. You're my audience. I'm here for you. And if you think I'm wrong on something, don't insult me, but just tell me, Mike, I think you're wrong, and this is the reason why. And as you can see, that's exactly what Bronner did. Bronner disagreed with me. And he didn't insult me, and I didn't insult him. We said, here's why I think the things that I do. It's not about insulting Bronner. I'm not. And Bronner's not insulting me. We're talking about two different viewpoints. And I'm trying to show the merit of my viewpoint, which you may not agree with. But this is the reason why I think these things. This is why I think it's a benefit from my point of view, as opposed to another point of view. You may think something completely different. You may agree with Bronner. Okay, that's all right. I'm not opposed to that. My audience can have different views than me. In fact, sometimes it's a good thing that you have different points of view than me, because I may not be right. Sometimes I'm wrong. Sometimes I don't have enough information. Sometimes and the same thing is true for anyone else. We can't know everything. We can't always be right. We're human beings. So we debate these things. We work through, and maybe I need to compromise a little bit more. Maybe I should have a little more compromise, but also maybe some of the regulations we have out here, especially in terms of addiction, where we are being far too coddling, maybe we need to be a little stricter. Maybe the answer isn't my way or Bronner's way. Maybe there's a combination of the two that is more of a mix that will help the most amount of people. We don't know until we have the conversation, but that's just a thought there. Okay. I did want to talk finally about New Jersey, and I wanted to talk about the assault ban. Now, like New York, New Jersey is a crazy, psychotic state because it's controlled by Democrats, and New Jersey is very much controlled by Democrats. And they have dragged down the state. And I know people go, but Mike, what about Chris Christie? And you're leaving out some of the Republicans that have won. Okay, I say control of the state. I didn't say who's the governor. And having a seat in the assembly versus 140 other seats. Yeah, you have one seat, you have 5 seats. You don't have a majority. You don't even close. If every single Republican in the New York State Assembly, New York State Senate, and a governor were all to vote no on something, and the Democrats voted yes, they would win because they overwhelmingly outnumber us. They have the majority. They have a super majority. So it doesn't matter. It is a Democrat-controlled state. No Republican can pass anything without Democrat approval. That, by definition, makes it a Democrat state. If you have a state, I don't know, Kentucky or Indiana, where Republicans have an overwhelming majority and nothing can be passed without having Republicans saying yes, well, then it's the same thing as being here in New York. It is a Republican state, which means all of the problems in those states are the major party's problem. So New Jersey isn't a purple state. It's not. And it's not a Republican state. It is a Democrat state. Democrats control this, and all of the problems in New Jersey are because of Democrats and no one else. They keep trying to pass it off. Oh, it's Chris Christie. Oh, it's someone. No, it's because of Democrats. It's because of Democrats and progressive socialist ideology and the laws that match that ideology. That's a fact. And that's why New Jersey it's funny. They simultaneously hate the Second Amendment, and they are one of the biggest users of the Second Amendment. And I'll explain that in just a moment. New Jersey had this ban on assault rifles. What's an assault rifle? Doesn't exist. There is no such thing as an assault rifle. There are semi-automatic rifles. That exists. That's a real thing. You have military-grade rifles. That exists. That's a real thing. But there is no such thing as an assault rifle. That's like saying I have an assault cup. This is an assault cup. Oh my God. Why? Because I can bash someone over the head with it. Does that make it a deadly weapon? Yes, because I'm using it to bash someone's head in. But does this have to be licensed? No, it's a cup. Let's get real, folks. And that's the problem. We're not being real. And especially with these naming conventions. It's meant to make you scared because you don't know what a gun is. You don't know what a firearm is. And so you react in fear and you do what you're told. You comply. And in New Jersey, they said, well, you can't have an assault rifle, whatever that's supposed to mean. And they changed the definition on that on a regular basis. And so what they really mean is a rifle, which is not the most common thing used in crimes at all. Not even close. 2% of all mass shootings are done with rifles, to be fair. And they're saying, well, you can't have a magazine that's bigger than 10 bullets. Why not? Because we said so. That's not a good enough reason for me. I'm an American citizen. Saying because I said so isn't an answer. I have the freedom to choose. So to tell me, no, you don't have a choice, I refute that. I'm an American. That's what the Constitution's about. That's why we fought wars, because I do have the choice. And if I want to have a 200-round magazine and someone's willing to build one and sell it to me, then I can have a 200-round magazine if I want to. I want to have a 500-round drum of ammunition. I can. Why? Because I want it. If I want to buy a Lamborghini, I can do that too. Do I need a Yugo? Maybe, but I can afford, if I can afford the Lamborghini, I can get the Lamborghini because I want it. Because I'm an American. Other countries, They don't get choices. America, you do. And to tell me that I can only have a magazine that's 10 rounds because somebody else is afraid, well, that's their problem. It's not my problem. But you have 20 rounds. You don't need that. No, you don't need 20 rounds. I want 500. So you can shut up and I can have my 500 rounds because that's what I want. You want less than 20. Fantastic. Walk around with 2 bullets. That's perfect for you. You can do you. I have no problem with that. I want 500. And you shouldn't be able to tell me no. And that should seem basic. That should seem simple in America, given our Constitution, given the Second Amendment. It should be basic. If you don't want to have 10 rounds, you don't have to. If I want 500 rounds, I can because I want to, because I have that right. That's my choice. I have choice. I can make an affirmative decision to either have more than 10 rounds or have less than 10 rounds if I choose to. That is my right. It is God-given. It is a choice that I received by birth, and no government has the right to take that right from me. That doesn't mean that you must have 10 rounds. That doesn't mean that you must have a firearm. It means that I get to choose to have one. Whether you want one or not is meaningless. This went to, the large capacity magazines, which was struck down by the Supreme Court in New York because that was part of the SAFE Act, SAFE. It was part of the SAFE Act under Andrew Cuomo, and that was struck down because he said you can only have 7 rounds. And of course, that's ridiculous. They don't even make 7-round magazines anymore. Every magazine's 10 rounds or more. So no, you can't, because you can't even get a magazine with that. So it was considered ridiculous, but you can get 10-round magazines, and that's why New Jersey went, well, if the rule is if the magazine's 10, then it's 10, then we're going to stick with just 10. You can't get that 30-round magazine, even though you want it, or the 15-round magazine, even though you want it, and it's available, and it's made for your firearm, but you can't have it because that's too many. According to who? According to some bureaucrat? According to some politician who's looking to get reelected and will say anything to the moms of America to get them to vote for him? Oh, 15 rounds. That sounds scary, doesn't it? Well, yeah, it does. Okay, well then we'll ban that, but you got to give me $20 in donations for my next election. Otherwise, I can't get that passed. Oh, I'll give you $50. Okay, then now I can get that passed. You can go to sleep at night because you'll be safe, because no one will be running around with those scary 20-round magazines, except all the criminals who don't follow the law and who don't care. How about the criminals who are crazy and they don't care? They can't even comprehend the law. They just want to commit mayhem for the sake of making mayhem. And there are a lot of people out there, not a ton, but enough of them out there. It's all a gimmick. And New Jersey was running with this gimmick because it made people feel safe. Not that they ever were. No one was actually safe. The gun bans don't make you safe. Again, criminals don't care. They don't follow the law. That's why they're a criminal. It's in the name. And the crazy people, they don't care about the laws either because, well, they're crazy. Again, it's in the name. So the people who commit the problems don't care about the laws that restrict people from committing these problems. And this went to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court looked at this and said, you're out of your mind. This is stupid. This is illegal. No. The ban doesn't work. Why? Because it's not actually based on anything. It's not realistic. It's not preventing people from doing something that people have done forever. By the way, and this is important, because they're like, oh, but we have to protect everyone. We have to make people safe. Where is it? I have it here somewhere. Where is it? There it is. So let me show you guys. This is from the ATF, the federal government. This is data from the ATF, from the federal government. So it's not Republican. It's not Democrat. This is just the numbers. This is just the data. This is how many machine guns are in each state. Now, remember, they said assault rifles are dangerous. They're weapons of war. It's like a machine gun. No, we're talking about actual machine guns. How many machine guns actually exist in states, in particular in New Jersey, where they were banning rifles because they were kind of, sort of, almost, if you close one eye, if you just listen to Democrats, they're the same thing as a machine gun, even though they're absolutely not. And neither in function, shape, form, nothing like a machine gun, other than maybe they're made out of metal and they're black. That's it. That's about the closest thing to being a machine gun as a rifle is. And how many machine guns? So if a rifle is considered beyond deadly and it has to be banned because it is too dangerous, how many machine guns would it take to be even more dangerous? That people should be dropping dead across the state of New Jersey. How many would it take? And people let's make a bet. And I want to see this from the chat. How many machine guns do you think? Matter of fact, I don't want to show you guys this. I'll keep it up. Tell me, how many machine guns do you think are in New Jersey? And this is from the ATF as of 2024. For the full year, 2024. We don't have the 2025 numbers yet. But in 2024, how many machine guns legally were in New Jersey? Because we have an exact number. And if you think that rifles are dangerous, well, machine guns it's like dropping a nuclear bomb. It's got to be insanely dangerous. Therefore, you would imagine that people are using these machine guns to commit crimes every day. Because, I mean, if a rifle's super deadly, well, then you got to have a machine gun. And that's why they use machine guns to kill people in mass shootings every single day. Because according to Everytown USA, there's a mass shooting every day in this country. So they all must be because of machine guns, right? So let me see. How many machine guns do we have? Let me see the comments. Did I train? Phil goes, Mike, did you train on the SAW? The SAW is a semi-automatic weapon. And it's supposed to be a cross between small arms machine gun and a rifle. Yes, they had them when I was in the Marine Corps. Yes, we trained on them. They're pieces of crap. They jam all the time. They were horrible. When you need a machine gun, you use a machine gun. When you need a rifle, use a rifle. Don't use a machine gun sometimes as a rifle sometimes as a machine gun. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't work. That's why no one uses them anymore, because it's a dumb idea. Hey, I have a subscriber. First subscriber. What do you know? First subscriber gifted 1 membership. So Phil's a member and he gifted a membership. That's super cool. I've never had members or memberships. So this is the first for me. This is a brand new thing. That's just brand new. Thank you, Phil. Phil's a member, and Phil gifted a membership, and there we go. Okay. I have two members. I've never had members before, so that's cool. Tell me about that. I don't know. I'll figure out something for that. But that's pretty cool. So let me see. So Gambling Kenny. Hello, Gambling Kenny. Been a little while since I've seen you. Hopefully you've been listening to the show, but good to see your comment as well. Gambling Kenny says, when we was kids, you could mail order a 20 millimeter anti-tank rifle. The Lati L30 weight was over 100 pounds. Extremely accurate, too. Yeah, I mean, when you were kids, when I was a kid, you could still get guns through the mail because the gun isn't the problem. The problem isn't the gun. But to answer the question that no one's really answering here, there are over 52,000 machine guns. According to the ATF, the federal government, over 52,000 machine guns in New Jersey alone. In just New Jersey. New York State has over 9,000. But in the entire United States, there are over 782,000 958 machine guns. About 750,000 machine guns, actual machine guns. Not, oh, it's a rifle, but we want to call it a machine gun like the Democrats always do. No. I mean actual machine guns. Like what you see in the movies. Machine gun. Yes. The Browning 30 cals, the 50 cals. Yeah. Actual, the M60. Real machine guns. Yes. 750,000 of them. 750,000 people are walking around. There's people in every single state. There are thousands of people in every single state with machine guns. And you know how many times machine guns have been used? This is the big question. How many times have machine guns been used to commit a crime since 1932, when the National Firearms Act was passed? How many times has a machine gun been used to commit a crime? That is going back almost 100 years. In 90 years, how many times have machine guns been used to commit a crime? Not even to murder people, just to commit a crime. Does anyone know this? I don't think a lot of people knew this. Okay, the answer is 4. 4 times in 90 years, almost 100 years. We're very close to 100 years. In almost 100 years, machine guns have been used 4 times to commit a crime. That's it. There are 750,000 of them. They've never been used in a mass shooting. Not once. Only once did someone die because a machine gun was used in a crime. Once. In American history since 1932. That tells you something. The problem is, and machine guns are exponentially, especially according to Democrats, exponentially deadlier. This ban, and if they are exponentially deadlier, and they are actual weapons of war, indisputably, they are weapons of war. That is not even a question. Then you would think that they would have been included in the New Jersey ban on assault rifles, on magazines. I mean, machine guns don't even use clips. Well, some do. The BAR, the Tommy gun, they use clips. But generally speaking, machine guns don't use clips. They're belt fed for the most part. You would think they would be on this list. They're not. Machine guns aren't on the list. They're not banned. So Democrats are being dishonest with you in every way, shape, and form. No wonder this law got bounced. And the Democrats are like, no, but we're going to go back and we're going to sue and we're going to try and get another. So far, it's been through 2 courts. The lower court, the appellate court have all decided, no, Second Amendment, this is crap. You want to have the gun, you can. There's 52,000 machine guns in this state. No one's dying from that. So there's no reason to think anyone's going to die from the rifles. And by the way, rifles are only 2% of all mass shootings in America over the last 40 years. It's not the problem. That's not the problem. Criminals are the problem. The crazy people are the problem, not the rifle. I wanted to bring that up because I think it's kind of important. The Tipman, what is this? Gambling Kenny mentions. Yeah, most people are off on that. Most people don't realize that there are so many machine guns. And by the way, I'm going to go back to that in 1 second. So the Tipman Gatling gun is legal. All machine guns are legal. All machine guns are legal. They don't tell you that. The news media doesn't want to address this, but every machine gun is legal in America. You need a license. It's a class 1 license instead of a class 2. But yes, they're all legal. You can have machine guns if you want a machine gun. But here's the really freaky thing that a lot of people don't talk about and most people don't realize. There are 3.2 million bazookas, rocket launchers, flamethrowers, mine layers in America right now. 3 million. It's about 1% of the population. 3 million rocket launchers, bazookas, flamethrowers in America at this moment. By the way, all these numbers have increased year after year. Every year, these numbers go up a little bit, not a lot, but they go up every year. I've been following this for over 15 years. I've been following this since I found out that the ATF keeps a record of these licenses. These are the legal, these are the minimum numbers in America. These are the legally registered rocket launchers, machine guns, the bazookas, tanks. That's the legal number. There are more than that. People have them illegally as well. When was the last time you saw someone use a rocket launcher or a bazooka to rob a bank or to rob a hot dog stand? They don't. The problem isn't the firearm, because it's not like there are 3.2 million flamethrowers and rocket launchers and explosive devices, grenades as well, in America. And none of them are used to commit crimes. None. Not one mass shooting has been done or mass murder has been done because someone pulled out a flamethrower. It doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. And it's not because they don't exist. It's not because there aren't any available. They are. Let me go back. Let me show you again in New Jersey as an example. So New Jersey has 52,000 machine guns. It has 47,000 flamethrowers, rocket launchers, bazookas combined. Over 47,000. It's not because they're not available. Even in New York, we have 55,000 bazookas and rocket launchers and flamethrowers. We have about 10 times or 5 times as many of explosive weapons than we do machine guns. When was the last time they were used in a crime? They aren't. And you can ask that about any state in the country. And you can ask that question in the last 50 years. The answer is no, doesn't happen. Doesn't happen. So the fact that they told you, we're going to make you safe, no, they're not. If someone wanted to be dangerous, if they wanted to kill a bunch of people with a flamethrower, they could, they don't. If people want to have a machine gun a bunch of people, they could, they don't. Because it's not the firearm that's the question. It's the people. It's the people. It's just that simple. Yeah, 3 million rocket launchers is a very good start. That's true. And every machine gun is legal. They're all legal. They just don't like to tell you that when they talk about the Second Amendment, they talk to you about gun bans. They never mention, oh, by the way, you can't have rocket launchers. They never ban rocket launchers. Why? Because then they would have to admit people have rocket launchers. The same moms of America that they have been convinced that everyone's running around with a Rambo M60 running down the street trying to shoot their kids. Imagine if you told them, oh, by the way, and also there's about 3 million rocket launchers in America. The women would pass out. You fear-mongered them so much, they would literally have heart attacks out of fear. It's stupid. It's just ridiculous. Let's see. Phil says, there were very few school shootings before Columbine. Not as few as you think. They just didn't get a lot of attention. The actual first mass shooting was in 1947 in New Jersey. Believe it or not, the first mass shooting was in New Jersey. We're talking about New Jersey. But they were the first. There was a guy who was from World War II. He had PTSD. It's believed he had PTSD. He got killed. But he went psycho and pulled out his rifle and was running around. And a bunch of his neighbors took him out because they also all had guns in their homes. So he wasn't very effective, but he did try. He was the first one to do a mass shooting, and that was in 1947. That was the first. One of the more famous ones is probably when people think about the Dallas school shooter who was in the tower and shooting down at students with a rifle. And people think of that. That's very rare. That is an uncommon kind of circumstance. That really doesn't happen. So then you speed up, and most people don't even know if there were any before or after. There was about 5 to 10 per year, roughly, a little sporadic, from the Dallas shooting in the 1960s until Columbine. So about a good 20-year period. And it was sporadic, but there was about 5 of them, 10 of them a year. And then we had Columbine, and then we saw the number creep up. But it's been, believe it or not, there are consistently about 100 mass shootings every year. And each mass shooting that's in the entire nation, all of it put together, we have about 100, where there are about, there's about 20 actual mass shootings with 100 victims a year. That's the average. The actual average is about 20 mass shootings a year with 100 victims of the mass shootings in a year. That is normal. Everything else you hear about isn't a mass shooting. Everything else you hear about isn't a mass shooting. So you hear about, oh my God, well, there was this gang of kids, a gang on a field in a school on a Sunday night, and the gang started shooting at each other. That's not a mass shooting. But they'll count it as a school mass shooting. So according to Everytown USA and all the Democrats, they'll say, well, that was a mass shooting. No, it wasn't. And they'll say, it was a school shooting, in fact. No, it wasn't. It was 2 gangs on school property at night on a weekend. There wasn't a single student around. It was just an opportunity. It was a location of opportunity. It has nothing to do with school. It has nothing to do with mass shootings. It's gang. That's a gang shooting. Not the same. And so they miscount these. If you actually go through, there are only about, on average, 20 mass shootings a year. That's it. There are, at maximum, on average, 100 victims a year. That's it. Everything else is hype to get you to give up the whole point why they hype it up and say, there's been 500,000 mass shootings this year alone. Every day there's 5,000 mass shootings in America. That's all hype. That's lie. That's propaganda. It's not real. It's just meant to make you scared. It's meant to make you afraid so that you will obey. That's all it is. All right. So we've covered a lot of ground. Oh my God, I'm way over. It's like 5:30. Was there anything I didn't include? Because I lost my mind for a minute there about the Black English. I'm still upset about that, by the way. Black English, Ebonics. Please stop. Look, white liberals who want to be teachers, stop teaching Black kids how to not speak English. Stop being that disrespectful. Stop being that evil. I understand the teachers union says, oh, no, it's okay. And I understand that your Democrat elected official said, no, but it's okay. And some of them might even be Black. And they're like, no, it's okay. No, it's not. It's not okay. They're lying to your face. It is insulting. It is disrespectful. It is damaging to the community. You are destroying lives. Stop with the Ebonics. You guys have been trying to push this through since 1996. Stop it already. There's a reason why it keeps getting rejected. And every time you try this experiment, it always fails. Every single time. Stop it. Stop. But anyway, I'm pissed off about that. I am pissed off. Let's see. Braun says, I think Phil and Maya's point is that it's very rare before Columbine. For the most part, yes. And since Columbine, nobody wants to look at the causes. They just whine. They just blame whitey guns. It was never as honestly, the numbers today since the 1990s are down. There's less risk of mass shooting than in the 1990s, believe it or not. That's just the data. It was much more prevalent then than now. But yes, you're correct. No one's looking at it. 538 did the 538.com, which was a leftist website. They did a study. Actually, they did a very comprehensive study on over 100 different shootings in America, not just mass shootings, but all shootings in America. And they determined that on average, the mass shootings, there are at least 38 root causes of mass shootings, 38 separate individual types of root causes on why someone committed a mass shooting. It could be because of drugs. It could be psychoactive drugs. It could be, which may be legal, but also different type of drug. It might be because of gang violence. It might be because of home life. It could be because someone's just evil bastard. There's a bunch of different reasons why we have these mass shootings. At least 38 different root causes. And the only answer we get from Democrats is, let's try that social experiment again. No, not the Ebonics one. No, we're going to go with the banning all guns one. That doesn't work. Never works. Makes no sense. Oh, I wanted to point out something real quick. This really will be the last thing. And that is, I wanted to point out, here's Kathy Hochul. In 2024, she spent $275 million out of an expected budget of $400 million. So nearly $500 million to create AI data centers. Kathy Hochul today is telling you AI data centers are bad. You can't have them. We got to stop the AI. AI is bad. She spent $275 million 2 years ago to create data centers in New York. She was telling everyone how this was the best thing possible. She made a decision on her own to create data centers and to spend your tax dollars to build them. And 2 years ago, I'm so worried about the environment was perfectly fine with the water usage of the AI data centers, which hasn't changed. The amount of water they were going to use in 2024 is the same amount of water they're going to use in 2026, is the same amount of water, maybe less, that they'll use in 2029. That's just the way it works. And she knew about the number of jobs it would create, and she knew how much energy it would need. She knew that we need more nuclear power plants. She knew that in 2024. And she said, it's okay, let's make them anyway, because the benefit is bigger than the loss. It's more important to New York State's future to have AI centers than it is to not have them, to protect the overabundance of water in this state and the lack of energy that we can resolve with the AI centers. And all you have to do is build another power plant, nuclear power plant. That's all you need. Build another nuclear power plant. You can have an AI center. This is something that my good friend Larry Sharp often talks about, and he has an entire policy on that. That's right. He has an actual written policy, and he's actually talked in front of real people, not politicians, real people, about having more nuclear power and how that will allow us to have AI data centers, which can generate actual money for entire communities. I advise you to check out LarrySharp.com. You'll be able to see that. But Kathy Hochul didn't think about any of that. And now here Kathy Hochul, after spending our money, she already spent our money. It's not like an if. She already spent the money. This is in 2026. Kathy Hochul says, oh, we're going to have an executive order. She didn't give you a choice. She made an executive order. She made an executive decision to spend $275 million of your money as part of a $400 million package of your money to build data centers. And then without speaking to anyone in the public, she made a personal decision as an executive and said, nope, I'm just going to stop it. Wait a minute, but you don't get to make that choice. Shouldn't you be asking the voters? Shouldn't you be asking the American citizens? Because you didn't ask them. If you're telling us that you were wrong in 2024, which she avoids saying, she doesn't say, oh, I wasn't wrong in 2024. It's just different now. Well, that means you were wrong. It means your predictions were wrong. Either Kathy Hochul was wrong in 2024 or she's wrong in 2026. Either way, that means the public should be involved. That's why we have an entire legislature. That's why we have representatives that we elect. That's why we vote on ballot initiatives. She should be talking to the public. She's not. She's just making it up as she goes. She created the program. Now she's going to pause the program. It's still costing you money. She's still raising taxes out of your pocket to pay for all of this, whether it's a 1-year moratorium or whether it's the next 20 years, or if they outright ban data centers like they banned fracking in New York State. It doesn't matter. It already cost you money that could be going to teaching those black kids how to actually read, to be going to, I don't know, fixing potholes, feeding the poor, housing affordability. You could be doing a whole lot with $275 million. There's a lot of problems that can address. And she's just making it up as she goes. And she wants you to vote for her so she can keep making it up as she goes. It isn't because the public said, don't make data centers. She hasn't had a vote on that. She didn't let the public answer that. She said, it might cost me votes. The polling says that it could cost me votes if people figure out that in 2024, I spent $275 million of your dollars for data centers, and no one's sure whether we should or shouldn't have them. So she said, I'm just going to pause it. So now no one can say I'm the bad person until November, where she can say, no, turn it back on. Why? Because she's the only one in charge. She's the only one who made the decision to turn them off so she can turn them back on. And she'll do it in November after the election. Why? Because she's like Zoran Mamdani. She wants the power. And once she gets the power, you can't do anything anymore. So then she can do what she really wants to do. Just like Zoran Mamdani. Mamdani lied to you. Oh, he's not involved in geopolitics. And then once he gets involved, oh yeah, it's all about geopolitics. Oh, he's all up in your life because government is involved in everything. Government's going to micromanage your life after the election, after you've given him power, after he already promised you the exact opposite, and you're never going to see that. And Kathy Hochul is the exact same way. You're never going to see the benefits. Never going to see it. Let me see. I'll answer some questions here and then we're going to go. And so one of the questions is about Miss Bingy, third grade teacher. Yes, she was a see you next Tuesday. Yes, she was. And I knew that, not those words, but I knew that's what she was even when I was in third grade. Even when I went back for one of my siblings who also had the misfortune of getting Miss Bingy, and then we got them transferred out of the class. I literally walked into, I went to pick up one of my siblings and saw they were in Miss Bingy's class. I said, 1 second, I'll be right back. Walked right over to the principal's office of the school and walked in and said, okay, you got to move my sister. She's in the wrong classroom. They're like, what? Yeah, she's in with Miss Bingy. She needs to be with anyone else, any other teacher in the school. She can't stay in that classroom. Not for another day. They were like, you're serious? I'm like, yeah, I'm dead serious. By the way, you want to talk to my mother? No problem. Go tell my mother that this is the teacher that my sister is with, and she will tell you absolutely, word for word. She'll say, no, she can't stay in that classroom another day. This is a bad teacher. She shouldn't be teaching anyone. And my sister, by the end of that day, was in a new class. Yeah, that was Miss Bingy. I don't like her teaching. I didn't like her teaching. Don't know her as a human being, don't know anything about her, because in my generation, you didn't learn anything about the teachers. You don't know what their lives were like because it's not important. It doesn't help you learn how to read or write. So we didn't find out if they were married or if they were going out on dates. I didn't know, didn't care, never came up in conversation, never should come up in conversation. Didn't know if they were gay or straight, doesn't matter, who cares? That's for adults to have a conversation about, not for kids. And it's not part of teaching. It has nothing to do with teaching. And any teacher that involves any of that crap around your kids, get your kid away from them. Because they're not there to teach your kid. They're there to indoctrinate the next drone for the political party. They're making activists. They're not making human beings. They're not creating functional adults. They're creating indoctrinated dependents on the government, victims. If someone's telling your kid, I went out on a date last week, let me tell you about it. No, get your kid out of there. If they're like, oh, no, but you should have purple hair and we'll call you Susie, even though you're a boy, get your kid out of there. That's not what's going to teach you. All right. So Bronner says, I would love to have a conversation with you, Mike, sharing a beer and smoke, discussing how we chose how to educate ourselves. How we chose to educate ourselves. Okay. Our schools were effed even before the DPR, of Department of Education. Sort of. I mean, I never looked. Here's the thing. When I went to high school, this is a fact. This is an absolute fact. It's easily confirmed. When I was in high school, the last year, 12th grade, I didn't actually go to high school. I went to college. I was in a program. It was early start or early access, something like that. And I spent the entire first half of the year, and I would spend like the morning, the first 2 or 3 hours of the day, I would go to my high school, and I'd have like a gym class. I had like 2 gym classes back to back because somehow I didn't have enough gym classes. So I would have 2 gym classes, and that would be the end of my day at the high school in my 12th year. And then I would go over to City College of New York, which is downtown in Manhattan, and I'd spend the rest of the day doing classes, college classes, college English, college math, college science in City College. And so that was, it's kind of like a Head Start program for college students. And so that's how I did my 12th year. I had, at one point, I was in the high school physics class. And my high school physics book was older than I was. I was 18 years. And, obviously in high school, I was 18 years old. And my physics book that I was being taught, this was only an advanced class for kids in 12th grade, and this is for the best of the science kids. We were the only ones who got the physics class, and the book was older than me. It was at least 20 years old. That was my physics book. That's how I was learning physics. I learned more about physics in my college Head Start College 101 chemistry class than I learned about physics in the chemistry course. And I don't blame the teacher. He was kind of burnt out, but I don't blame him. That's it. My school didn't get any of the materials. Now, some people will say, oh my God, you were so deprived. That was so unfair. It's not just. It was an injustice on you. It was because you're black. No, it's because the area was low-end middle class, by the way. My neighborhood wasn't poor. It was actually low-end middle class. And the high school was, most of the kids, they were from low-end middle class families. We weren't quite, the families in the neighborhood aren't poor, but they weren't rich either. They were, working class, middle class. And so it wasn't because there wasn't money in taxes. Lots of private homes here. Yeah, there's the projects, but there's a lot more people who own private homes around Evander Charles High School. That's just a fact. That's the truth. So people are paying their property taxes. They're paying more property taxes than most of the schools near the projects. So it's not that we didn't have the money. It wasn't because of the taxes in the area. It's because they didn't care. It's because they didn't care. Because most of the kids who graduated from Evander Charles High School, overwhelmingly, over 60% of them weren't going anywhere. They were never going to go to college. They were never going to get a degree. They were never going to make high-end white-collar jobs. It just wasn't going to happen. That's not who they were. So they didn't care. And here's the thing. I excelled anyway. With a chemistry, physics book that was older than me, I graduated 6th in my class, taking statewide exams, the Regents exams, competing against every other student in New York State, and I excelled at that. I was number 6 in my graduating class of over 500 students. I went to college a year early. And I passed all those classes as well. I did pretty well. I got B's in everything. Okay? So the question isn't, did I get deprived? You can make the argument, yes. And when I was in junior high school, in 8th grade, I had an English teacher tell me that if they took me out of the city and just took me into the suburbs, my grades that were all A's without me ever trying would have become B's because I didn't try, because I didn't put in effort. So it's not because I was dumb. It's just there was no reason to excel. And even with that environment, even with the fact that I wasn't trying and I wasn't being challenged by 9 out of 10 of my classes, and the teachers all knew it, I still had a very successful life. I've owned businesses, traveled the world, learned 4 different languages. I've owned a house, joined the military. It's not the environment you find yourself in. It's what you do with the environment you find yourself in. And I think that's the biggest conversation. What's the difference between people who grew up in the 70s, 80s like I did in schools and what's happening now? It's not the computers. That was never the question. It wasn't about the material. It was about, what am I doing with it? Did I plan to live in the same community, hanging out on the same corner, getting high with the same people, selling drugs? Was I going to go and get a low-end job that I'll never be able to advance from? Or was I going to travel the world? I chose to travel the world, and I did. And every one of my students, my fellow students, everyone I grew up with, could have done the same thing. And a handful of them did. The overwhelming majority never did that. That was their choice. That matters a lot. That matters a lot. Anyway, okay. So we've been on for a while. Oh my God, it's like 6 hours. I hope sometimes I break into some of the stories of my life. I have a lot of stories, believe it or not. A lot of things that you guys probably have never heard about me and things that I've done. You'd be surprised. I think most people would be very, very surprised by some of the things I've gone through. But they inform the way I look at things, which is why I am a conservative Republican. It's not because I'm born with some silver spoon. Hardly. That would be very much a lie and untrue. It's because of the experiences that I've had, the effort I've put into my life, and the value systems that I've seen that work and those that don't work, and the promises that I've heard from politicians since I was 10, and what actually came true, and which ones are they making, which promises are still being made to this day and will never come true. I think that has a lot to do with it. But that's just me going on and on. At this point, I'm rambling a little bit, but I wanted to share because I like to share with you guys, and I love my audience, and I'm getting so many comments today. I love that we got more comments than I had time to go through in each and every one of them, but we did get to go through the members. I've got members, and we did get to go through a couple of the super chats that I came on YouTube. Thank you for that. And we got to have some great conversations. I got to see some new people who joined in the chat. Thank you for joining into the chat, as well as many of our old favorites who joined in the chat today and were speaking with us. I appreciate each and every one of you guys. Thank you so much. You make the hours go by so fast. You hardly notice that it's been 6 hours, but I enjoy it all the same, and I thank you for it. I want everyone to be well. Remember, Monday is always the Monday Opinion Roundtable. That's at 7 p.m. It's me, Charles Guaria, Joe Hanush, and Joe Navarra. That's a Republican, a Libertarian, a Independent, and a Democrat. They're all together talking about Florida and New York politics and arguing about that often. And it's kind of interesting. And you can watch that. That's on Mondays at 7 p.m. Keep an eye out. I do a community TV special about once every 2 weeks. I get, once every 2 weeks, I'm able to release one of the community TV specials that I do in the Bronx. We're on Bronx Community TV, and you get to see that. It usually takes about 2 weeks from when we tape it until when you can see it. But those come out, and you can check that under the community TV tab, and you can see some of the programs are working. I'm the host of Radically Conservative, and so you guys can check that out. But I will be back. Always remember, I always love to hear from you guys. If you don't hear me respond, you can always go into the comments after the show, after the live, leave a comment. I read all the comments. I try to respond to most comments, but I read every comment on any of my content, and I always appreciate that. So do leave me a message for anything that I may have missed, and I will talk to you guys again very, very soon. Be safe, be well, get ready for Monday, because it's Monday. We'll make some coffee. We'll get through the day together. All right, I'll talk to you all very, very soon. Thank you, everybody.